CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Patrick Randolph, Dinty, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Frodo NL, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Hewlin, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Jenna Ferrin, Rob Inman, Alan Murphy, Stephen Wagner, Terry Steen, The Backyard Shed Gang, Perry Steggy, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another exciting episode of CoCoTALK live and in your face. This week we've got two very special guests, and we're going to talk about, I don't know, maybe the C64? Just kidding. It's all Coco.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
And take it away, David Ladd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Today we'll start with the panel introductions like normal. In the top left, we've got Paul T. Barton. Hello.
Yay.
How you doing, sir? That's
Great.
good.
Wonderful.
That's great. All right, next person we've got is Stevie Strobridge. How you doing, sir?
Hello, everybody. David, I'm excited to be here.
Oh, that is good. I'm definitely excited to be here. Next on the list is Mark Bosley.
Hello.
How you doing, sir?
All right.
That's good.
Still on the right side of the daisies.
Yeah, well, that's certainly a good thing there. And next on our list is, a David O'Connor that seems to be still stuck in a monitor. How you doing, David?
Well, apparently this is going to be the last week that I'm stuck in this monitor. I've got some new stuff arriving next week that's supposed to be able to get me out of here, so we'll see what happens.
Well, that is good. We look forward to that. Next, we've got Mark Overholzer.
Hey, glad to be here.
Well, that's certainly good, sir. All right, now moving on down our list, we've got Jason Reichert.
Hey, and just remember, just right above me there, Mark Overhoser. Same hat, same cat, different kitten.
Oh, Lordy. All right, moving on. We've got someone that has to be said 3 times. We've got Nick Marotta.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just say you once. I figure if you want the other 2 times, you can say it again.
Okay, well, I don't want to appear egotistical or multiple personality or anything, so I'll let it go. Well, hello, nice to see you guys this week. Interesting week with the game on this week. I'm looking forward to announcing the results and what's coming up next week.
All right, that I can't wait until we get to that part of the segment. All right, next we've got L. Curtis Boyle.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Mr. Muppet.
Okay. Next we've got Mr. Euland.
Howdy, folks.
How you doing,
Hello.
Patrick?
Well, survived another one, so
Well, that's good.
let's proceed.
All right. Next on our list, we've got someone that's got a lot of Tandy stuff in a garage. I just don't know what we can do with him. Welcome,
Thank
Ron
you. It's
Delvaux.
Ron Delvaux from the land up under. Over. I'm confused.
All right.
Over and out.
All right. Next person on the list we'll get to in a moment. But the next one on the list is a Sloopy. How you doing, Sloopy?
Greetings, and it's wonderful to be here.
Well,
Sloopy the Atari guy.
It is truly.
Yes.
Hey,
Sloopy's the Atari guy?
Sloopy, can you do us a favor and just hang on?
I bet he's never, ever heard that before.
Well, that's Kirby.
Oh, Lordy. All right. So we've got yet another person on the list, but unfortunately, he's one of our new guests, and we'll get to him in
There's
just a
nothing
moment.
unfortunate about that.
Oh, David speaks the truth.
I think the only thing unfortunate about this is that
You can't deny that.
He's not
You know,
here, man.
you just can't have fun with people. It's everybody's got to be so serious.
It's unfortunate for him.
Yes, with our bunch, that is very true.
And the
All
audience.
right.
Of course, for the audience.
Next person on the panel, I think he's somewhere related to a grease weasel. I'm not sure. Is this true, Brian Weasler?
Hello, all. How you doing? This is the this is the quilting channel, right? Did I get the right spot?
Oh, maybe.
Now, this is the Roblox exploit show. Welcome.
Hey, are the views supposed to switch to people as they speak? It's not doing that on the feed. It's just highlighting. Is that okay?
No, we're not doing. I'm not doing speaker view right now.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Nope.
actually, this is the Disney Pixar film Coco fan podcast.
Yes, absolutely.
I was going to say, I thought this was more like the Brady Bunch tile set. But
yeah.
all right. So next on our list, I believe, is a Robert Allen Murphy. Is that right?
Yep. Howdy.
All right. Now, moving on down the list, I think it's a Nick Marionettes. Oh, wait.
Good day, everyone. I'm an Atari user. Did I take the wrong turn?
Oh, crikey, man.
Nah,
Crikey.
we'll put you right next to Sloopy.
Good day, everyone.
Welcome, sir.
Konnichiwa.
Oh, Lordy. All right. So next we've got on the list. Oh, wait, that's me. No. We don't want me.
I think
What's your name, David?
Nah, we don't.
David
Next on the list, we've got a Mr. Dave 6809. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm always good. Happy to be here.
Well,
my favorite part of David Ladd's non-intro is the fact that it took him a couple seconds to recognize his own face.
That is so wrong. And then, of course, the tiles moved on me. Darn it. So now we'll quickly veer to the updated list. And I believe we got a Terry Steggy. How you doing, sir?
No, take that off.
Helps when you're not muted. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody.
Good morning.
There you go. I was half right.
Hey, Terry.
More
good
than
morning from
half.
tomorrow.
There's three of
It's
us.
Mr. Vice President Terry Steggy. How are you, sir? We salute you.
Good. How are you guys all?
Good.
Good.
Doing great so far, sir.
This is the
All right.
KDP.
All right. So next on our list is Chad. How you doing, Chad?
Greetings and salutations from the future.
We always like the future, so I take it you're hanging out there with Nick Marionettes.
Yes, he's only 2.5 suburbs away.
Okay.
That's good.
And before we pass the torch over to Curtis, and David, you can't ask yourself this question yourself, so I'll ask it for you. David, how are you doing today? And are you excited to be here?
Let me mute.
David Ladd. David Ladd, are you...
Block your ears, everyone.
Are you excited to be here today, David Ladd?
Oh, yes, Stevie. I'm excited to hear our guest speakers and being here with my fellow friends on this panel. I just wish I could just hug the entire group right now.
Well, I'm thankful that you can't.
Okay. There goes the viewership.
Watch out, he's a hugger.
There's a social distancing, you know. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 words, restraining order. All right, so.
All right, moving on next to our next introduction.
That's it. Pass it over to Curtis.
Go, Curtis.
Oh, I'm supposed to wake up? I mean, talk now? Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, we've got 2 special guests today, and actually I found it kind of ironic that after we did some tests with them for sound and video here the last couple of days, they've actually been chatting with each other without even knowing the other was the guest on Discord. So hopefully you guys are getting along well, and we'll maybe have some crosstalk between the 2 of you today too, if there's time. So our first guest is Dave Shadoff. He's a fellow Canuck, and he actually wrote a game for Spectral Associates called Star Spores back in the early 80s. And we'll talk about that and actually show some video demo of that a little bit later too. But our first question for Dave is how did you get into the Coco, and why did you pick the Coco back in the day?
Wow, bit of a long story, I guess. As a kid, I got one of those 50-in-1 kits, and 8 years old, doing electronics, and of course, that's kind of an expensive hobby for a kid. Eventually, I got a paper route and got a Model 1, and I programmed all sorts of things on that. But of course, at a certain point, back in the 80s, you'd outgrow a computer, and the next logical step was the CoCo. Quite a community in Mississauga at that time. Actually, quite a few people were using them. I had a mutual friend of Dave Dyes. I never met the guy, but my mutual friend Julius Pata had known him. So, and then of course, once on the machine, you couldn't stop me from programming the whatever I wanted. Just that was the game.
So you knew Dave Dyes. Did you know the rest of the people there, like Dave Schuchen and Roland Knight, etc.?
No, I didn't know those guys individually. What happened was there was this Friday night kind of a hangout at the Radio Shack, and that's kind of how I met a few different people. And this gentleman Julius, he had worked at the Radio Shack at that time, and he knew more people than I did. But it was quite a time. Of course, back then there was no internet. You couldn't go looking for software. You had to meet up in person and, do the illicit trade.
Distributed backups, I think we called them.
Yeah, exactly.
Like cloud storage in the old days.
Put the masking tape over the pin on the cartridge and take
Safety
a cassette.
copies.
Trade blank discs.
Yeah.
So to get into a bit into your game, I think you mentioned when we did the test call that you'd actually made a version of Star Sports for the Model 1 and 3, but it never gotten released. And I was just going to ask, how did the development of that go? And then why did you decide not to release it? Was it just too late in that machine cycle?
Yeah. Basically, I mean, I got the machine around 1980, and I moved from basic to assembler really quick. By summer, I was programming, but not quite to the level of writing a whole game. I finished that in '82, but by the time I got it out to the publishers, it was kind of the death knell for the Model 1. Model 3 was coming in, but it really wasn't sufficiently different. I think it was compatible on the cassette, but everybody was starting to move to discs, and I didn't have a disk drive. It was just a very long development process. And so when the next step was a color computer, faster cassette, you could get a disk drive. There were all sorts of different things that were better about it. Although ultimately it, within a couple of years, it seemed like it had a few limitations that other machines coming out, the Amiga and so on, were superseding. And rather than choose any of them, I just started doing consulting and ended up being forced to get a PC.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a few of us went down that route. So Star Spores on the Coco, you wrote that about a year after you did the Model 1 version of it, and then you decided to shop it out. Now, did you go straight to Spectral? Like, one thing I'm curious, if you knew Dave Dyes, had Dave Dyes started Diecom yet at that point?
I didn't actually know of him yet.
Okay.
I understand that he was starting around that time, something like that. I sent it out to Computerware and Mark Data and Spectral. I don't remember if there was anybody else. I still have the letters somewhere, and like Computerware sounded like a really upfront kind of a cool place to deal with. But for some reason, Spectral and their full screen. Full page ads. I thought that was more appealing to get me out there, and then of course they pulled the bait and switch. As soon as they published, it was black and white, 4.1 line out of 50 on a page. Kind of disappointing.
Yeah, I think it was right when they were doing the transition of just about becoming an exclusive Tandy.
Yeah, well, it was 84, and the whole market for computers and games was changing radically. So I mean, I wasn't oblivious to that as well. I just kind of thought, wow, bad timing.
Yeah, it's just right after the 83 game crash when the Atari and ColecoVision and television all pretty well died instantaneously and didn't get any recover in the game system market until really the Nintendo came out in 85.
Yeah, exactly.
So after Star Spores, and I'll actually give the video demo here where we start talking about it more specifically. What did you end up doing? Like, did you get out of the Coco market pretty well right after that with a bad taste in your mouth, or did you?
Well, I wasn't really a bad taste. I kind of figured that there was still something, but if it wasn't marketable, it wasn't really the place to be spending my energy. I was a teenager. I was in high school, and I wanted money, and I mean, who doesn't, right? And I had a part-time job doing backups at a local business, and I would do some programming for them on a contract basis, and that just kind of ended up going somewhere. It was, hey, I put in an hour, I get actual money guaranteed. How can I turn that down?
Yeah. So you went to the PC market after that, and then did you stay in programming software? Like, I know you've got from watching you and AC talk about stuff on the channel. You guys are both very much into hardware as well. So was there a hardware side to you at that point in time, or did that come later?
Yeah, to be honest, I pretty much got out of hardware when I got into computers because debugging doesn't cost money. And
just explain why I'm in software.
Yeah, there you go. But about 2 years ago, I kind of met up with some people in a sort of a maker type of a thing. One guy had come up with a really cool little add-on for 8-bit video games, and I thought, wow, that's really interesting. I wonder what it's like now to take a look at electronics. And this is about 2 years ago, and it's so much cheaper, so much easier than it had been. So you want to make some boards. Get the free version of Eagle or KiCad or whatever, and make some boards, send them off to China, $5 plus shipping, and you'll get them back in a week. So I mean, there's that, and the components have come down in price. You don't have to deal with noxious chemicals. As long as you stay in the digital domain, things are really straightforward, so much easier to deal with than they were back then at low frequencies below, say, about 40, 50 megahertz. I'm still, not really confident with analog, but you deal with things and you kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, and now there's reprogrammable chips and stuff like we've seen with FPGAs and CPLDs, et cetera, too. That's totally different than back in the day, too, where you'd pretty have to do things yourself.
Exactly. It's even different even than 5 years ago when you used to have to buy the software to be able to program them.
Yeah. So right now in your current state with the Coco coming back, just in the last year or two here, are you sticking more to the hardware side now? Or are you thinking of getting back in the software side too, or a combination of both? Or
well, to be honest, I'm not yet convinced I'm going to stick around in the Coco area for a long time. As I've mentioned to you previously, separately, is after the Coco, there were a series of video game systems. One of them that I liked was PC Engine worldwide except in North America, where it was called the TurboGrafx. And when I first saw that, it was like huge sprites, lots of colors. This is what I want in a game system, and it sort of just grabbed all my attention for the next 30 years or so. So, you know, as a matter of fact, the electronics was to try and reverse engineer bits and pieces of that. I mean, even the tools in electronics are so much cheaper now.
Yeah, and you're actually involved with the making a Mr. Core for the TurboGrafx system. I think with 2 other people, I think you mentioned.
So the TurboGrafx, that was actually primarily a guy in the Ukraine, and I've added a bunch of components of things that I've reverse engineered over there, but they're really just peripherals. The other things, now that one is damn near perfect, the next ones to move on to where I worked, I helped another couple of people with TRS-80 Model 1 core, and there's the Alice MC10 that just came out. I took a quick look at that, but that's primarily Pierre Cornier in France, and him and Alan, I've forgotten his name, but Alan is big in the Mr. thing. He does all these arcade cores, and he's working on a Coco 2 core, and I'm helping him out. So we'll soon have a Coco 2 core with at least cassette and cartridge, and a couple of little knobs and dials that is open source. I know there's a Coco 3 one that's out there, but it's not open source. So
yeah. And basically the Mr., I mean, they really kind of push the fact that most of the cores are open source. It's part of one of their selling points, actually.
Oh yeah.
What's the market like right now for the TurboGrafx 16? Is there a thriving community of people making new games for it and things like that?
I wouldn't say thriving, but there were a couple that just came out in the last year. I was kind of surprised. In between, one of the things that I worked on, again with a couple of other people in France, was the Hue C compiler, which is a C compiler for the TurboGrafx, but it can target CDs or the cartridges. So
yeah, I don't think that got its fair chance here in the States. I remember buying one as a Nintendo replacement. It came out right around the same time as the Sega Genesis did.
Yeah.
And the Sega Genesis was touting, we are 16-bit, we're next. They marketed themselves very well. And the TurboGrafx 16 had 16 in the title, and I actually had bought one, but one of the pack-in games for it honestly didn't look that good. It didn't look much better than an NES. And I was like, why am I paying so much money for this? This is crap. And I took it back.
They made every possible mistake in the United States.
Yeah. But I recently saw it again on like the RetroPie distribution, and I saw some of the games. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. If I would have saw these games back in the day, I would have been blown away, So.
And I did. I mean, I traveled to Asia around that time, and that's what blew me away.
Yeah. So I think that it's one of those things where it never maybe saw the level of success that it should have, because technologically, like you mentioned, all the colors, the large sprites, it was really
up to 5 players in some games, like Dungeon Explorer.
Yeah,
That was one thing. My roommate actually had a TurboGrafx, and he had the 2 pinball games, Alien Crush and Devil's Crush, which are still my favorite pinball games on any game console, because they were just fun and weird. They weren't just standard pinball.
Oh yeah, no, it was a fantastic machine, and I mean, there were genres that came out in Japan on the CD that never actually made it here. And although I wasn't all that interested in them at the time, because that's probably a cultural thing, but these days I look at them and it's, hey, this is actually kind of interesting.
And it's part of the history of the machine too, if you're into that line, so that is kind of cool.
Yeah. So I'm hoping you do at least stick in the periphery of the Coco community here, because I think you would have a lot of contribute just from knowledge and experience, etc. And if you ever want to publish a game on the Coco type thing, we've got an updated CPU that might help with that too.
Oh, that's cool.
So Nick Marenti's just released a 639, which is the replacement chip with some extra features, a Gunstar game. I don't know if you've seen that one yet on the show, but it's got a lot of big sprites and stuff moving around and parallax scrolling. So Digger 3 also has parallax scrolling. So we've got some innovative stuff happening now.
Yeah, Coco did have a lot of my favorite games. Even today, a couple of my favorites. Although I look at them now, they're kind of, a little bit aged. Like Time Bandit was just fantastic. That I loved that game.
Yeah. Before I get into the Star Spores, we're going to play a little video there. Does anybody else on the panel have any questions, or any questions from the chat?
Actually, not a question, more a compliment. And please, I'm a bit autistic, so take this as a compliment. I tend to compare some of the panelists to Hollywood celebrities. So Stevie's Drew Carey, Ron Delvaux is Jeff Bridges, and I'm just going to tell you, mate, your Clint Eastwood impersonation is off the charts.
I never realized you were artistic, Chad. I haven't seen any of your paintings, but that's good to hear.
Well, if Chad's going to say that, then that leads me to my question is, do you feel lucky, punk? Do ya?
My father worked on a submarine.
Awesome. Was it yellow?
I'm just checking the chat here. I don't see any questions for Dave. I do see a comment that Devil's Crush is the favorite of Explore VR. He's Ben Drake's, who's actually hooked up a Coco to a full VR system and played Coco games using the whole treadmill and the headset combined, which is pretty cool.
David,
and hopefully once COVID's over, he can start touring that system around, because a lot of us want to try it.
David, how did you find us? Did you see us a while back, or?
Well, it's kind of a circumspect route. Like I had put my old games on my web page back in, I don't know, 97 or something, and Curtis must have got in touch with me, I don't know, 2003.
Yeah, around there. I have to go dig out the old email, but yeah, quite a long time ago.
Well, quite a long time ago, and I just filed it away, and I didn't think anything more about it. But recently, with the Mister stuff, I was asked, "Oh, you want to do a Coco Core?" And I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll take a look at it. I'll pull the machine out of storage and see how it's working, and
it worked, right?
It did actually. although I had a bunch of mods in the Coco One, and it's a mess inside. I didn't really notice how bad it was. So, I was going to get a Coco VGA to go in there, but it's the wrong type, and it's whoever put the mods in for me, they did a hack work. It's bad. So I got a Coco 2, and I just put a composite converter in there. It works fine. Thinking of doing a recap, because 35 years, even if they're still working, they're probably not working as well as they ought to. But anyway, yeah, I looked, and I saw little bits and pieces, and everything kind of forced me to look toward Facebook, which I steer clear of. But then I found the Discord, and all is well.
Cool.
Yeah, thanks for joining Discord. Actually, you've been quite active in there too, which is nice. Sometimes we just get the lurkers that just join in, they introduce themselves, and you don't hear from them for like 6 years or something. So yeah, it's nice having somebody who's actually interactive and answering questions and asking questions, and showing off some of the hardware stuff you've been working on and stuff too, and then mentioning, of course, the Mister projects too, which is kind of nice having one of the developers on Discord for it. So for the Coco related ones, anyway.
Sure.
Were you on the email list for a long time?
No, I wasn't. I kind of completely disconnected myself from Coco for like 35 years. So just
were you on the BBS scene or CompuServe, Delphi, or any of that stuff back in the day too then, or not?
And not on the Coco. First I had a modem hooked up, but I didn't have the RS-232 pack. I was doing the Bitbang, so 300 baud, and I was doing a little bit of work on that, and it was hard because of the screen size and so on. Yeah. When I got the PC, it was so much better. I actually ended up using the Model 1 because of the screen dimensions.
Yeah, because on the Coco, you could get higher screen like text resolutions, but it would be in the graphics mode, so of course it's slower. And then, the Coco on the Bitbanger can do 1200 baud interactively, but when you're on a graphics screen, it starts to get lag and mistakes and things. So yeah, it's not the smoothest user experience.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity on the, I know this is not Coco related, but you got my curiosity piqued on the TurboGrafx 16 system. I'm not familiar with what people are doing with it right now, but in the Coco, you mentioned Coco VGA, so we've got a lot of augmentations, or let's just call them like modern accoutrements that allow us to plug into modern displays, et cetera, et cetera. Are there accoutrements and upgrades for the TurboGrafx 16 for those who are still using the real hardware?
Yeah. A lot of people have put an RGB mod in there. There's some active work on an S-Video, because what we found out this year was internally the RGB values don't map exactly to how it shows up on the composite output, which was the standard. So there's a little bit of mapping that people have overlooked for 30 years. There's a lot of work has been invested by a couple of companies to create CD-ROM replacements, so you can use SD cards.
Okay.
And those are pretty good. One of the problems with their games is a lot of games would do a load, and because the load would be known to take a second or so for the head to move, they'd be off doing some processing or something, and if once the head comes back, you're finished that processing. But if you put it on an SD card, you're going to still be processing when the data comes back, and bugs appear. So I did a bunch of research to find out the timing to make sure that it would not interfere in that way. So
I guess that's just the nature of the beast at this point. We're for those who want to use vintage hardware, we want to use the hardware, but we kind of want to use it in a slightly more modern hybrid situation. So what can we do to meld the two worlds together? So I imagine that's not new or unique to our community, but because I'm not involved in other ones, I'd be curious to know what some of the other people are doing with that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, portables are getting updated screens, things that we wished we had way back in the day. Things better batteries.
What was the CPU on that, on the TurboGrafx?
On the TurboGrafx, it was a 7 megahertz, 3.58 times 2. It was a kind of an augmented 6502.
Okay.
So, which had banking. Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
And
I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole.
Go ahead, Rick.
Although I would like to ask, does anyone know of a system where the composite colors and the RGB colors map together correctly? At all? Anyway,
PAL's pretty close.
PAL, but
CoCo 3 is doing pretty well.
I think once you got into 16-bit and above, they were a lot closer, like the Sega Saturn and things like that.
Cool. I just know all the 8-bit systems I've ever worked with, RGB and composite, do not mix.
Yeah.
Never work.
Isn't it true that RGB used bit values for red, green, and blue, obviously, but composite used like hue and saturation, and
yes, exactly.
Different?
Phase shifting, and
that's why that's why they don't map.
Well,
it's basically YUV versus RGB.
Right, but the interesting thing was they had a lookup table in this machine, so they were pseudo RGB. They were just off by a half bit here and there.
That's cool.
Okay, we have a comment from Ken Reichert in the chat. I'm assuming he knows you in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, we worked together 20 years ago.
Oh, cool.
Neither of us knew the other. Neither of us knew the other had any knowledge about color computer at the time.
Oh, cool, because he says, "Is eToys still your favorite online retailer?"
That's where we worked. It was both. We were consulting.
And the more important question is, when it comes down to Joust clones, are you Team Buzzard Bait or Team Lancer?
Pegasus and the Phantom Riders, we've got some votes for that now too. So
we got to represent.
I
don't know if you know, we're doing a little contest. It's playing all three, and then we're gonna vote for which one we like. So what's your? Having played them in a while, I don't know. What's your favorite?
I'll be honest, it's not a fair question for me because I don't think I've played Buzzard Bait. I played Lancer and I enjoyed it, but it was I don't know. I like to program games and I like to play them, but I'm not very good.
So Lancer by default is what you're saying. Did you play Pegasus?
No, I haven't played that.
Did you play Defense?
I think I did.
Defense. That's the one and only game that Ron Delvaux will
It
play.
is.
But it's a good game. It's a Missile Command clone. It's actually a very good Missile Command clone.
Oh yeah,
based on the Atari 2600.
Or like the
version.
Atari, yeah. But
Sorry.
yeah, Ron gave us that pick, and that was awesome.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. He said something fine, no problem. Anyway,
Okay.
go ahead. I'll step out. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think we'll just do a setup for Star Spores, and I'll change the screen here so I can show Dave what the dragon artwork looked like for the thing. Now, just to get into a bit of history here, you ended up getting the game to Spectral Associates because you were hoping for full page ads, as you mentioned, because they used to have that one right in the back cover of Rainbow. And of course, as soon as you did, that's when they jumped down to the tiny black and white text and like a quarter of a page or something like that. Now, you did not get paid for too many sales. I believe you had mentioned 6 copies you got paid
Yeah,
for?
I think 6 copies was what I got paid for.
And judging by the fact that I've seen several screenshots of the cassette case on the Dragon, I'm pretty sure they sold more than 6 copies in the UK alone.
So when somebody asks you how well your game did, you could just hold up a couple hands and say, this many.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm calling shenanigans on that. I'm pretty sure more than 6 copies were sold.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's more 6 sold in the UK alone. So, and
So-
you
so
never,
now-
you never
now
even knew that they were selling in the UK, from what I understand. Like the deal with
I
Mike
learned
Deal.
I learned this summer as I was typing in the program code and with the comments. So yeah, no idea. It's a little bit upsetting, but
Yeah, I mean there was a few shady deals going back in the day. That hit every computer. That wasn't just us either. So
yeah.
Anyway, I will share my screen here just to show you what the cassette looked like.
Check your mailbox.
So that's the official microdeal version of it. Doesn't even mention Spectral.
No,
but that was fairly common.
Wow.
So did you make more or less than that £5?
I think I ended up getting about $25 US.
Wow. Wow.
So 8 or 9 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially back then.
It kind of
That's 50
sounds
million.
like a virus.
That's 50 million Australian dollars.
Do we have a screenshot of? Is this the video?
Yeah, no,
gameplay?
I'll be playing the video shortly here.
Oh, okay,
One thing I might have
excellent.
mentioned, we talked to Dave yesterday or 2 days ago on the test call, and you'd mentioned that when you first submitted to Spectral, you didn't have a Starfield in the background. You just had the aliens, and you'd shoot them, and sometimes they'd mutate and other things.
Right.
And Spectral requested that you add in the moving Starfield.
Yes.
Now, did Spectral also request the option to run it in P mode 3, like the green, blue,
No.
red?
No, they didn't.
Okay,
that
'cause
was. I wouldn't have. I would have told them not to.
Because of course, on the Dragon being a PAL, they didn't have artifact colors, so it was just vertical stripes of white. So they actually did change it.
Yeah.
To run in P mode 3. So I'm just warning you ahead of time. That's what you're going to see here.
Okay. Makes sense.
And the little intro music here is something that the author of this YouTube page does, so it has nothing to do with the game, but
Turn up your volume a little bit, Curtis.
a little more. Is that loud enough? Or need more?
Yeah, it's okay for now. You can turn it up a little bit more, probably.
A little more? Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we can talk over it too.
Yeah.
So you have a fuel gauge in there.
Yeah.
And then you've got various things, and there's various levels, and you actually skip jumps through them so we can see them, but some of them actually mutate into other things, and some of them start firing back, etc. too. So was there inspiration, like an arcade game you base this on, or base parts of it on, or was it just coming up with a space game? Or
Well, I mean, back in the early '80s, you had Space Invaders and Galaxians and Galaga and all those types of games that were basically a bunch of things at the top that come down at you and you're shooting upwards. And I think these guys, I was a little inspired by, was it Apple Panic?
Yeah, Apple Panic was a clone of Space Panic from the arcade where you had to dig the holes and throw the monsters through them.
Yeah, there was this little leggy guy in one of the Apple games, and I thought, oh, that's pretty cool, so I'll stick that in.
Look, you have lowercase.
Yeah. No, it looks really good. Oh no, that reminds me there of what was the Zork or
Gorf had
Gorf,
shots
Gorf,
like
yeah,
that.
Gorf,
Yeah.
yeah, Gorf, yeah.
It reminds me of Cosmic Aliens a little bit too.
Not my Cosmic Aliens, right? The arcade one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
No,
Rick,
yours.
Rick Adams will tell you how big space games were in the 80s, because like Temple Rum, for example, right?
Yeah. No, I like this. I like this. So it's
cool.
Yeah, I like how they break into different creatures and stuff.
Is there a Coco version?
This is a Coco version.
Well,
this
yeah,
is the
this is the
Coco.
dragon version.
This is a dragon. Yeah, there's a Coco version. Yeah.
This was patched to give color on the dragon, even though the colors are awful because that's the VDG chip. But
yeah, I thought this was dragon.
Yeah.
The other nice thing is the green goes to the very edge of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be Nick Marenti's favorite part of it.
I like the stars. How they move there gives that nice sense of movement.
Yeah.
And that was something that Spectral insisted you add, because I think your original version did not have that.
Yeah, it turned out it was a pretty good idea. I just didn't really want to put in all that much extra effort into it at the time.
Well, especially for 6 copies.
I don't know. You got $25 US for all that effort.
Yeah, exactly. So as you can see, I was inspired to go on and write more games, right?
Yeah, right.
But look at the notoriety now.
And speaking of programming it,
sound effects are great. That explosion.
How long did it take you to program this?
Well, I think the TRS-80 Model 1 version took about a year, but this one, because I already had the kind of the prototype and all the ideas and how to structure it, and I think I got a disk drive kind of halfway through development on this. So it was a few months, 3-4 months, something like that.
And did you use the standard Radio Shack assembler then, or did you have a third-party one?
Well, it was a Radio Shack assembler, but in order, like one of the source files was just tremendously big, so I had used a patch that was in I think it was Rainbow magazine.
Yeah, Roger Schraggs probably. He did.
That's right. Yes.
It, yeah.
What'd the patch do?
Well, what it did was it relocated EDTASM to the bottom of memory, and it would automatically swap in and out the basic and extended basic ROMs, so that you could actually use that memory if you had a 64K on your machine, which I guess if you knew what it was, you wanted it. So I had that.
Yeah, because Roger did multiple patches for EDTASM. He did one to patch the cartridge to run from disk, and then of course Radio Shack came with their own disk one by Robert Kilgus, I believe it was.
Right.
And then he did some other patches just to improve how it worked. We've actually got a newer version for the Coco 3 that's patched now by Robert Galt, that actually adds like 80 column support and 40 column support. And
nice.
6309 opcodes.
6309, yeah. That's the one Nick used to develop Gunstar and Popstar, actually.
We should get Robert Galt on here.
Yeah.
I've tried before. He lives out in the boonies, so he's running off of a cell phone with, not the greatest cell tower recipients. So he's kind of
reception
iffy on doing it because he doesn't know if the call would last, but we'll have to try sometime. Maybe an audio only call would work.
This looks really good.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. I would like to request humbly from Nick Marotta that we make this the game of the week soon for our Game On Challenge. I'd love to play
But
this.
we'll make it the artifact color one, just so it's in the way that Dave originally planned it, with an actual black background, etc.
Stevie, you know how to get on the priority queue, right? Send your
tax
PayPal,
deductible donations.
PayPal $25.97 to.
Well, you're going to get more than the author did. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Okay, $24.99.
$24.99 sold. All right. So.
So can you do a bunch of different color changes with Coco VGA on this one?
Oh, absolutely. You can palette hack this.
Or Coco 3 for that matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool.
It's a beauty.
Being able to play.
Actually, one thing I should mention is that since you never got paid for it, from Spectral, even from the stuff you had been sold, maybe we should kick you a few bucks, for playing the game on the show here too, just to as of a thank you.
If you want to, I mean, it's certainly nothing obligating you to.
I'm going to have my accountant David Ladd get in touch with you. So,
what's that one site that people use for their games now?
Itch.io.
There you go.
Yeah, if you threw it up on there, you can have it as a fixed price if you want, or you can even have it donate whatever you want. Steve's selling his Cosmic Aliens game on there. Yeah. Might pick a few bucks up, and at least maybe might bring you up to 50 after all these years.
Yeah, double that revenue stream.
That'd be amazing.
all those guilty UK people that bought it that you never got paid for. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
Could be like Nick Marentes and buy another Ferrari, Matchbox one.
Yeah. I find this really interesting because I don't remember seeing this game before, but what I like about it is it incorporates some familiar elements, like you mentioned, where you got things up top and you're shooting up at them, but then it also brings in things that you didn't necessarily have, like when they turn into something else and they come down on you, and the laser beams and all that kind of stuff. So to me, this is definitely one of the better, more versatile space shooters, especially for the Coco. Very
and
cool.
enough variety, it keeps you interested because you want to see like what's the next.
Yeah, you almost want to keep playing to see what's
them.
the next little critter going to be. Yeah,
I think the key word here is innovative.
Innovative. There we go, Chad. Oh. See, that was a very artistic thing of you to say there. So that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I always said the same thing when I was arguing with Commodore users who are only showing clones of existing 8-bit games, and I said, well, check out this game by Nick Marentes. It's not your typical game; it's something new.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
actually
awesome.
There's you just reminded me of something. Have you guys ever seen, this is actually, you'll probably find this also, a friend of mine in high school, we kind of had this little kind of competition back and forth about who would write better games. Jim Summers, he wrote some really good stuff for the Commodore PET and eventually for the Commodore 64. Maybe take a look for his stuff as well if you're into Commodore stuff.
Okay.
Cool.
This one came out, he called it, I think, Alien Brood on one of the machines.
David, were you aware of OS 9 and did you think of programming in BASIC 09?
Just as I was leaving the color computer, I was aware of OS 9. I knew that it was coming out, but it seemed like it required some additional investment or something, and it was just a little bit more than I was willing to commit at the time. So. But it did sound really interesting. I mean, it's very Unix-like, or at least that's what I remember it being.
Yeah. It's not Unix. I mean, we actually have a Fusix that's a project that basically is an actual Unix for the Coco, but OS 9 was loosely based on, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, OS 9 level 1 wasn't really. It was cool, but it wasn't super useful because you didn't have enough memory to do things. It really took off when the Coco 3 came out. And you had an MMU with extra memory and windowing and stuff like that. So
yeah, I never had a Coco 3, so
I really like how this looks. This is really mesmerizing. Just watching all the things on the screen here.
I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's cool.
Did marijuana help you any while you were doing this?
It's green enough for it.
This is a good game, man.
No, Dave's not here, man.
Remember what Nancy Reagan said.
That's right. Just say no.
This we're an 80s show.
She said, "Put the signs back 500 feet from the road." Wait a minute, that was Lady Bird.
I think there's a talk for after dark.
Yeah. I like this game though. This looks really cool. I want to play it. I'm gonna have to find it.
And just a quick message to David: there's always time to get a Coco 3.
Yeah. Does anybody know where I can get a pirated copy of this so the author can't get paid for it?
I believe if you go to arg.arg.
After the show, we do a bunch of things.
Yeah. No, this is really cool.
So David, before you got out and you found out like sales weren't doing that good, had you planned another game, either a sequel or a brand new one that you were thinking of doing, and then once you found out you couldn't make any money out of it, you kind of went, screw it?
I didn't really have anything specific in mind, or at least I don't recall having something specific in mind. But I was really hoping that this was going to come out of the gates and be something. But when it didn't, it was a disappointment.
Yeah.
And I went into university that year, so it wasn't like I had a whole bunch of extra time.
Was this ever listed in the games, in like Rainbow for people to put
Scoreboard,
their scores? Yeah.
Well, there were only 6 copies out there, so it would have been a really short list, right?
Well, you don't think there would be only 6 copies now, do you?
Okay. That's a good question. I don't remember if it was or not.
You you don't think the real numbers are accurate?
When was this made?
1984. I mean, I made it in 83, but it was published in 84.
Okay.
Okay. If there's any further comments, questions for David here? either in the chat or on the panel.
Hey,
Well, I'll ask. Would you? Do you have a? Are we okay to use the game as a game on challenge? Is that
Sure,
okay?
feel free.
Okay.
Will you partake in it if we do?
Well, that would probably not be fair. I spent a year debugging this thing.
Oh no, Nick Marenti showed us that you can rate the game and still not be number one. Somebody's ringing.
Yeah, that's me.
Hello.
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 Hi,
Hello.
Hello.
I thought I disabled it from showing up on the computer here, but
Statue.
Now you said you spent like a year debugging it and stuff there, that you might have an unfair advantage, but you also said you haven't touched a Coco in 35 years, so I don't know if that's.
I think it's a handicap.
You also haven't met Buck Owens, so.
Hey, David.
Buck Owens or Tasman or Frodo. We have a number.
Frodo. Yeah.
I know Curtis Boyle. Let's not forget Curtis.
David, what did you think of the MC10, or what do you know about it, or do you care?
I remember thinking at the time, oh, that's just a miniature, low-cost version of the Coco. I don't need that because I got the full-sized one. Although I'm finding out now that it's a very different machine.
And
yes, different.
Have you
CPU
heard
and
what
everything.
they've done to it now?
What have they done to it now?
Well, they've made it bigger and better than the Coco 3.
They're releasing peripherals.
It's exaggerating a little bit.
Yeah.
They're releasing peripherals for it that give it more memory and better basic and things.
It's got an
like
SD
that.
card reader now and stuff too.
All
so.
kinds of
It's got quite a following still.
If I
It's
put that
actually
one memory
faster than-
expansion on it, it makes a really good bookend.
We overlap with the MC10 a bit here.
It's faster
It's
than
a
a
more-
Coco 3.
It's a more effective doorstop.
Okay,
now, too, 'cause
Ron.
it weighs more with all the
true.
stuff that's added to it. So.
We stopped doing doorstop jokes about a year ago too. So
We started them again today.
Well, technically it's still valid because it's a micro color computer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
It says
actually,
that right on it.
So yeah. Well, actually,
Technically.
technically, yes. So
nope, you can still buy them.
yeah, like everything else, it's gotten some modern upgrades, which is nice to see. And there's a gentleman in our community by the name of Jim Gary who has been porting things to it like gangbusters. So there's literally hundreds and hundreds of a lot of the stuff from the magazines and the type-ins from literally all around the world. He's converted to run on the MC10. So
from various platforms too. It's not just Coco stuff. He's converting PET and VIC 20 and all kinds of stuff.
For a small contribution, probably what you made from this, he can do it for the MC10.
So the MC10 is, and it's getting kind of its renaissance again too, with some of the even newest upgrades. Like the SD card reader is really compelling.
Yeah.
So
I bet it isn't on eBay for $11.50 now either, is it?
Nah.
But yeah, I like Stevie's idea, and Nick, you can let us know when we get scheduled if we do Star Spores as the game of the week type thing. We'll see if we can get Dave back on and actually get him to participate in the high scores.
Curtis, the schedule is written in oatmeal, so it's kind of fluid.
Well, technically, it is not a fluid or a solid. It is a mixture.
So I can definitely bump that. Like I said, I can dump that into priority queue depending on how things go.
Send your payments to Nick Marotta, P.O. Box Maple Syrup, somewhere Canada.
I have a vague roadmap of things I want to do, but I certainly stuff things in ahead of time if something's really compelling, and this is compelling. So we'll probably do this one very soon.
And you and Nick and Dave are both in Ontario too, so they're actually kind of neighbors in a way.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I just played a little bit of it on VCC. It's a really cool game. I like it. I've never played it back in the day. It's good.
David, please come back again.
Yeah.
Sorry we beat you up.
If we can ever convince you to actually take some, Coco time to actually, write something new or stay in the community, like you said, you're going to be active in the TurboGrafx. We'll give you as much encouragement as we can. And the HIO is not a bad idea. I think some people would, send some money your way for making this game, because you kind of got ripped off by the distributor back in the day.
Yeah.
We could make a nice commercial for you.
Okay.
Please set up.
Come back for After Dark.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Well, you're welcome to hang out as long. I know you are a little bit time crunched, David, but you're welcome to hang with us as long as you can, and feel free to chime in at any given time. I think before we go to our next guest and our next presentation, we'll probably take a brief commercial break if that's okay with everyone. And then we'll
Do you have
come
the
back.
Star Spores commercial ready? No, I'm just kidding.
And so then we'll be back after this. We'll be back with AC's 8-Bit Zone, our second special guest today, which we appreciate you being here too, AC. Thanks, David. And you don't have to go, but stay as long as you can. And I look forward to playing your game. I think it looks really, really cool. I regret not having seen it sooner. So. And we can now communicate on Discord, which is great too. So fan-frickin-tabulous. So we'll be back after these words, boys and girls.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
Please welcome D Spears 0809 Daniel. His first computer was a Coco 2. He's into Cocos and Commodores, and he's looking to see what type of hacky things people are doing these days. Ensign Rutherford was sent to us by Robert Galt. He's trying to get a Coco SDC working with virtual hard drive images. D Shadoff Dave is the author of Star Spores. He's been into the TRS-80 line since 1980, and he's currently working with the emulated Mr. line. AC's 8-Bit Zone is reviving his Coco hobby after 18 years. He participated in Septandy with lots of cool Coco videos. Coco Nut 1973 Chad, well, that's Nick Marenti's neighbor. He's a fellow Aussie in Coco Nut, and his favorite game is Rupert Rhythm. Turbo X-Ray Rick, he owned a Coco 2 and wrote plenty in BASIC. He's currently doing retro dev on 8-bit consoles and soon hopes to do one for the Coco 3. LOL Craigs, he used to create Coco hardware. He had a home-based business called Radical Electronics. Tech Nobly Brett was invited by Mr. Dave 6309. He says he's into the Vectrex big time. His first computer was the Coco 3. He's looking to learn more about the homebrew Coco scene. Electronics junkie Brian, he still has his original 4K Coco, which has been heavily upgraded and modified. He's currently working with VCC and the Coco Pi 3 to fool around. And as always, a special thanks to Boysontech, our CoCoTalk patrons, David Ladd, Jim Rye, Paul Fiscarelli, Rob Inman, and Terry Steggy for boosting the Discord server. Join us on Discord at discord.cocotalk.live.
And now these messages.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching CoCoTalk, the world's leading live CoCoTalk show.
Good day. This is Nick Marionettes. Crikey. After you buy Gunstar...
Stop right there.
Okay, fine. After you bought Gunstar, go ahead and buy your copy of the Coco Fest edition of
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. It's a quarter of the quality at half the cost.
ESP 8266-01 RS232 TTL Wi-Fi network, 4-pin DIN, Fitbanger, DB9, PC IP, DriveWire.
This portion of CoCoTalk brought to you by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex, thought to help you with your floppy life.
In a world where hard drives rule and floppies are superfluous, one man, one legend, one old fart dared to learn the floppy and took the brunt of jokes. Then all hard drives and SSDs died, but the floppy survived. And the only man who knew floppies became a legend once more. Floppy Life, the David Ladd story. This summer, straight to YouTube.
8-slot MPI, floppy drive, Coco SDC, Sound Speech Pack, Orchestra 90, RS232 pack, modem pack, Super IDE. You start adding all those together if you want them all usable at the same time. Well, guess what? You just went over the 4-slot MPI. David Ladd. Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff.
Wow. And we are back. What do we say about all that? David Ladd, to know him is to love him.
Nobody
Really?
said why you need all
Really?
those usable at the same time. Why, David, do you need all of those usable at the same time?
Oh,
What are you
Nick.
doing?
Got him.
Nick, we'll get on video and I'll demonstrate.
No, thanks.
It sounds like a threat.
He's using OS 9.
Run, Nick, run.
And today in CoCoTALK After Dark.
Right. L. Curtis Boyle, would you like to introduce our next special guest today?
Our next special guest, we've shown his videos actually since September started here. He's been doing a lot of Coco stuff, and he was a Coco user back in the day, and he dug all of his stuff out of storage. And he's been doing repair videos and stuff on it. And
He and his son
channel-
are active. Sorry, he and his son are active in a Game On challenge.
Yeah, it's been taking place. Even his son's joining in now too, so that's cool. He's known as AC's 8-Bit Zone. I will let himself introduce himself by his full name if he wishes, and take it away.
Hey there, Curtis. Yes, so my name is Alan, and everybody calls me AC here around this zone.
Then we'll call you AC.
All right.
You didn't say friends. You just said people call you, right?
Well, okay. You're now my friend.
Okay, AC.
So yeah, you're part of
Thank you, AC.
the friendly zone now.
Thanks, AC.
Yeah.
You're a good guy. Keep going.
Yeah. So my first question for you, because you did come through in September, we were trying to feature as many of the September videos as we could, and I mean September for the Coco this year was huge, much better than the previous year. There was just a ton of videos from yourself and many others. And you've actually stuck with it afterwards, which is something that a lot of the other ones didn't. They did their September in September, and that was the end of it type of thing. And you've actually stuck with it. I think part of that is because you were a Coco user from back in the day, and you kind of rediscovered the community because a few of us contacted you through your videos. So what prompted you to join the September this round in the first place? Did you just like happen to see your Cocos in storage somewhere and said, I should throw something in, or what happened there?
Yeah, sure. So they've been in boxes, next door to the area where I've been working. And so I had started the whole YouTube thing and working on Commodores and C64s. And I saw September coming along, and I said, yeah, there's nothing, I've forgotten everything I knew about a Coco. There's not possibly anything that I could share with this knowledgeable community. And then I thought, well, wait a minute. I mean, just seeing, 7 or 8 or 9 Cocos come out of storage could be an interesting thing. So I thought, well, I'll do one thing during September for a video tour TRS-80. I will make at least a video that shows my collection, and I'll end it with that, and that'll be the end of it, but that will be something at least that I can contribute.
Okay. And then you decided to stick around just because of the reaction, or do you kind of got the nostalgia back?
Oh, no. Well, that was good too. So I was getting maybe a few dozen views on Commodore videos, and definitely the Candy views shot up. It was 10 or 20 times the engagement. And so that was great. But also what made me want to stick around was I started having fun looking at the old hardware, and I started remembering some of the things that I had once wanted to do with the Coco, and I found out that those 5 machines that I just powered up out of the blue, they actually worked. Mainly, I was really surprised by that, and so it just sort of revived all the interests that I've always had, and I put them all away in the it was the early 90s when I went off to university. And like many people, I picked up a PC. And then I tried to reopen the Coco hobby in the early 2000s. And then we moved and everything got packed up again. So it's always sort of been in the back of my mind, and just dragging it all out and seeing everything just reminded me of all that stuff I had planned. So it was
okay. I'm just going to mention something here quickly too. I think you're still coming in through your laptop mic.
Yeah, is it terrible? I've been playing with this the entire time. This isn't I can't get this activated for some reason. I'm getting
Yeah.
audio through the new headset, but I'm not getting.
That's
the
fine.
microphone.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. It is just
Okay.
funny because when we did the test yesterday, you sounded great. So
Yeah. Now I sound
modern
like I'm
technology.
Yeah. I'm probably.
Okay, this is
muffled
just a
now.
rehearsal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might actually have both now because you sounded good on just the laptop mic earlier in this show. And now there's a weird thing going on.
There's a bit of a hum in the
Try-
background.
Try a different USB port too. I had problems with my Turtle Beach headset. Plugged it into one USB port. It had problems. Plugged it into a different one, and it worked fine.
That's so weird.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't want to disrupt from the interview though. We can hear you.
Well,
So yeah.
hopefully I can get that better, before a future.
No, you're fine.
You're fine. We can hear
Yeah.
you. I don't want to disrupt you.
You're good.
I mean, if you want, you can move the laptop a little bit closer to you so it picks up your voice a little bit better. That might help a
Yeah,
little
and,
bit.
and also the laptop fan is running like mad. That probably doesn't help.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, that could be what the noise is.
I don't know. I don't even know where the microphone is on this laptop.
It's probably a pinhole in the bezel above the screen next to the webcam.
You sound okay though.
You
Don't worry
sound
about
fine.
it.
Don't get psyched out
Okay.
about it. Yeah.
Don't get. Yeah, just keep going.
I'm all self-conscious now.
No,
No.
sorry about that.
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Exactly.
I'm
guys.
kidding.
Just let it-
How
I'm
long
kidding.
how long had your YouTube channel been around?
I think I started it in July
Of this year.
of this year.
Okay, so you're relatively new to YouTube then.
I'm brand new, right? My son and I, actually, my son wanted a YouTube channel,
Mm-hmm.
and we decided, okay, he'll start one, I'll start one, and this was the, hardware and computers was the only thing I could imagine myself working on.
Right,
So that
right.
that was obvious for me.
What does your son do on YouTube?
He does. He plays Nintendo Switch games. And
Uh-huh.
He makes exercise videos.
Oh,
and
neat.
All kinds of cool stuff. Kids would love it if they could find it. It's just a huge sea of
Yeah.
chaos
I'm surprised
out
he's
there.
not on freaking TikTok too. So that's where my daughter spends all her time, man. That just
He
drives
just
me insane.
He mentioned that thing this morning, and I said, "Oh no, are we getting ready to go there next?" With your-
Nah, don't get sucked in. Don't get sucked in.
I said, "Isn't that the channel where all they do is go
Yeah,
like
yeah,
this and dance and stuff?" And he said, "Well, they do that too, but it's more than that."
So back in the day when you were using the Coco, like back in the 80s, were you into the hardware side of things then too, or is that something that
No.
happened later?
No, then I took a lot of things apart, and I didn't put many of them back together. But maybe
relate
that
to
was
that.
in some sick way, maybe that was setting me up for being better at hardware in the future.
So when did you get into hardware, and on what platform or what type of things did you get back into it on?
Okay. So I would say I was always mechanically inclined. And so when I went off to college, I was going to be an engineer. And I was going to be an ME. And in the freshman year, I decided, you know what, I always loved programming, which went back to the Coco 1. Maybe I'll just become a double E. So that's what I did. I went the double E route. And so, I learned all these things that made me think back to the Coco, and I thought, oh, now I know how some of that stuff was actually working. This is so cool. I've got to go back to that one of these days and just dig in there and look under the hood. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
you say EE, that's electrical engineer.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So, they had, the schools were beginning to offer computer engineering, where you do computer science and you do the electrical.
Right.
And some of my fellow students were doing that at the time, but I just went the strict double E route, and we didn't get so much exposure to programming, so it was just something that I sort of pulled along on the side, as I went, and it was always a side hobby. And but my first sort of discipline that I worked in was digital design. So I got a lot of background there, and then just from there went through several different disciplines, all within double E. And that's still what I'm doing today.
Very cool.
Okay. I just want to bring up a comment from the chat. Apparently your wife's in there watching as well. And
good.
mentioned that Nathan does trick shots on his channel too. And no, a big capitalized no to Nathan being on TikTok.
Yes, we've been chatting with her. She seems very nice.
Yeah.
She is awesome, and she probably knows a lot more about TikTok than I do. So let's take her advice.
Yeah, trust me. Yeah.
She played last week. She played Buzzer Beater.
That is so awesome.
And yet she had a respectable score, and to her credit, I think she only tried about 5 or 6 games. So I thought she caught on a lot quicker than I did.
Wow, that's awesome.
She's looking forward to Lancer, so that knocks her down a couple pegs in my book.
No, that puts her up at the top echelon, I think.
Nah, just teasing. Actually, Lancer's got his redeeming qualities too.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am really pleased with how this year's Septandy came about, and I'm glad we got to meet guys like you, even though now we're technically meeting you, but we got to see your channel and your videos, and I think Curtis did a phenomenal job kind of curating the plethora of information that was coming on.
It was a lot of work. There was a lot of them.
And so
it was, yes, it was, sorry to overrun you there, but yes, it was outstanding that he even found me, because I think only a couple dozen people had even found my channel at the point in time when he found it. So good job, Curtis.
Yeah.
Where do you live, AC?
Right.
What
was the question?
Where do you live?
I live in Roanoke, Virginia.
Oh.
Cool.
No, you're not too far from the Amigos then. They're in West Virginia.
Right. So I grew up in Tennessee, and in Roanoke is only about 150 miles from where I grew up. Great place here.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I'm so glad that we've been able to do a lot of cross-pollination and get to see some of these people's videos, and we've met a lot. Like one of the first kind of synergies we formed was with the Amigos Retro Gaming Group, and they're some good guys, and they've got some they've got their own followers and people that have been watching their stuff, and then so we've kind of gained some viewers to our show because of them and kind of the relationship we formed there. And then we've met people like Canadian Retro Things and yourself and a handful of people. And so I think it's great when we can kind of cross-pollinate and share exposure to one another and hopefully get each other some more viewers and things like that too. And it really helps, collectively the whole kind of retro space. And I think that it just really synergized very well this year, this Septandy. So I'm really pleased on how much we've seen and how many people have learned about more things, man. So it's been amazing.
So I didn't even know about CoCoTALK, and I would.
Well, get off the show. Get off the show right now.
If I ever would have found it if I hadn't stumbled into Septandy and then Curtis just happened to say one time, "Hey, there's this Coco show." Well, I was floored to think that someone was still talking about the Coco, and weekly at that. So I thought this would be a chance for me to get into it in the way that I had wanted to back in the late 80s, but I just didn't have the wherewithal, didn't have the connections, wasn't online.
Right.
And, now this gives me that chance to sort of relive it and explore some of the thoughts and ideas that I may have had back then but just couldn't act on.
Yeah,
I got another question for you. So since the 80s when you were in the Coco and now that you've come back, you're here now, have you heard of some of the advances that we've stuck on the machine and even like with the MC10? What do you think about all that stuff?
Okay, so let me step back. I mean, even DriveWire was new to me, and that's really old now. That's like old news, but that was new to me. And then back at that time, I know that giving Coco an IDE interface was the next big thing, and I had some ideas about that back then. That's coming on now. So now I'm aware of Coco SDC and Coco VGA. And all the things that have been built they're outstanding. I don't own any of those, either of those yet, but I'm sure I will eventually. And yes, it's definitely enabling to developers and just users of the system. So
yeah.
that you're not having to dust off the floppy every time, and you find out that something else has gone wrong or broken on it, and or you've lost data off the old magnetic media or whatever. And so I think that is huge for helping prolong the life of the system. So yeah, that's great. I don't have those yet, and I've talked to Curtis about it a couple of times. And my thought process is I want to go back to where I left off and pick up there and walk through the muck and mire just a little bit.
Sure.
To just remember all the things I've forgotten.
Right.
And then walk toward some of the newer amenities and some of the additions that are out there. But it's outstanding. So the new hardware development that's happening, what is that? There's something big.
The Gimme X.
Yeah. Gimme X. So will that be a 40-pin dip chip or whatever that's plug and play replaceable for the original chip in the Coco 3?
It'll plug in where the Coco 3 chip is, and then you can link it up to the memory board. It has the DAT built in for doing the 2 meg and even an 8 meg. Ed's planning an 8 meg RAM upgrade for it as well.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's exciting. And, not only the hardware that has come out, I couldn't believe people were still writing amazing games. So I purchased pipes 2 weeks ago. And
we're sorry, but go ahead.
I just wanted to give Nick a shout out. Great game. My whole family loved it.
That's awesome.
And yeah, definitely keep them coming.
Yeah. Actually, that's one thing I want to touch on too with you is that you've not only come back, your whole family's joined in. They're playing some of the games. They're actually participating in the Coco community to an extent here, which is not something we see that often. I know like Steve's younger daughter used to play some of the games, but she doesn't really anymore. But
too busy on TikTok now.
The Croker family plays, and that gave me the idea. Hey, of course, kids would like to play these old 2D games, and they like them. I noticed that it's sort of flip-flopped the name of the game. It's so I lose to my son all the time if we play Nintendo Switch, but this has turned the tables on him. So yeah.
That is interesting.
It's the only thing I can beat him at, but that's
If you haven't done so already, check out Nick's back catalogue. He's got all of his older games from like the 80s through to the early 90s on a disc, including Popstar Pilot.
Can you just go?
So you can get it through Stevie or through Nick.
No, you go to nickmarentes.com. You can get everything there.
Yeah.
Okay. Will do. Yeah, I also wanted a CoCoTALK mug and a sweatshirt. So Christmas is coming.
we need to set that up, or the guests we'll send one to the guests. So we'll see if we can do something like that.
Actually, every week on Saturday it's Christmas here.
Yes, it is. I have to say, I love turning on CoCoTALK when I'm working on one of my new videos for the channel, or if I'm just poking around in a piece of hardware or something. It's just a perfect backdrop. So you're working on a Coco, you're listening to CoCoTALK, and it's just you're immersed in it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
living the dream. I think we call it. Yeah.
Living the dream.
Awesome.
We're sorry.
Right. Well, and I know this. I'm gonna disclaim by saying it's obviously a bias for me to say this, but I have not been on these past 2 weeks, and so I've been listening to the shows during my commutes and driving around. And I actually enjoy listening to the show for the same reasons. It's talking about one of the few things in the world I'm interested in, which is the freaking color computer. So to hear people talk about it for hours on end and have it to be both entertaining and informative, I really have enjoyed listening to these past 2 week shows, not having been a part of them. So it was fun for me.
I can imagine that, and hopefully, fortunately you didn't fall asleep and veer off the highway.
I've had seizures, but I've never fallen asleep. But,
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. People are viewing and listening to this. You mean this is being broadcast somewhere?
Listen, in our mind, we're famous. Okay?
Hey, I can count on how many times on one hand that I've been recognized.
And
And sometimes it's
Jason,
been
Coco Fest
mistaken.
doesn't count though. So.
Oh no, well,
CoCoTALK
Kind of
has made some of us actual money and cars and so on. So.
Yeah, Nick Marentes is a
Ferraris,
multi-millionaire.
The other thing is too,
In Australian dollars.
Yeah.
playing those video games with your family is far better than making bloody TikTok videos, for God's sake.
what about a TikTok video of playing a Coco game?
No, there you go.
Be okay.
Oh, now you open the can of worms.
Now you cross
Kind of
the
a-
streams there.
Kind of maybe a compliment or comment though, but I'm not sure if this is something from your current career. But for only doing videos since July, I have to say I think your videos are very good. I think you lay them out very well, and you really break down the steps. I like how you do your videos when you're trying to, like when you're doing a repair video. I think you do a very good job. They're very polished, and I like them. So I'm not sure if that's experience from your career but it seems like you've really picked up the knack very quickly of putting these videos together.
Well, I appreciate that. And what's the email address where I should send the kickback
No, you're going to fit in here. You're going to fit in right here.
Well, it's
You
a
got a
great
spot.
counterpoint.
It's the email address is bribes@CoCoTalk.live.
And
Yeah, I
his
think
videos are a great counterpoint to
I
this,
think you
this little
should-
thing we do every week.
I think you should change your name to AC's 8-bit/16-bit zone. Because our processor does the 16 also.
There's something in there. Well, okay, so the what is it? The D register is 16-bit, isn't it? And there's the address.
And
in the
X and
source
Y.
is 16.
X, Y, U, S, W, D. Yep.
Yeah, it's a really rich
W if
register set.
you're a 1%er.
Did you know that in the 80s that this was an advanced?
No, this is interesting. Glad you mentioned that. So, in my career, I think it was in the early 2000s, I started working with a group at work that was using the 68HC11, which was a derivative. And this was just before they spun it off as Freescale. And that group of guys had been programming the 68 family in assembly language, and they've been programming it since I think the late 70s and early 80s. And so anyway, the products they were working on just continued to use the really low-end cheap microprocessors. And then they became microcontrollers, right, with all of the inbuilt peripherals. And their whole product was based around these $2 and $3 do-it-all chips. And so I was just astounded that they were still programming commercial and industrial equipment in an assembly language. So I got to pick up some 6800 assembly in I think it was 2002 and 2003. So we didn't do graphics and sound. It was more industrial. We did control loops, PID, and interrupts and timing, that kind of thing. So I know a lot about the architecture, and I'm hoping maybe I'll have an opportunity somehow to sort of mesh that in with the Coco at some point.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
What,
One thing I wanted to follow up with what Brian Weisler said about your videos being very well polished. And the other thing I like about your videos is that you don't jump cut just to the solution. You actually go through the process of, like somebody who actually is debugging something, like you'll go down a false road for a while and have to come back and know it's something else type thing, which I think is really educational, because some people make these videos where in 2 minutes you have the solution as if the guy was a genius and just picked out, that's exactly what's wrong type thing. But you actually take it through the process so that it's more realistic, I think, for somebody trying to learn this.
Yeah, I appreciate that in someone else's video when I'm actually trying to do it myself, and I want almost a step-by-step or a recipe. I do appreciate those really wow videos that, you know, they just amaze you. It's like they cost and this thing was created. But so I'm trying to make mine so that you can actually do this yourself at home if you have just a little bit of equipment.
Yeah,
So,
I would wind up like that guy that keeps zapping himself. You ever see that?
Electro boom. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing about the videos is I think some of my contemporaries seems like they really go completely unscripted, and they just start with a black box and they walk through every bit of it, and it almost seems like, you know, they could do no wrong, and they get, you know, they fix it or do whatever to it by the end. But the way I usually do it is I sort of need to know what the end, how it's going to conclude before I even think about a video. So I usually get into it deep enough to sort of know where it's headed, but I may not know all of, you know, every detail.
Sounds like our show.
Exactly. Yeah. So so then when I do make a video of it, I go back and I recreate like exactly what I learned as I went through it originally. So sometimes it's a recreation of what happened, and you know, just try to make the video better. But if I make a mistake, I'll go ahead and include that in there too. You know,
That's cool.
If I blow a fuse, or if I fry an IC, you'll get to see that if it happens.
Yeah, we don't fix anything. It just spin out.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about your editing process too, because you actually kind of answered the question already. That I didn't know if you just recorded everything and then you lump pieces together to make the video afterwards, or if you went through the process first and then decided that's worth making a video on, then go back to it. So
yeah, what I found out, I made the first one that way. It ended up being 2 videos about restoring a Commodore 64C, and it ended up being maybe an hour of video total in those 2 episodes. But I had like 100 hours of recorded high def video footage, and it was a nightmare. You know, editing all that and cutting it down. And
was that where you beat it with a hammer at the end?
It was, yeah. You end up formatting your hard drive, right?
With all this, yeah.
So that was chaos, and I learned a lot during making that first video, that you really need to sort of know where you're going, or you're just going to have.
Yeah, I had a similar experience recently doing a MAME video, like how to set up MAME to be a color computer. And I must have done and redid that whole thing probably 6 times. Like I say, probably in, an hour and a half worth of me screwing up and saying something stupid or forgetting what I was doing before I finally got it down to about the 6 minutes that it needed to be. Exactly. And then I said, yeah, I can't edit this. This is stupid. And so then I had to just redo it. So I ended up doing and redoing that video, even though I knew exactly the 5 steps I needed to do. For whatever reason, it was like a 4-day process. And I eventually got that one video that pretty much got it in one take. But I just felt that that's what this video needed, rather than me kind of, clipping and chopping stuff up, So
people don't want to see us scratching our head for an hour.
Because all that stuff with that damn user interface. Where did I go to get to this and get to that? Damn it, I don't remember.
Yeah, this is why I don't do hardware videos, because I'd be soldering my hair and trying to get my hair out of it.
Yeah, I heard something about some soldering in hair anecdotes. I was curious what that was about.
Yeah. No, I literally did that back in the day, as Bill Noble would tell you, because he was there when I did it. So I was leaning over my desk with soldering iron. I don't solder. I'm terrible at hardware. And I was trying to figure out what 2 wires. And I didn't notice that the soldering iron had come up to where my hair was. My hair was a fair bit longer then. And all of a sudden, what the hell's that smell? Go down. I got melted tips there. And,
somebody's making chicken.
Yeah.
Smells like Canadian back
burnt
bacon.
hair does not smell like chicken.
Burnt hair smells disgusting.
AC, you also need to throw in a rage quit episode too.
Oh, where you just throw it all in the trash can and
Enough.
but don't use
Enough.
a color computer for that.
Can't work this out enough. I've had it.
Never. I never. I don't think I would ever give up on any of these machines.
Yeah.
You should show the audience though what blue smoke looks like.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The magic smoke.
I can't quite convey the smell over the camera.
Yeah. Especially fried electrolytic capacitors. They stink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
AC, I am really grateful. I'm thankful that you have been an active participant in the Game On Challenge as well. It's been a real. We've gotten a few people from different areas, as Stevie mentioned earlier, who came from different groups and whatnot. And they've also started taking part in the Game On. So we have a nice loyal, between 20 and 30 people who play every week, which is really great. So thank you very much that you and your son both play, and we love that too. The fact that generations are playing together. We have that with David and his son Joshua and daughter Kiana, and you, and then your wife played last week. So it's really adds a lot to the segment for me that families are playing together. So thank you for.
You're welcome. Thanks for having the segment. And Nathan's listening, so I know he loves hearing that he's welcome.
Oh, absolutely, he is.
Yeah, just remember, Nathan, no TikTok.
No TikTok, Nathan. Say no to TikTok.
Listen, your check didn't clear, so you'll have to go off the show now.
Yeah.
Oh, I take that all back then. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, seriously.
So with Game On, I like it because it gives me a sort of a plan that I can follow. It's a menu, right? And it's going to guide me through all the games that I haven't played yet on the Coco. Because I was telling Curtis the other day, we didn't have a local Coco users group in my small hometown. So I wasn't part of the pirating scene and didn't have more than maybe 5 games in my whole collection.
Wow.
So almost all of the games that all of you guys like are games I haven't even seen yet, or I've maybe heard of the title. Yeah, so
that was one of the goals.
This is a play-by-play. I could focus on a game every week, and after a year, I'm going to know 52 new games to me.
The Coco Archives is like there's Christmas whenever you go there.
I know.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to play with the same game with a bunch of people too and talk about it. And like we don't stress the high score. We rank them just for fun, but it's really fun just to compare how you do and just have a laugh.
It's kind of a collective experience. You get everybody doing something fun throughout the week and sharing that.
So sometimes you see strategies that you'd never know, but like I've seen a few of the gameplays here where I've played the game for 30 years and I never knew this one trick type thing. And geez, have I been dumb all this time, because this is a lot easier.
Yeah. Like I can't wait to hear the discussion for this week's game, because there was some special maneuver that I kept hearing about, and the three of us haven't found that. Yeah, we don't even know what that. We don't know what you're talking about. So
that was Erico. Yeah, he was a master of the game this week. Jiggling.
We'll have to see what that's all about. Yeah.
Right.
Any teasers you can give us on what we can expect in the near future on your channel?
Okay. I don't know which one's coming out first, but I'll tell you what I'm working on right now. I found out that my cassette recorder player doesn't work, so it's probably going to get repaired. I have a Coco 3 that I powered on, and it has gibberish on the screen. So that computer is probably worth more than my entire rest of my collection. So I need to get that repaired, right?
Coco 3s are the new currency, it seems. So
they are. Now I've been using my Coco 2 mainly because I have so many of them, and a few of them have problems, as you've seen, that I've been working through. So, and plus that's the one that I spent most of my time on back in the day. So I thought, let me start there, and then I can't wait to, get more grounded and get some experience, and then move into the Coco 3.
That's awesome.
I want to mention something too, because we're kind of on the subject of games a bit here, but you're actually working on some new intro music for your channel, for your videos here, and you've actually got a little 16-second clip or whatever here. Have you got any feedback on that yet? Because I know you were asking for some feedback on it.
Yes. Someone said, let me read this to you. I think I had one comment. I think so. So it came out last night, and I was saying, hey, I'm trying to come up with a new intro clip that I put in front of all my videos. Does anyone like this one? So what I did is I made a little 15-second clip that's sort of a flashback to war games.
Okay.
And there were dial-up modems in that movie, and Joshua's computerized voice came over, and shall we play a game? So it's about that. And I got one. Okay, there's a couple more comments now.
Did you tell me you named? No, your son's not Joshua. Sorry, I'm thinking of David Craker. Sorry, my apologies. Joshua.
Right. That would have been cool. Yeah, that would have been why the.
Yeah, your son is
name.
Nathan. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, I wonder if David Craker loved.
I think he
war
did.
games.
I thought he told me that, but I could be wrong. But anyway, my
Do
apologies.
you want me to play that current one you've got now? And
Sure,
so
it's
people can
really
kind
quick. It couldn't hurt people too badly.
I think I have it here. I think it's only like 16 seconds. So
Go ahead and slide the volume up a little bit louder than you do usually, Curtis, too, so we can really hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, the world premiere of AC's 8-Bit Zone 15-second video intro.
A long distance dedication.
Shall we play a game?
Ah,
I like it.
nice.
All right.
Cool.
I noticed I didn't type in global thermonuclear war.
Wouldn't fit in the 32 column screen.
Only reason. I would need to put in the 80 column poke for that.
Shall we play again? That's cool. Yeah, it's very 8-bit sounding, very 80s electronica with that theme there. I like that.
Right, but you've had 8-bits in the basement on in the past, and he has a really cool little intro. It's a little blocky thing, and I assume he made that himself. Other people have these really cool little things. I'm not really gifted with video graphic production and all that, so it's not easy to come up with something.
No, that's cool. It works.
Good.
That works. So we're looking forward to more videos, and definitely looking forward to it. Anytime you want to jump on the show, feel free to.
yeah, there's one actually mentioned in the news today because you just released one, so we'll mention that.
Okay. Yeah, and I never know what people need. It almost seems like maybe I'm the only one out there with broken Cocos. It seems like I have a lot of them. But if you ever have a topic that is burning on your mind, definitely let me know, and I'll see if that could somehow make it to the list.
AC, have you seen my WeFax stuff?
No, what is that?
It's a weather fax you can receive on the color computer. It's just something I used to do like 30 years ago too. And then just recently I started doing it again. It was fun. But it's something different than just playing games or, drawing on the computer. This is actually receiving a weather chart from the radio.
Yeah, you showed it on the show last week if you want to see it.
Yeah, if you were on. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. That would be interesting. I've heard that people have the Coco on the internet, and that blows my mind.
Yeah. We also do telnet to bulletin boards and do stuff with that too, and that's fun.
Are there still? I was curious. Are there actually bulletin boards still out there and operating?
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They're mostly hosted
Yes.
on the internet, so you get to them via an IP address or something.
But some have dial-up numbers still.
Yeah.
I use my RS-232 pack and go into my PC with USB, 25 pin hooked up to it, and I run a little program that makes my COM port available to it, and so then I can telnet and do other things with it. You can do it too. Be fun.
That would be really cool because I didn't get to experience that back in the day. Maybe I could somehow,
Yeah, well, if you want, hook up with me on that stuff, and if you want me to, we can get together on. I can make you up some kind of a logo for your show. If you want something static, I can do that.
Ron's
I do
also
artwork.
artistic.
Yeah, I designed the Coco Facebook groups Header, you know, and a bunch of other ones. So
Well, that would be great. Maybe we can connect that way. And yeah, any suggestions that you have, I think it would be almost better to take content from other viewers and use that as much as possible rather than try to make it myself.
Well, you got your hook up in Discord or whatever and talk, talk about all this stuff.
you know how CoCoTALK has they have a stock logo for their show, and maybe you should have one too, you know, where it's just so that, you know, it's like with your, if you ever sell products, you would have it for a product, you'd have it for whatever.
Right. Yeah, that's I'm looking for that, and we'll eventually need that. But right now it's just simple, and it's just I'm doing all this for fun and for the learning that we all get to learn. I'm learning as I'm showing it to the audience, and then of course they're learning just by viewing.
Well, you can catch me on Ron's Garage on Facebook.
There you go.
Just look me up, and we'll hook up there.
Awesome.
Okay, I think I saw your name, Ron, on the Coco Facebook group.
Yeah.
That's even a different one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a ton of pages.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. I've gone nuts.
Yeah. I just want to catch up some chat room comments here. So 8-Bits in Basement said that his was done by his son Louis, who just turned 16 today. So that just one, it makes me feel old and it makes me feel untalented at the same time. So thanks for that.
Well, both of those statements are true, Curtis. So.
Yeah, I know. It's sad. Also, your wife said Nathan, aka DC, and I are going to make a couple of curbside pickups true 2020 fashions. See you after the show.
Okay, bye guys. Be careful.
Oh, it was nice meeting her.
Yeah.
Oh,
David,
there's Nathan. Somebody asked where DC was, so you named Nathan DC.
Sounds like my wife did that as we sat.
That's
here.
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because somebody asked where DC was because you're AC.
AC/DC. I love it.
Very current joke.
And then David Craker mentioned, I actually like your regular video montage intro, like the current one you have.
Resistance is futile.
Okay, well, that's good to know too.
Let us
No one
meditate.
has ever complained about it, but yeah.
Yeah. No, that's
Well, it's really great to meet you and hear you in person, AC.
Yeah.
AC, maybe sometime you can do a repack like David O'Connor's repacked in his computer.
Yeah. He
stuck
put
in
a
a monitor?
Coco 3 inside a TRS-80 Model 4 case too. So
there was a lot of PC
repack
case
of-
mods
It's in
back
my-
in the day, but yeah.
It's in my shot, bottom right-hand corner shot of my thing. That's the Coco 3, Coco D. I've called it.
I'm not seeing it right now. Is it on the screen?
Yeah, it's the bottom. I'm stuck in this CRT monitor, and it's directly underneath me.
So, Ron, what would you like to see repacked?
Heck,
like a turducken?
I'm just saying, you could take a Coco 2, and put it in a PC case and then add on some of these, I have a Coco 2 that has a Pi in it, Raspberry Pi, and I have another device that one of our other guys made that'll make that's USB to a Coco keyboard. So I have it sitting here, and it's basically looks like a Coco 2, but it can play MC10, because of Coco Pi. It's pretty cool.
I have some ideas. I have some ideas. Speaking of keyboards, I have ideas about making mechanical keyboard upgrades in the future.
Yeah.
And even Bluetooth BLE connected keyboards.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We would buy
Stay tuned for the news segment.
Just imagine what's happened from the 80s to now, and then what's going to happen like 20 years from now. I mean, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I wonder if it'll still look the same,
They'll have a Coco on your thumbnail.
It literally could.
Before I forget to, I've got to induct you into the famous celebrity lookalikes, doppelgangers.
Oh yeah, you can't leave me out. I need to look like somebody too.
Because your audio's been just a touch choppy, just a touch. I'm going to say Jim Lovell, from Apollo 13, and I'd say because you got the same surname, and because you remind me of a young Tom Hanks.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
There you go.
Anyway, you're an astronaut.
All right.
Houston,
And he's
Houston,
had a
we have a
problem.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Are you able to, AC, are you able to stick with us for a while? You're not in a time crunch, are you?
I can stick.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what was going to happen at 4 because I knew my family needed to go do an errand, but since they left without me, it's like I get to hang around.
You can talk about the game this week because we're gonna have a post game discussion of this week's game. And
excellent.
You can leave for 3 hours and come back and we're
No, we love the games.
We're still gonna be here.
Ron hates the games, but except for that one, but we love the game.
I might drop off for a bit and try to get this microphone working. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Oh, you sound great.
Yeah, you
Don't
sound
worry
fine.
about it.
Yeah. We're
Okay.
going to just take a brief break, and then we're going to go right into one of Nick Marota's favorite part of the show, the Game On Challenge and Results. It has nothing to do with the fact that he hosts it and his name is in the title of it at all. It's completely selfless that he likes this next segment. So
altruistic is the word you're looking for.
Correlation is not causation, I think is what we're saying.
Enough about me. What do you think about me?
No, dear God. All right, so how about we do this? Before we get into the Game On, and I believe there's a new segment from Samuel Gimes. Might be game related. May or may not be a song parody. I know Ron Delvaux is real big on those song parodies. He's a big fan.
Tell him we moved.
Yeah. But because we're talking about taking a break and we're talking about games, I'm going to go ahead and play for us the Nightmare Highway music video. And then we'll be back with the Game On results. So we'll be back after these words. And thanks for being here, AC. And we love having you. And come on back anytime.
Thanks much.
Got some time to kill, might play a little Zaxxon. Might double back to play a little Temple of Rum. Dungeons of Daggeroth, colored baseball. But none can hold a candle to the greatest of them all. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Sure, I love my Sailor Man and Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to come back to Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road. And it's got a car. Dodge the furniture and you'll be a pop star.
Okay.
Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts. To tell this truth, this game really ain't all that. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2. But none of those can satisfy me much as you do. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Everyone sing along.
Hey, that's my couch. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Hey, is Terry Steggy still here? I'm trying to see him on the panel. Is he on the
He
panel?
had to go, I think, didn't he?
He had to go.
Terry had to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he was asking us during the commercial break if we could show the poll he put on Facebook. So can you guys remind me to do that? I was figured if Terry was still here, we would do it right now with Terry. I'm assuming this is the poll he's talking about for the call for speakers, or to get people to vote on who they'd like to have as a keynote speaker and a speaker at Coco Fest. Do you have that in the news queued up, Curtis, by any chance?
I don't, but I can do that while you're doing the Game On stuff.
All right. I just didn't know if Terry Steggy, by the way, vice president of the Glenside Color Computer Club.
Because when I saw Terry was on the show, I figured he'd be talking about it.
Yeah, but then he just put in a chat saying that he had to run. So, all right. So if you could look for that, Curtis, and add that to your lineup, that would be great. Yeah. If you could just do that. Yeah, that would be great.
If you could go ahead and come in on Sunday too.
Yeah. All right. So sorry for that interruption there, but great song, Nightmare Highway. By the guy, I forget to tell you guys, and it's probably best that I don't. But everything you say can and will be heard by the live audience while that song was playing. So your value-added sing-along was priceless during that break. So, so there we go.
We're all about added value.
That's it. Yeah. So,
especially since it was out of sync.
And we pass the savings on to you.
That's right. We
Nightmare Highway.
Yeah,
How do we do it?
I think someone needs a
Volume.
lot.
That's right. We do it in volume. All
I
right.
said, how do we do it? Volume.
I
not
don't
that
know.
kind of
Can
volume.
you?
Huh? What?
All right.
Can't hear you. I'm
You said I could have the stapler.
You can have the stapler run. Okay, here we go. Here's this week's Coco Thoughts.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
Here we go.
Steve Miller.
Those who like retro don't need the latest. I think of Jaws clones. Pegasus and the Phantom Riders, the latest. I'm gonna fly on an Pegasus. And you see, fly on an Pegasus. The Phantom Riders. Enemies, I'm gonna fly on an Pegasus. Cross the sea. Oh Lord, there's a killer sharks. Oh, kill Phantom
Time
Riders.
must have been
Who's
short on
top
time.
altitude you beat?
Very short.
Catch the crosses.
He was drunk.
Believes in
Or they'll
recycling.
get a new seed. Avoid the killer sharks.
I guess that's socially
Sea
responsible.
serpent. Oh no, another killer sharks. Oh, I'm gonna fly on Pegasus. Jousting spree. Fly on Pegasus. Rapid flapping is the key. I'm gonna fly on a Pegasus. It's all glee. Still hate the killer sharks.
Code reuse. Hey, that's great.
Oh my
Rise
God.
and shine, woodchuck chuckers. It's Groundhog Day.
Oh my God.
He was definitely flying high when he wrote that.
That was something
Yeah,
else.
there's a bit too many green things, I think, in that one.
Oh my gosh.
It's just like our show.
The production value and continues to climb with that Samuel Gimes.
If you thought it stunk the first time,
Yeah. All right, here.
a cloned parody of a cloned game. Brilliant, says Explore VR.
Oh.
Wonder what it'll
Much,
be next week.
much better than cats.
You know, Nico, that comedians, if they give a line and it falls flat, a lot of times they'll repeat it and see if they can,
Oh, I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Ron, what did you think of it the second time? Sigh, says Ron of Ron's Garage.
All right, here comes
Did
one
you
of,
get it all?
Here comes one of Nick Marota's favorite parts of the show right
Oh,
now.
shh, quiet, everybody.
This is
Quiet.
Yes.
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
All right, and welcome to another week of results. This week we played Pegasus and the Phantom Riders with 24 scores submitted. R. Ellen Murphy, 1,500. Adam Tandy Dragon Guy, 3,400. Kiana Quaker, 3,700. Mark B, 3,900. Joshua Quaker, 4,100. Frodo NL, 4,300. Mr. Dave 6309, 4,600. Ben VR Drake, 6,100. Low Level, 6,300. Boat of Car, 6,800. Nathan, 6,900. AC's 8-Bit Zone, 7,500. Damon Beals, 7,600. Tom C, 8,100. Rogelio Perea, 8,500. Canadian Retro Things, 11,200. Sloopy Malibu, 12,800. Me, 13,400. Jim Rye, 17,000. David Craker, 23,400. David Ladd, 30,100. L. Curtis Boyle, 31,900. Tasman, 41,300. And the number one score this week belongs to none other than Erico with 81,900. Nice score. Thank you to all the people who submitted scores this week and for another fantastic week.
Wow, great job, Erico. And we
nice.
should just notice we've been joined by a few people who weren't here at the beginning. So Paul Thayer has joined us recently, and Brian Goers from the Glenside Color Computer Club is here as well. Thanks for joining us, Brian. And thanks for joining us, Paulie T. And you're muted,
No problem.
Brian.
Thanks for having me.
You're muted, Brian Goers.
It's good to be
Unmute.
had, isn't
Yeah,
it?
there you go.
Oh, okay. Hello. Hope I can stay longer. Something happened last time. It kicked me out.
Ah, okay. Well,
Zoom
welcome.
did or something.
Thanks for being here. I don't get to see you too often, so it's nice to see you, sir.
Hang around a little bit.
Excellent. All right, Nick Marotta, you have the floor.
All right. I can only share my screen again, not just the app. I don't know why. But anyway, you guys can see that okay?
Not yet. Here we go. I see high score challenge with Nick Marotta. Yeah.
All right. Now, thank you for the graphic by Rob. As usual, I use this every week. I stole it from the video he made. I appreciate that. So here are the score from Rainbow, which seem reasonable, I guess, because the bottom score was what we attained. So I'm sure with continued practice, you could get the hundreds of thousands. I'm sure that's Augusta, Georgia, right? It says August, but isn't it Augusta?
Yeah, who knows?
Anyway, so 329 is the supposed score. And the review from Pegasus, they liked it. They compared it. They said the closest real arcade game would be Joust, which is true. And his complaint was that you had to mash on a button too much. But other than that, the reviewer's kid seemed to start out by hating it, but liked it when he broke 50,000.
Oh, wow.
And the name Pegasus looks like a paste over.
No, it's because I did a search in the PDF and it highlighted it. And I took a screenshot and then I captured it to my clipboard while it was still highlighted. So
It says that they might make a song about this in the future.
yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's gameplay from Canadian Retro Things to start. And so what did you guys think of the game? I'll start off. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll start off by saying it's a very pretty game. We'll show gameplay from Erico later where we'll see more of the levels. But it's a very pretty game, especially when you get to the lagoon and there's the waterfall in that, mountains and the dithering colors. And it's a very colorful, pretty game. Although somebody, I think it was Ken Reichard, thought the graphics were a little too busy.
Ken's a whiner, though, so.
But I did not like the gravity. It's very, very heavy. Compared to Buzzard.
Well, it's a horse, for God's sake. You know.
Yeah, geez, it's not an ostrich with wings. You know, it's a horse.
I had a dream about horses flying too.
But well, at least there is quote such thing as a flying riding on a flying horse, Pegasus.
Yeah.
I thought the flying was a little heavy, so I wasn't as fond of the flight mechanic as I was with Buzzard Bait. But the game is very pretty and definitely has some interesting alternatives compared to Buzzard Bait, such as the sea monster that throws fire at you, and the enemies definitely will fall into the water on their own quite often, at least in the early levels. I don't know if that changes as you get further, but some levels you can just kind of wait for them to kill themselves, and you're done. But you don't get points for that. So if you're going for score, that's not a good strategy. But overall, I mean, yeah, it's a good game. And we'll talk later if it's a Joust clone or not. But among the Joust clones, I think it's a definite great addition to the collection. So I don't know what you guys, if you guys have any comments as well.
I quite liked it. It's got some unique things, like you're mentioning, like the sea monster that throws out three fireballs. Now that's kind of trying to duplicate the troll from the original Joust and from Buzzard Bait, but those are fixed, like they're only in certain positions on the side, so you kind of know where to avoid them.
Ken called them jellyfish. He thought the fireballs were big jellyfish.
But in the case of Pegasus, I mean, it can come up and fire in any direction. It kind of tracks your position at the time it fires, type thing. So it's actually, there's more variety to that element. The graphics, like you said, it's some of the best examples of dithered colors I've seen on the Coco for anything. This is right up there with Sands of Egypt type thing, with all the yellows and purples and everything else. So
very colorful game.
Ken complains that it's a bit too colorful and too noisy in the background. I don't agree with that. I think he's just half blind.
Ken thought the sprites were too small as well. David Craker says you need a joystick with a good button. Canadian Retro Things said he thought the sea monster was throwing jellyfish. And Scott Cooper agrees that you have to flap quite often to you have to flap a lot in this one.
The gravity is heavier. You're all right on that one. That's absolutely true. I do like the animations too, because it doesn't just flip between left and right like the other two clones do. You actually rotate the horse as you're flying.
Kind of a rotation. Yeah, that's a neat little touch to it.
I don't know if people are complaining about the buttons we're using deluxe joysticks. I find the deluxe button joysticks or deluxe joystick buttons are quite stiff compared to the button on the Black Beauty. So I wonder if using a Black Beauty would be a little easier on your button finger.
The other thing is, in Australia, it didn't look like that.
It was P Mode 3, right?
Gray stripes.
Canadian Retro Things was playing a P Mode 3 version with Puyan colors, it looked like. Or was that the Coco 3 patched version or something? I don't know.
That's probably hack. I don't know if they sold this with
I think most of the Tandy games you could do the clear space bar or enter or something to change.
He said he held down the shift key while he booted up and it came up with
that's probably the PAL hack, the built-in PAL hack. Tandy did that stuff.
Not in the video, obviously, but he did a screenshot for this score with the Puyan colors, which I thought was
because there's quite a few of the Tandy games they did that on. A lot of Steve Bjorks they did that, because I think he used the clear key to do that. But yeah, you'd hold it down to get P Mode 3 instead.
I'm going to skip over to Erico's video. Erico was the king of the game this week, and he kind of had a technique which I believe he meant jiggling. He spelled it giggling, but I believe he meant jiggling the horse to keep it in place.
It could be giggling. If you watched all of our scores, he probably was giggling a lot because we suck compared to him.
Yeah, he played a different game than we did. He was on a different level. And I'll fast forward a little bit to the further levels, because I saw the first couple of levels quite often, but I never saw. Oh, there's the beautiful lagoon. So let's start on this.
So this is when you get closer to it. I don't know that I ever got this far where you actually got to the actual lagoon. I think I've gotten this far here where you see it close.
So there he is, jiggling or giggling, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you kind of hover above the horse because they come in from the distance. So
that effect is cool. The when you rotate like that, that's a cool effect. So this game definitely has some things going for it.
Well, Bode had a good comment. He said this was more original than the other two clones. So like he's played all three of them now already. But he said he prefers this one actually over the other two because it's not just a Joust clone. It's actually got some new stuff to it.
Yeah. Okay.
But you have to admit they probably drew their inspiration from Joust.
They definitely did. Yeah.
I guess we're talking now a little bit. Is this a Joust clone?
I called it a derivative on like in my page because it is based on Joust, but there's enough extra little bits in there. I think it's like the 3D coming out, the going towards the islands, the sea monster firing things off at you. That's not in Joust at all.
Only the basic mechanic of attacking your enemy at a higher position comes from Joust, and I guess everything else is kind of.
Well, the platform's picking up across instead of eggs. That's similar. So
yeah, the basic gameplay is completely Joust.
Well, except that, are there any platforms that you have to avoid? And like in the original Joust? No, it's just flying in an open area.
Yeah.
You don't have to avoid platforms in the original Joust.
Actually, the lagoon gets completely open. You have to avoid them. It's just you can't fly through them.
You can't fly through them. Yeah,
that's what he meant by avoid. Yeah,
like the lagoon.
I mean, you don't have the platforms. Yeah.
The lagoon,
you have the
which
two
you see in
platforms
bit.
on the bottom you can see here, which eventually disappear. On the first level, you have no break for the water, so I guess that's kind of the one similarity there. But
And they also have the lava in original Joust and Buzzard-Bait as well.
yeah, well, the lava and the troll, the hands that come grab you in Buzzard-Bait on the original arcade, which Lancer kind of cheated on and just sucked you in. I mean, that sea serpent spewing things out is kind of their equivalent in here, but it's actually a bit of a better mechanic, I think, because it's not fixed in two positions where you always know where it is. He just pops out and starts firing whenever he wants.
It kind of looks like a
Explorer
narwhal.
VR thought that the pacing was a little too slow for him and button mashing, as everybody else mentioned. And Ken Reichert says Curtis is wrong.
Yeah,
which is always a popular opinion. So.
That's always the same mistake he makes every time.
Now, this game took advantage of the speech sound pack, but from my recollection, it only did voice. There was no music or sound effects.
Yeah, I think
right?
so. Yeah,
I think I told you what level you were on or something.
Yeah.
I didn't actually try it with the VR this week.
That was always such a disappointment. Like I'm buying a game to support my speech sound pack, and I can't wait to hear what kind of cool noises it makes. And you hear,
yeah, I know it does
player one. Yeah, it's like really.
Yeah, the music was actually pretty decent on that speech sound pack.
Yeah,
more games didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And then one thing is like the survival wave and the gladiator wave and stuff from the original Joust. I don't think that's quite in here, though it is kind of like the bonus wave where you get the waterfall is actually your survival wave because you get bonus points if you survive the wave of creatures and not.
I don't remember seeing
one thing that's interesting is if you play 2-player, it asks you if you're playing cooperative or competitive. So
so that's a spin.
I believe it changes the scoring, but I didn't have 2 players here to test that. So
yeah, maybe somebody could try that out and let us know. That's one thing I should have experimented with, but didn't.
Which actually brings up something I wanted to ask you, Nick. For games that do have simultaneous multiplayer, do we want to have kind of a sidebar for people that actually have families doing it or have friends or family over type thing?
We can definitely talk about that outside. I don't want to make a policy change right here.
Well, no, not a policy change. I was just wondering maybe we should actually encourage people to submit.
I mean, we kind of did that with one of the games with Godzilla, the Rampage. We kind of encouraged people to post multi. So we could definitely
Steve's request, yeah.
Maybe I'll just do the rankings as is, but if people want to submit multiplayer screenshots, I can sort of give shout outs or whatever.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the reasons we're doing these games is kind of to review them for people who've never seen them before, but some of the games play quite differently when you're doing multiplayer simultaneous.
Yeah.
So for the people who have that opportunity, I think we should not include them in the official scoreboard. Yeah, you're right. That's not what I meant. But just mention it. Yeah. And any comments they have, in 2-player mode, this is different or whatever.
Yeah, and I can show screenshots of that. There's still screenshots or whatever. Say, here was David Craker. He played with his son and daughter. They played a 3-player game, or that'd be cool.
I've been playing the Ants game.
No, you've been playing that defense game. That's the only game you like.
Yeah, but the Ants game,
That's
where
the Paul Shoemaker thing. Yeah,
it's not really a game though, is it?
No.
Oh, I was thinking of that Pedro game.
Yeah,
I like the horses flying towards you. That's cool. I guess they have 4 enemies on the screen at once as well on here. Eh?
I think it goes beyond that if I remember. It
4
depends how long you let them last. I had more than 4 when I was playing. I know that.
Yeah, but the fact you've got those sharks, circling in the background, that constant animation, there was a lot of value added stuff going on here visually.
David Quaker liked the spooky element of the Phantom Riders and Crosses, the undead. They rise from the dead and come and fight you again if you don't get them. So that's kind of a cool twist.
Was there any music at all or anything?
No. There's no music in any of the games.
Most Coco 1 and 2 games didn't because the CPU overhead and the fact they didn't set up the IRQs right to do background music properly meant you were very limited on the type of games or the really weird programming you had to do to intermix the music with everything else you're doing.
What about if this game had used the music in the
look at this scene. Bonus wave.
So I love that waterfall. I think it's really cool.
Yeah,
and it's just really
and
colorful.
no platforms on this one. So if you hit the bottom, you're dead.
Yeah, right. So this is kind of like a survival wave.
It is actually. You get bonus points if you survive the whole fleet.
Yeah.
So as someone who really is horrible at games, it looks like the trick is to stay in the turning horse animation, so you sort of float upward.
That's the giggling or jiggling he does.
Because they all come out in the when they're coming out of the mountain hole, the cave there on the mountain. They don't change places. Like the first one out is always the first one that's fully up to you. Like they don't fly past each other. So if you keep track of which one came out first, you hover right above them, and keep hovering. Then as soon as they get big enough that you can hit them, you just drop on them instantly, which is kind of the technique he's showing here. Though with the flight mechanics of this, it's a little bit difficult to get that mastered.
Well,
but I use
with
basically the same technique.
With the enhanced gravity you guys were talking about, the fact that you fall so quickly, it seems like it's.
Did you say get it mastered, or did you say to get it bastard?
Mastered.
Mastered.
Yeah, we don't use our potty mouths in this show, Ron.
Okay.
Thanks, Ron. We're not family friendly anymore.
I'm just trying to understand.
We do have kids listening, actually. So
yeah, Ron, I thought I'd only hear this kind of language from you listening to the Gimes song. So
apologies to families that listen.
Ron is a closet Gimes fan. He's got the greatest hits, and he listens to it on rotation when he's not on the show. So
can't wait for next week.
But yeah, this is the bonus survival wave. So if you survive all the creatures that are coming out of the mountainside there, then you get bonus points to end it. If you die, obviously you don't.
So the graphics are pretty. I mean, the graphics are. Oh, you have to start over from.
Well, it
kicks you back, and then every few rounds you go back for the bonus wave again.
Oh, okay. Let's see if he actually beat the last level on here.
There it is. Okay, level 21 was the bonus.
But then he goes back, so he must not have.
Okay.
I
can honestly say I've never seen that waterfall screen before. So that.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
So that's awesome photoshopping skills there, Erica.
Now I can vouch for this level. I made it to that too in my score. In fact, I actually got the survivor bonus, much to my surprise, because I don't think I ever did that back in the day.
What happens when you finish?
It does look like jellyfish because you got the little trails underneath the things.
I have to dig out the manual and see what they actually call it in the manual.
Yeah.
What happens when you finish then, Curtis?
Collect 3,000 points, and then
you sink. Or do you do that?
Well,
in the manual, it's called the Kraken.
Okay.
Kraken. Release the Kraken.
Actually, we can get back to the shooting and freeze the frame and see what they look like, maybe.
Yeah, we have the technology.
We're going to the tapes.
Yeah, roll tape. There it is. Oh, go back a little bit more.
Does it fire on this level?
Yeah. Go back to the water. Go forward a little bit to the waterfall, and that's where I think I saw it.
Forward to the waterfall? How many people does it take to control the video?
You just missed it. Go back in.
When did you miss it?
Yeah.
Just now.
Yeah.
Missed it by that much.
Obviously, we haven't got enough people yet.
No, here we
go. There he goes. Get ready to pause. Boom. Wait. It's in the air. Boom. Pause. Okay. So
I could see they look like shrimp, jumbo shrimp to me.
Well, they've got the things hanging down from them too. So yeah, it could be.
They're brains with a stem.
It could be jellyfish.
They're probably supposed to be fireballs.
Okay, well that's an interesting observation. So,
they look like rays, says Ken. You can make it like mana rays or stingrays or
laser rays.
Check that manual in the archive.
David Quaker made it to the waterfall once this week.
Okay, yeah, that was
that's good.
Crustaceans.
Okay, Canadian Retro Thing says I'm staying with jellyfish. All right, so
that's your prerogative. Nobody puts you in a corner. Canadian Retro Things.
Have you ever had a peanut butter and jellyfish sandwich? Delicious.
It's the Enterprise taking off.
Yeah, it's the Enterprise.
So thank you for the gameplay.
I saw the Mother Teresa in a slice of toast the other day.
So thank you to Canadian Retro Things and Erico for your gameplay videos this week. Much appreciated. It's nice to have gameplay while we talk about the game.
Absolutely.
And especially from people who can play the game better than I can. So.
Very cool. Good times.
Are we ready?
The jiggling technique is one that I had not considered, and that is a neat thing. So we're going to definitely try that.
Yeah, that's what I used too, and I didn't have a name for it from back in the day, but that's the same technique. You just kind of hover because like I said, watching them come out of the cave, you know which one's going to be the first one up. You don't have to guess between them, so you just keep hovering over each one in order, and then you can actually, just.
Plus, it looks cool. I do love the effect.
Yeah, it looks very graceful. You look very graceful in the air as you're kind of turning.
So I think I've warmed up to this game a little since we played it. It actually has some redeeming qualities. I still wish the gravity wasn't as strong, but it's a nice game.
And I hope my feelings about you will echo that at some point in time, Nick Marotta. We're not there
yet.
Well,
I can only hope. I try to do a good job for you, Stevie. I try to, and.
I will mention, quoting directly from the Pegasus manual here, the Kraken monster comes frequently to the surface of the sea This fire-breathing monster.
Fire breathing. It says it in the
water
manual.
monsters protect Phantom Island and their unearthly flying brothers.
Fire shrimp, spicy shrimp, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, they call it fire-breathing water monsters. So
Fire-breathing water. That's what I call my wife often too. So
that kind of reminds me of the Sailor Man ad. You know, the big fat bad guy eating a hamburger or whatever.
Yeah.
Something, so.
Eating the
Maybe-
collard greens, and the cat's labeled S for collard
Yes.
greens.
Yeah.
Maybe they're flaming jellyfish.
They're flaming jellyfish. That's it.
It could should be throwing up a shrimp cocktail. We don't know.
Flaming jellyfish. That's actually what Canadian retro things.
Yeah,
also
so
say.
I'm really curious and excited because I have no idea what next week's game's going to be. But
I
could
know.
you-
It's
could
a
you-
total. You will be surprised. Next week will.
All I know is
be-
that Nick told me ahead of time it's a godlike game. Go ahead.
It's a repeat of Buzzard Bait next week, ladies and gentlemen. No. Next week will be. Anybody recognize this game?
Defense.
Lancer.
I was actually gonna put a speech of Lander, but I didn't because we have a game called Lander as well.
I think it's called Superior Joust Clone. Is what I call it,
Lancer.
I think it's called Buzzard Bait Ripoff.
So this week is a bit of a special week. So I'd like you guys to give Lancer a fair shake, or play it, and then head on over when you have a solid opinion of which game you like the best. I'd like you to head over to Discord in the Game On Challenge channel. I have pinned 4 posts. The first one says official voting posts, just to explain. And then the next 3 posts are all pinned, and you're going to vote for which game you like. And I've primed each one with 1 vote already. So all you got to do is click on the thumb and to register your vote. To find it, you go up to pins, and then you can just pick which one you want to vote for, and it'll bring you to the jump, and then it'll bring you right to that post, and you just click on the thumb. And please only do that for one of them. If you're on mobile, you go to the Game On Challenge, swipe in from the right, and you'll see a thing that says pin posts, and you'll be able to pick the post, and then again, just post. So I will remove mine from the ones that I don't vote for later in the week. I've given 1 to each just so you guys can easily just click on the thumb and register your vote. So play the game, register your vote for which game you like the best, and we'll announce the result during the Game On results next week.
Vote early and vote often.
And thanks again for the. We had a great turnout again this week of over 20. Thanks again. And thank you, Stevie, for letting me do the segment. And thank you guys for a fantastic week.
Oh.
I will say one other thing just to mention here. I'm surprised at how split the vote is. I mean, we've always had this, fake Buzzard Bait Lancer rivalry thing we've been joking up, and that's the reason we're doing this. But Pegasus has actually gotten some pretty good reviews. I've seen several people say, actually, now that they've played it, they prefer it over both of the other ones. So I think this is going to be a more even vote than I was expecting.
Yep.
It's not quite as polarized.
Vote with your heart. Don't go by any. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and just so you know, these votings will be supervised at all times.
And no mail-in.
They will be supervised and certified.
Bribed voting is encouraged.
And for David Craker and others and AC who have kids who might want to vote, talk to me. Maybe your kids can do like a smiley face or a different. Everybody else used a thumb, but the kids can do like a smiley face or something, because you can only like a thread once with the same icon. So if David, if you want to like it with a smiley face for Joshua or what have you, then we can get the kids voting as well, and the wives and what have you.
So if we pick the wrong one, there's no electrical charge back to us or anything?
No, you actually just have to click on it again and it'll take it away. If you click the thumb,
I would like to let you guys know I did receive my formal education at the Electoral College, just so for whatever that's worth.
Excellent.
Oh, will the fun ever start?
When you went to,
on this show,
when you went to that college, did you go by the name of Chad?
I was dangling there for quite some time under that name, yes. So.
Dangling before you dropped out.
Hey, I went to Clown College.
I got a rock.
I like tater tots. All right, so good turnout, awesome stuff. So next week's game was
Lancer,
the superior, clearly superior choice.
There was a Dodge.
Mitsubishi Lancer.
And for those who play on a Coco 3, it does come up in the opposite color, so you'll want to do the F1 power on or F1 reset.
Unless you prefer the blue lava and stuff like Canadian Retro Things did on Buzzard Bay.
Lancer, isn't that one of the Santa's reindeer? You know, Lancer
on Dasher
Blitzen
and Lancer and
Nixon.
Vomit and Blitzen.
See, even Santa Claus picks Lancer as his favorite. So
Sloopy keeps staring at me.
So we had one with a flying horse. Now we got one with a flying reindeer.
There we go. That's actually, that'd be a cool.
We got any with flying pigs? We need flying pigs next.
Flying toasters. That's the next
Do
version
we
of
want
the
to
Joust
just
I
go
want to
ahead
play.
and keep on rolling into the game on news at this point?
Yeah, there's not a ton of it, so we can get through that before another commercial break, and we'll
Okay.
get to the news, including Terry's request for the poll.
The poll on who would.
Which I did find, so I've got that ready to go.
Thank you, Al Curtis boy.
Okay, so we'll go on to the game on news. Make sure I got the right window selected here. Okay, I'm assuming you guys are seeing that.
Wow, I see a whole bunch of cassette covers and mugs. This looks like is this a website where I can order online? This looks like a shopping site with all these things there.
Oh yeah, mug.
I
I
like that.
kind of like the dragon mug too, though. I gotta say.
Yeah, I do.
So the first thing is here, this is Cuthbert Dragon again, who's, like I said, he rebooted his page here a few weeks ago because he had done some gameplay videos before, and now he's redoing them all because he's actually got the original cassette with the original artwork. So we added a few this last week. He did Toppler, Cuthbert and the Cooler, Mind Out, Datafall, Cruising, Eddie, Steady, Go, and Draconian. And of course, he had Star Spores, which is why we presented that earlier.
Yeah.
Because David had never seen the artwork nor the changed P mode 3 version of it.
Yeah, and it didn't look
Or the paycheck.
It didn't look terrible in the P mode 3 mode. It didn't.
Yeah. So I don't know. Is there any one of these you guys want to see the artwork for? There's a few here that were Coco ones that were ported to the Dragon and changed the color mode. There's other ones that were actually uniquely the Dragon at the time. So if you guys have any requests, I can quickly bring it up if you want.
Space Spore.
Space Spore. We saw that one earlier.
Yeah.
Want to see it again, Ron?
Yeah.
You feeling nostalgic already?
Yeah.
Well, there's been no other requests, so. And Star Spores, but close enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you got Calixto Island and Black Sanctum there?
No, he hasn't got them up yet. If he has those, he has to have the original cassettes because he's not doing just scans off the web. It's his own collection.
Yeah. Okay.
There's also a micro deal page as well. It's a fairly new page that someone created. One of the Coco users created one dedicated to micro deal.
Is this on
software.
Facebook or is this on the web?
Yeah, there's a micro
it's in
deal
Facebook.
Facebook group with showing all the artwork and stuff off on there.
I can't make all those pages myself.
Yeah, somebody's got to keep Mark Zuckerberg busy. What is cruising? What is Dragon 32 cruising? For the Dragon 32.
What about
Don't walk,
Cuthbert
bud.
goes to the dentist?
Coca-Cola.
That's Nightmare Highway for Dragon.
Yeah. Dragon gets a Hemi.
Well, this one is nowhere near as good looking as its cover art. I can tell you that much.
It's actually a fun game though. I have tried this one. Basically, you have to fill in the line, your color, and you've got your opponent, flying around, and they get more complicated mazes as you go through.
Now,
but you also have the option of.
Does he mess with your color and screw it up? No.
No, he just comes and kills you. But you
Okay.
can actually blast you can blast a hole so he can't get past it, but then neither can you.
Neither can you. Okay. All right, that's interesting. That's a variation of like the
Quicks.
Eric's- yeah, Quicks
Yeah.
or Eric's or whatever those games were.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You're the green one, and your opponent's the yellow one, of course. But you get these complicated loops and stuff, so you have to kind of pick your paths.
That's a different game mechanic.
And it's got quite a few different screens that I've seen. So there's a lot of variety to it too.
Look at this.
Good sound effects too.
Yeah.
Is that loud enough for you guys to hear it?
Yeah, no, it's good enough. We get the point.
Yeah.
Oh, this is like a freaking spiral thing right there. That's pretty neat.
Oh, I really like the concept of this.
Yeah.
It's a fun game actually. It looks simple, but once you get to playing it, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I
This
highly
one
recommend
is
it.
called Cruising.
Cruising.
Okay.
Yeah.
Far out.
Any last ones, or like the draconian artwork here is totally different than the American version. I know that.
They actually should have changed the name to Dragonian.
What's that Cooter
Yeah.
one?
Kudra?
Cooter?
What are you looking at?
Hemi.
Cooler?
Cooler.
Cuthbert?
Where?
Cuthbert in the
Coder?
Cooler?
Yeah, what is that?
That's a 3-stage game. It's one of the many Cuthbert themed ones because that was the mascot.
Cuthbert
Cooler.
in the cooler.
In the cooler.
I
Okay.
believe,
so the
Stevie,
cooler-
you've played this one too, if I remember
Have I?
correctly. Yeah.
Was I
You
sober?
got pretty frustrated with it, if I remember.
All right. Well, we'll see in a second here. Oh,
really
I think I
narrows
did
it
look
down.
at this. Yeah, I remember us watching videos of this before too. Yeah, from the guy,
Yeah, because there's 3
the-
screens
the
you go
lava-
through. You
the
have to
lava
try to
lamp
escape
guy.
from this. Yeah.
So it's a purple cooler.
Yeah, well, that's what they call the like the clink or the jail, right? The cooler is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen this before, but yeah, it's an interesting game.
I thought this was this don't let the food spoil game.
have we seen Scott Cooper's asking, is there a dragon version of Dungeons of Daggerath? That would be it would play
It would work good
monochrome.
because there's no artifacting. So.
Yeah, no artifacting. Yeah.
Dragon mouse pad he's got.
And what have we seen Robin Hood before? I'm not. I want to say
Yes.
we have, but I don't remember.
We did.
We
Yeah.
did? Okay.
Yeah, that was last week. I think we did that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eddie Steady Go is not the 3D Eddie. It's the previous Eddie game too, with the same character. I don't know if you've seen that one.
What's the very bottom right corner?
That'd be the bottom right corner.
Oh, that's neat. Oh, you got to try to get the apple or whatever as you go across these things.
Yeah, and then you get various stages you got to go through, kind of figure out your timings, etc. But it's the same character that 3D,
Okay.
that really cool 3D perspective one we've all tried before.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't know how much of a collection he has of the original actual cassettes for the Dragon, so I'm not sure how long this theme of his will last, but he's got a number of them already. So
I like it. I like seeing the package and everything like that. It's a great presentation. It's a nice little thumbnail there. It's perfect.
Yeah, and the fact that he's actually cutting the actual gameplay so that you're not watching him play a level for 15 minutes to get to the next level. He'll just play it enough that you can see what it is and then jump to the next one.
Okay.
Actually means that you get a good broad perspective of the game much quicker rather than have to sit through hours of gameplay.
Neat.
Oh, he made all the videos 3 minutes long.
Yep. Next up,
oh boy,
Tim McClellan is doing a work in progress, and the working title is Beyond the Blue Door. And this is for an MC10 game. I'll see if I can zoom that up a little bit here.
Yeah.
So it
Okay.
looks like a low-res graphical sort of an adventure style game or maze game. I'm not sure
Okay.
exactly sure what it exactly
Okay.
is. He's even got his notes on the table there, and of course he's got his MCX on the back.
Yeah.
And a composite video mod he got from Ed, so he said it's a lot easier to read on the TV than the old RF out. So
Okay.
And he broke his own rules because it says Coco One only right at
Yeah.
the top of the screen.
Yeah,
And I'm not
yeah.
seeing a Coco One.
No.
well, if you go by Rainbow's original, you could just scribble out the first C in Coco and put P because they used to call it the Poco, which is like pocket color computers.
Right,
I
right.
think, is
And
simpler.
I think having like that new SD card thing where you could save your stuff directly to the memory board expansion is going to make this a lot more
like the
convenient.
MC10 can do some pretty cool stuff. The one thing I would take me a while to get used to if I ever did would be the keyboard.
Yeah.
Having a type on that would drive me nuts.
Yeah.
I think you tried that, Stevie, and I think you were starting to lose it a
it's
bit.
like anything else. Get used to it after a while.
Next up, this is a new page on YouTube that I've never seen before called G Surplus. And just out of the blue, all of a sudden, this play of the Coco 3 version of Arkanoid on a real monitor, it looks like.
Looks like composite too.
Yeah. He's got a bit of a shake on the screen, so that's why I'm pretty sure this is not a...
Yeah, it's being captured, I'm sure.
Yeah. You can even see it flickering in the background a little bit, so it's not a perfect capture, but...
For that genuine, authentic look. Yeah. And yeah, the pink... This is where we get into the whole RGB and composite never quite being the same here, but
yeah. So this, I'll keep an eye on this channel. This is the only Coco video he's done. He's done some other videos that are totally unrelated. So I don't know if he just picked one up and got it, or if he's had it for a while. So I'll monitor and see if he does any more Coco videos.
This game looks so damn good.
Yeah, it's actually one of the better Arkanoid, especially for 8-bit machines, is one of the better ones. Next up, I was hoping Dave here was going to be comment on this because he actually started playing some games. Now, obviously, Pegasus, he played 5 days ago, was for the game challenge, but he also then played Shock Trooper. And of course, he's got some older videos he's done way in the past. So I don't know if he's just planning on just covering games we've done on Game On Challenge, even if they're not the current games. Like Shock Trooper, we did that a while ago, if I remember correctly. Or if he's just picking games he likes to do.
He had done Shock Trooper back during the time of the challenge, and for whatever reason, the copyright bots were taking down his videos based on some of the sound effects in the game, which is complete shite, if you ask me.
It was the sound of silence, which was triggering some sort of rule they have to deal with, other people uploading different kinds of prohibited content. And somehow Dave's video was just tripping over it. He's been in a fight with them for weeks.
Yeah, so it's been the frustrating challenge that Mr.
Okay, I thought maybe they triggered on the V theme song or something stupid like that.
It was just weird. It was the strangest things. It was when they're saying like the timestamp of where they said the copyright was versus what it was actually in the video. It made no sense because whatever. So it's YouTube.
Yeah, the strikes were on the silence.
Yeah,
and the level went to 0.
That's insane.
Simon and Garfunkel claim there or something, maybe. Sounds of silence.
Now, Mr. Dave, are you still on the call?
Mr. Dave.
Because he's actually working on his first Coco 3 semi-language game here, too, so I didn't know if he had some commentary. He's got a brief video here when he got the font first working, and then he did some palette corrections, which I've got a still photo of. These are in Discord, so I can't show them on Facebook or something here. But
You guys heard that? I was muted.
That was a cat.
No, the sound of silence. Did you hear it, David?
Yeah, you were muted. That's why I heard it.
I was playing it on my uke. I didn't know I was supposed to be muted.
You didn't get the joke. You were muted. That's why I heard it. It was the sounds of silence. You were muted.
I was actually playing that on my uke, the sound of silence.
Great minds think alike.
Oh, jeez.
Mr. Dave 6309 graphics. Oh, that looks pretty good. You test. Mr. 6309 graphics test. Wow.
Yeah, and then he updated the palette, and it's a bit more zoomed here. It's got a little bit of the JPEG artifacting
A few
stuff,
palette hacks later. Yeah, that looks good.
No, I'm not sure. Is this? I didn't get a chance to talk to him about this. Is this an existing game he's porting or an original game? I know he's using like the Japanese manga style.
As far as I know, it's an original game.
Okay, and is he mentioned like what the game's about? Like I don't know nothing about except for these screenshots.
It's like a quiz game.
Oh, okay.
It's just themed in the style of like MSX games and things like that. And he wrote some tools to convert some bitmaps that he found, and he's working on some some different artwork for it. And the tools are all in Python, but he's then pulling them into the Coco to actually animate on them and display them.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on the progress here, but like I said, I didn't know too much about the background of the game, so.
We will watch his career with great interest.
Next up, Jim Gary, of course, because he's Jim Gary, brought out another one. And this is based on a Coco game that he doesn't know where it came from. He doesn't know the original author, or, was it a magazine game? Was it some homemade thing that somebody uploaded at some point, or what happened? But it's called Save Spock Battle at Vulcan.
No chance of copyright infringement here.
Not at all. I'll
skip Captain James T. Kirk.
There's pages of this. I'll skip through this part, but the gameplay is a bit different than what I'm used to for Star Trek simulators, so I'll let you see a little bit of that.
Oh, I like that. Ooh, animation. Incoming Klingon phaser.
Okay, that's not good. Klingon.
So if you see those little yellow boxes on the bottom of the view screen part, the two middle ones are your phasers, and you have to try to shoot the ship when it's within that range. And then the two outside ones are your photons.
Okay.
So you actually have to line the shot up. It's not just you fire.
Okay.
And of course
so this is looking at the view screen of the Enterprise, and then you're trying to fire your weapons at the Klingon vessel. That's the Klingon bird of prey. It's out there. Man, this is really cool. I'm always impressed in what they can do with the Semi-Graphics 4 screen, man.
Yeah.
Damage report slight. This is really cool. Incoming Klingon phaser. Oh, heavy damage.
Heavy, man.
And he actually flies off the screen and comes back on. And
oh no, shields are down.
Oh, target missed. Photon. Oh, it even counts down your number of your auxiliary power. Your shields are down. Phaser power. Oh, shoot.
What about the dilithium crystals?
Yeah.
You mentioned the
Mr.
dilithium
Scott.
crystals there.
Mr. Scott.
Beam me up.
Oh.
But you actually have to line up the shots too. Like most of these simulations, you have to punch in like a direction and calculate it in decimal or whatever. And this one actually is more real time. He's got to be over your photon tubes in order to hit him when you shoot the photons, and same with the phasers.
Yeah.
And then I'll just fast forward to near the end here.
Cloaking device. Klingon ship has been disabled. You may proceed on course to Vulcan. Press R for mission report.
Yeah, the premise is that Spock's doing his par and far thing. You're trying to get to Vulcan to drop him off, and
then those pesky Klingons just kind of muck it up for us, huh?
Yep. But I do like the last comment there. Damn it, Jim, you're too old to run a starship. Now, because Jim Gary's name is Jim, I don't know if he's talking to himself here or if this is just part of the game. So.
That's life, Jim. Not as we know it.
That is something else.
And is Paul still on the call too?
He is.
I am.
So I think rather than play the whole video here with your commentary on the video, I think I'll just mute it and then you can actually.
Oh, sure.
Hey, everybody.
So I've been working on this game for a few months. I took a not really a break from the game, but I had other stuff that was occupying my time, and I got some laser emitters that came into play. Everything was kind of running in one frame just fine. And then once I had the laser emitters introduced into the game, kind of started getting a little bit to where the roster was like coming down and going past items that I were going to draw. So there was some tearings going on. So I had to double buffer, and I did that, which took a little while to incorporate. And then I'm just slowly introducing the objects back in and making sure everything works with the current configuration of the game. Got most of the mechanics of the game actually programmed now. I think there's one or two more things I got to get done, and then it's designing levels, and then come up with a title sequence and some other things. Yeah,
Looks cool.
We're getting there. So I just posted a video because last night I got the gems back on and I got the key back in there.
Oh yeah, I like that. How you can
different
move them around.
keyholes. And I think here in a second I'm gonna push that mirror over there and rotate it. Yep. The mirrors are for reflecting lasers. Lasers go into like different receptacles and they can unlock another lock. And then I think I'm going to push that gem in there. Yeah, I can't get through that lock. I'm demonstrating that. And then when I put it in the hole, I can go down there.
Look at that.
So, anyway, yeah, making some progress daily now.
That's
back
neat.
on it. So.
It is truly a unique looking game. It's got a nice personality to it.
Thanks. I mean, a lot of it was there's a platform called Pico. I didn't realize there was like a
it's an
virtual
8-bit
console.
Emulator. Yeah, it's an 8-bit emulator.
Yeah. And a guy made this game called Picobon on there, and I'm taking a good majority of it from that, but I've added some things of my own as well. So I just thought it'd be a cool game for the Coco. It's like a puzzle game.
Yeah, it's very lively.
This will run on 128K too, or does it need more?
I don't know yet.
It's not done.
so far it should be able to, but I don't know yet. I mean, I'm running it in 128 by 112 mode, so each screen is less than 8K. So right now you got 3 pages, 2 for the gameplay, and then there's one that's a copy of the background that doesn't get changed. So when a object moves, instead of me, taking what's behind it, putting it on a buffer, drawing the object, and then taking that buffer back out, I just have a third screen that is the background, and we just copy from that each time an object moves. And then, so there's another 8K page that stores all the sprites and the tiles. Yeah, so I think I got like 5 or 6 pages of 8K that are in use here. So
you guys doing the math on that? Anybody?
That means he has lots of room
nobody's
left over
doing
for
it.
128K right now. So
I don't have a whole
filled up
lot left over.
164K space.
Yeah, so
I guess it depends if you want to use digitized sound effects or anything fancy. That would take a lot. But
yeah, I'm hoping to have an actual soundtrack with it.
Oh, that would be cool.
Have my friend Aaron Hickman make a few different songs, maybe. Hopefully, I don't know how much RAM that's going to take though for full songs. With Simon, we might be able to make it like a sampler, to where maybe there's like 10 or 12 different like lines that are created, and then the sequencer would control which line you're going to play, kind of thing. I don't know.
yeah, if you do it like that, you
Different
should be able to
ideas.
compress it down, like if you're
Yeah.
actually making music player rather than a digitized sample per se. Yeah.
So
Yep,
that becomes
and then
more
some
like a
sound
mod,
effects.
like a mod tracker or something at that point, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Yep. That's kind of what I was thinking. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
It looks really nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Paul, you going to be around for a little bit? Because I was going to ask you a question when we get to project updates and acquisitions. I don't know how much time you have.
Yeah, I'm staying on here for the duration of the show.
All right, God bless you.
I
God,
just had
we're
to go
sorry.
fold some laundry real quick, and I was like, I bet I'm missing something. Something just felt off. So
All
cool.
right.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me talk about it.
Oh yeah, no,
I don't
absolutely.
want to take too much time.
Keep us posted there.
Yeah.
Will do.
And that's the end of the Game On news. Is a bit of a shorter one, so I've got regular news, but I don't know if you want to do a break first or if you want to go straight into it.
Well, let's Ron Delvaux. Do you need to go potty?
Yeah, why? Anytime.
All right, so Brian
So
goes.
enthusiastic there, Ron.
I'm going to say goodbye. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right,
I just
Brian,
didn't wanna
did you
walk
see?
away.
Did you see the proof of the newsletter I sent out today?
I didn't see any newsletter yet. I've been
Okay.
out. I haven't been on my computer until now.
Okay,
So
there's one waiting for you.
okay.
All right,
I'm
good,
sure it's good.
good to see you as
All right.
always, and
I'll try to get in earlier next time.
All right, enjoy the rest of your day. All
Yeah,
right,
you
so
guys too. Stay safe.
We're gonna take a Ron Delvaux approved potty break here, boys and girls. So we're gonna run a commercial break, and let's see, we've got a plethora of ones to do. But I tell you what, in honor of AC's 8-Bit Zone, who's here, who we met during Septandy, how about we play the hit single "I Want Tandy" to play us on our next commercial break here, and we'll be back in just a little bit, folks.
Don't need a 664. Big 20 is such a bore. Apple II is priced so high. Tandy, I'm gonna buy. I want tandy. I want tandy. I want tandy. I want tandy. Gonna play till the sun goes down. Ain't no final games around. Model 100 in my car. Just like Fletcher, I'll go far. I want candy. I want candy. I want candy. I want candy.
I need it tonight.
But JT,
I need it tonight.
I knew you would. 40 years have come and gone. Tandy, I'm still counting on. Software, hardware, something new. Can't do without my switcheroo. I want Tandy.
Stevie, are we on the air? Are we on the air, Stevie?
I want Tandy. I want Tandy. Tandy sitting on my desk. Tandy for my BBS. Tandy word processing. Tandy for everything. Tandy when I'm alone. Tandy on my telephone. Tandy will never die. Tandy, don't ask me why. I want Tandy.
around the world. What you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Oh, Curtis almost choked on whatever he was eating during the break there. Oh, that's classic.
Yeah, I wasn't quite ready for that.
Oh.
Let me take another sip of my straight vodka here. Calm my nerves down.
Just like a professional.
Yeah. Okay, so on to the news. So first off, we'll do what Terry Steggy requested before he had to leave. And this is a Glenside poll, basically, of some people that would like to propose as speakers, and you can add your own person to the list if you want. Wow, I went up the list for some reason. I don't know why. Figured you get enough of me on this show. You don't want to see me speak in person.
I think it's dead voters, personally.
Wow.
I've got the Chad vote. That's all I got.
It's all the mail-in ballots.
So the question is, who would you like to hear speak at CoCoFest 2021, assuming and Lord willing the event takes place?
Well, he also mentioned, I think, in the comment too, that this could be a virtual.
If it's not in person but virtual, okay.
It could be both. I mean, depending on what the state the world's at when CoCoFest comes around.
And not only that, but the state the person lives in. If they can't make it to Chicago, if they can't be there in person, then we would take a pre-recorded or virtual presentation. If
now, I will mention, like, if the club wants to sponsor people to come out, some of these are going to cost more than others. Like, in the case of Nick Moranti's here, of course, you have to pay for all of his Lamborghinis and Ferraris to come across with him.
Yeah. And his harem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his neighbours.
Crikey.
Hey.
I heard he's just going to pack you
Love that
all
upsell.
into suitcases or something, is what I heard. But
Yeah. Well, I'm ready for that. I'm being trapped in a CRT monitor. I could fit in a suitcase. It'll be a welcome change.
So, Stevie, since you were actually a bit more involved with the club these days, and I missed the meeting, is this actually something they're planning on trying to approach?
Well, I missed the meeting too, so. I'm not sure.
Was anybody here on the panel at the meeting that maybe can mention, like, is this something they're actually going to try to get a hold of these people to get them to come, or is this just?
Well, I can tell you what I'm positive this has to do with is that the fact that we had zero clue on who was going to speak, if it was supposed to take place this year. So what they're trying to do now is at least get ahead of the game and get a list of who people would like to speak. At least that way we know who, at that point, once we know who people want to hear, then we can reach out to those people saying, listen, we'd love to have you at the coming CoCoFest. So part of it is just finding out who people want. It's not to say, like, for example, Ed Snyder. Ed Snyder's never been to a CoCoFest. So even if 1,000 people said, we want Ed Snyder to speak, doesn't mean we're going to get him, right? But I think this is step one, is to compile a list of who we would like to have as a speaker, because I don't even think we had that list. If CoCoFest would have happened this year, we would have been SOL on who speakers would have been, because there was zero effort, or not necessarily say zero effort, but there was zero
officially
names compiled at that point, right? So this is one of the steps necessary to get a list of speakers. So as far as what the next steps will be, that's to be determined. But it's good to gauge public opinion, right? So
okay, cool. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I haven't made the last couple of meetings. I mean, the last few I've missed because of other things going on in my life, and I was busy those evenings. The last one here, I was technically at home, but I'm trying to get ease of use beta 6 out, so I'm kind of like not taking participation in too many chats and stuff that often because I'm trying to get this done. And we've got a lot of people working on it. We got Jay Cyril's working on it, Jeff Tennyson's working on it, Bill Noble's working on it. We're all trying to coordinate everything.
That's
too,
awesome.
So it's
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed I'm not on there for gaming. To talk about gaming.
I was really gonna. I was hoping for about a 3-hour conference and you talking about your favorite Samuel Games song parodies, Ron Delvo. So
yeah, music appreciation with Ron Delvo.
Ron, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings earlier when I said that. I was just teasing you.
No, I'd go 10 minutes. That's it.
Well, you can talk about defense. I mean, it's a good game.
Okay, so we have El Presidente. Jim Brain is saying right now, I'm checking on fest dates. April might pose some issues, so I'm asking the venue what other options we may have. So
okay. And if the dates have to move because of that, as soon as you find out.
Yeah. So I think this is one of the necessary steps to make progress towards figuring out who our speaker candidate pool is going to be, right? So.
Okay. Yeah. He is also adding. We can't officially ask for confirmations until we make the date concrete.
Right. Okay. So there's some much like my gender that's still fluid. So.
Stevie, I think you're oversharing.
I thought you got that. Didn't you get that fluid changed?
Yeah, I do change my gender fluid every 3,000 miles.
Like,
Yeah,
like comes in a similar bottle to
asparagus.
Comes in a similar bottle to Brinker.
Yeah, asparagus
comes
has
in a
been
similar
called.
bottle to Blinker fluid.
That's it. Asparagus has been called. Yeah. We're moving on.
Thanks for that. I think I just threw up in my mouth. Anyway.
I think Mr. Lovell needs to know what asparagus means.
Now, speaking of Jim Brain,
and we try not to.
Series,
that was quick.
When he starts talking about inferior machines, but anyway, he says he's got to reorder the extender Coco PCB printed circuit board, and he's asking if he can make some simple changes to it. He's wondering if he can get some suggestions if there's any simple changes wanted. And there's been some
sound chip, real-time clock.
Yeah, real-time clock. Sure, what about a racing asking? He's out in public. He already knows the answer.
Blinky lights.
Or 90 clone.
MPI.
He's got a few suggestions like mounting holes for simple cases and different cases and stuff like that.
I believe the dibs on toggle switches have been claimed by CocoMan.biz, so no toggle switches are allowed to be included in this product. So,
AC, when you hear asparagus, it means move to something else.
Yeah, that's our safe word.
Well, I thought he was going to go change his gender to become asparagus. I thought that was a request or something. Okay, next up.
So what was that again? That's kind of like a Y cable board.
It's a Y cable on a board.
Y cable board. Okay, gotcha.
Y cable. Why not?
Next up, Sheldon McDonald, we've mentioned him a few times here recently because he's doing this whole integrated thing with editors and calling LWASM and stuff and editing disk files and stuff like that for the emulators or for the SDC. And he's been kind of learning assembly language himself as he's been going through this process of getting all this stuff working. And he's asking on Facebook, would it be worth it for him to do assembly examples for beginners from the view of a beginner like himself?
Absolutely.
That's a good idea.
That's basically what I would say too.
Yeah.
But if you do agree with that and you haven't already responded to his Facebook post, please let him know, because if he gets enough requests for it, I'm pretty sure he'll do it.
Yes. Resounding yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But just in case he doesn't watch the show,
yeah,
I'm gonna give him a definite maybe.
A tentative to be determined. You guys, come on! This is a serious show. Take it seriously.
I think I'm on the wrong show.
I'll see you guys later.
Do you want to be the pot or the kettle today?
As long as it's black.
Next up here, we have Paul Shoemaker, who's been working on some assembly language stuff. He's actually using some of the semi-graphic stuff here.
Ooh.
So as he mentions here, he's messing around with semi-graphics. He started with SG6, which is that kind of odd mode, 64x48 with only 4 colors. So now he's pushing into the higher ones because he wants all 9 colors on at once.
Okay.
So he's got a little bit of a demo video here with some sample source code and kind of showing what the result is. So I'll just play it. It's less than a minute.
Oh
yeah, that's great. Was that digitized sound in his code?
That was off the fairlight.
That was some rather sloppy commentary, I think.
Yeah.
So.
I like how it looks here. Oh, okay. So that's all right. So that was running the boom. SG12 exec. Oh, there's the floppy drive. Ooh, look at that. That is neat. We're blasting some graphics. We're having a blast with the new SG mode here, huh?
So yeah, he's just been learning to experiment with that stuff, and of course he's been busy doing other games that have been a bit of basic ML hybrids, and he's never done a semi-graphics game before, so it's interesting to see where he's going with that. Maybe when he gets a bit further along here, we'll have him on to discuss his new game.
That is cool. It's been a busy young man.
Now, this next one's a bit of a sad story. Ben Drake, so hopefully he's still in the chat here. He can actually pipe in some extra stuff here. It looks like he is. Apparently one of his neighbors, and he didn't know this for years, was actually one of the people that worked at Dragon in Wales back in the day. And he just passed away.
Oh.
Yeah.
And from COVID, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
So like double whammy.
Yeah.
But he never had a chance to really interview him, but he did find this clip here. I don't know if we want to play the whole thing. It's 5 minutes. It's basically a promotional news piece on Wales TV.
Okay. 5 minutes isn't long.
That features Richard Wadman, who's the guy that was his neighbor, working at the Dragon Factory. So you actually get to see the Dragon Factory in action here. So I don't know, do you want me to just play a little bit or play the whole thing?
No,
or what?
let's
play the whole thing.
Okay.
Well, Ron Delvaux has spoken.
Yeah, come on.
You can turn it up a little bit.
I'm not quite sure what this news article was trying to say originally, but it did have the Madness House of Fun backing track. But I'll let you go and watch it, and at the end I've got some stuff I found interesting and hope you find interesting too.
That's my machine right there.
That's commentary from the person who made the video, by the way, not...
That's cool.
Keeping the floors clean,
I think it's a general public
all those
awareness
stacks.
of the place of microcomputers in the future and a need to get to grips with these sort of machines.
So when are shopkeepers going to be able to start taking delivery of dragons again?
So that, I
The
believe, is his
shopkeepers
neighbor
are
right there,
receiving
Richard.
deliveries at the moment. The only thing that I'm not accepting now are orders guaranteed for delivery prior to Christmas because those orders are already in.
What do you see as the advantages your computers have over their rivals?
We see it as an easy machine with plenty of space available in the form of its 32K RAM, a number of useful facilities like the graphics and the sound, and a very simple BASIC, which is a worldwide standard, which means that they can access software from other sources quite easily.
What do you think we need to do to keep ahead in this field?
Keep an opinion of what the customer really wishes to buy, and obviously there is a need to keep redesigning and bringing new discoveries or new modifications into the machine as frequently as possible.
Over Christmas itself, Dragon's on the move to a new, bigger, out-of-town site, despite local protest here in Swansea. Then production will be more than treble to cope with demand. The existing workforce of 60 will be doubled.
They had to
One of
say
the
that.
questions that came out about this video was, which factory was it? I'm thinking it's actually both factories. On the outside, I think they're just showing Port Talbot, but on the inside, they're showing the Swansea and the Port Talbot factories. If we take a look at this still here from the video, it clearly shows what I think is the Port Talbot factory. If we look at the outside of the building and the way the Dragon data is written, and then when we compare it to this known picture from 1983 of Port Talbot, we can actually see it is the same building. And also, in one of the other shots from the video, if we take a look on the left hand side, you can also see there's a Dragon logo and the apex of the building. And this matches up quite nicely to this other shot of the outside the building. Again, this appears to be Port Talbot. But when we go inside, it definitely looks like it's two different factories. If we look at this first video here, on the top left hand corner of this square, we can see what appears to be quite an older style door, definitely pre-80s, because Port Talbot was built in the 80s. And if you compare this to a typical door in Port Talbot, this is a picture from 2017. Originally this door, judging from the other doors in the building, would have been dark brown, typical 80s style. This is a completely different style and more in fitting with the 80s, when the previous one, the blue door, definitely looks older, which would match up with the Swansea being the old Metai factory. It's also, in the bottom left hand corner here, we've got wires coming down, dangling down, coming down to each test station. And this is confirmed by this picture here, which is from Port Talbot 1983 from Dragon User. Again, this shows the cable coming down into the test rig area. And these workstations appear to be away from the wall, unlike the Swansea factory, which appears to be up against the wall. Quite an interesting thing is, never noticed it before, never seen it before, is what appears to be a modified Dragon 32, which is doing testing of the actual retail. So they've actually got a Dragon 32 as a test rig with the buttons set up on it, which is doing some form of automated testing, and what looks like possibly a hacked Dragon 32 there with a cutout where they're probably testing the boards. Here we've actually got a close-up of the screenshot from the test rig, and this quite interestingly matches up with some code from Duncan Smead. All the text on the screen about right joystick, relay, keyboard test, etc. matches up with the code. I will put a link in the description to this code so you can take a look for yourself. I just find it quite interesting that, you know, inside the factory they're actually using Dragon 32s for testing the Dragon 32s.
Very
Speaking
analytical.
of Duncan Smead there, I think we actually had him on the show some months ago, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah, he's the guy. He said he wrote the BIOS for it, so yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's basically the end of the video.
Very
so
analytical. This guy is trying to get to the bottom of this stuff here. This is like, have you found Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster?
And Waldo.
Yeah.
Well,
no.
one problem was you probably couldn't make dragons fast enough when you're trying to avoid chipping your new nice nail polish.
Wow.
The sad thing is, I mean, they were selling out at Christmas in advance. They were doing so well, and 2 years later, they were gone.
Yeah,
well, they got resold down to.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
But I mean, this happened right, you know, the 1983 video game crash that took a lot of machines out. Dragon was one of them.
That is. I mean,
Yeah, apparently they.
Go ahead, Rick.
I was going to say apparently they were using their own machines as test rigs to save cash, so there wasn't a lot in the kitty there, possibly.
You know, recently I asked them if there was a monitor that they used, you know, that was sanctioned as a Dragon monitor. And all the ones they showed there were the ones that they told me that they used.
What was it? I don't remember.
You have to go to their
Yeah.
site again.
It was like a Sony Trinitron something or something.
I don't know, but it had a black control panel at the top.
It looks like I saw the Sony logo on it, but they don't look like Trinitron tubes because they weren't. They're spherical instead of.
Yeah, look at that nail
round.
polish. That's some nice nail polish.
Yeah, you can go back and look.
That is really nice. Very glossy. Right there. Okay. Yeah, that does look kind of like a Sony rig.
That's a black one.
Yeah.
But the other ones are all white at the workstations.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
It's a good snippet of history. I hadn't actually
Yeah.
seen the interior of the plant
Yeah.
before, except Still and Dragon user. I'd never seen any video of it. So.
Yeah, like I wonder if there's any videos ever showing it some of the Tandy manufacturing facilities. I mean, I'm sure videos were taken, but are they out there? So to be able to see it is definitely a huge thing to grab, you know, and a nice little.
Yeah, if anybody listening actually has footage of that or knows where to find it, or I'd love to see the interior of the actual Tandy manufacturing.
We've seen pictures of Model 3s, are they? Stacked?
Yeah.
You know, in rooms?
No, I've seen still photos. Like I think the one year that they had an actual Coco Fest style event in Fort Worth, they did have some pictures from the inside, but I've never seen video of, you know, the actual assembly lines running, for example.
Well, even on this one, the live shot we had was a janitor sweeping and one guy working. Was that like 2 a.m.?
Yeah, that's a bin full of dragons right there. Right
And
there.
there's
Yeah.
nobody there.
Well, they said the staff
yeah,
was
right.
60. Their staff was 60
Yeah, I mean,
people.
there's staff. There's a couple on the left there. You can see like four
Yeah.
or five, four in the right.
So a staff of
Oh, I
60,
suppose.
you know.
Bad eyeballs.
See, there's a white monitor back there.
Yeah, you can see the white monitors.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They almost look like Mac Classics, those monitors right there. So, yeah. Man, look at those stacks of dragons, man. Oh, how nice would that be? Have some of those that new computer smell to them, you know.
How many do you think that California company that was reselling them? How many they had to start off with? Anybody
California
know?
Digital.
Probably
Yeah.
several hundred.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had over 500, I think, at one point there. But I don't, how many Tano themselves sold before that? I don't know.
When I first heard about it, I bought one.
Yeah,
$50.
yeah.
Is
That
all
was
it
something. That was the deal of a lifetime. I
Mhm.
think the thing that turned me off from jumping on that was just hearing about how flaky and how hard they were to get a hold of or get responses from. So, it was basically like, you will get it. Just be patient and send it out. But I was very skeptical. But $60, even if it was like $80 for shipping, that's nothing. Because what would you pay for a Tano Dragon now? I mean, they're gonna be
part
like
of your retirement plan.
Coco 3 prices. So we're talking about $300 easy if you can find one in the box. So.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of comments from the chat. So Explore VR Ben Drakes, who actually is the one who pointed out this video and mentioned the fact that his neighbor was the person in the video. He said, "Yes, very sad. I didn't have the heart to play much of the game on challenge after I learned of his passing. He was carrying some extra weight, but otherwise he was just like this, very well spoken and intelligent." And then Manny says, "I didn't think the crash of '83 hit Europe as hard because of the homegrown competition to the American companies, because they had their own whole ecosystem of computers, above and beyond what we had."
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's true. They didn't get hit hard. So
I
maybe
don't know if it
that's
was
not
the video
really-
game crash, but I think it might have just been assigned to the economy or marketing or cash flow or something. Who knows?
Yeah. That was sad news, and it's one of the reasons I think we try to find some of the people, even if they're not involved with the CoCo for the last 30 years, try to get them on for an interview so people will get to know them in case something happens to them.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's one of the reasons where I still want to try to get our Steve Bjork interview done at some point here, because he's had some bouts with health scares and stuff here too, and I don't want to wait until it's too late.
I want to still get Martin Brosman on here too sometime. I've just made contact with him again, so we're going to try maybe around take 2 of coordinating everything between us and maybe get him on the show. So.
Yeah.
Beauty. All right. Yeah, and luckily the Dragon community is still very strong. They're just as loyal and dedicated as we are to their beloved machine. Yep. So it's good that there's, even though the legacy is alive, thanks to the people who are continue to wave the flag, and so Dragon folk are just as passionate as us CoCo folk are. So they're cousins. Yep. They're kin.
Yeah.
Both designed on the Tandy reference design.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, is Paul still on the call?
Paul T.
I'm
Barton.
here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
So we've got your project here. This is your dual 16550 port, which you've said you've submitted now to actually get a prototype board sent to you to test. And you have a driver that does work with it, but it doesn't use the features as well. And I know Rick Ullin was asking about this in the pre-show too, about 16550 stuff, because he did the original Connect version of the 16550 driver.
Right.
So
I can explain how the address decoding works. I wanted to stay with TTL because I didn't want to go with lattice parts again. I mean, I can still compile the parts on my PC, but the license went away in September. So what I did was I just turned the thing on and set it to July. So I can never go online. I can never go online with the computer. So nicely done. So it'll just stay in July for the rest of its life. So what we have here, the lower.
Paul, you can roll your clock back 28 years and all the dates line up.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm probably not going to use those parts anymore, just for backup. Okay, on the lower IC in the picture, you see a 3-pin header. That selects address blocks from FF00 to FF30, and the other side would go from 4 to 7. So you can't have one in high memory and one in low memory, but you can have them in different spaces. And the lower jumper block across the bottom left corner, so each one is separate, like the first 2 verticals are for both chips. So you could have both in the same area, like both at 60, one at 6 to 7 and 168 to 6F, if you pick the first section.
So it's 8
whatever.
bytes per port is what you're using?
Yeah, it's 8. Well, the chip has 3 address lines, so yeah, it does take up a chunk.
And yeah, Rick, I can't remember, did yours use the same scheme? It was 8 bytes per?
Yeah. It unfortunately eats 8 bytes.
Luckily,
Yep.
the last byte is just a user thing, so you can address this at FF4. What is it? FF4, FF78, and it won't crash into the multi-pack because you don't have to use that last address. It will just ghost to the multi-pack and not interrupt anybody. But yeah, that was quite a deal. But in my case, the chip was too fast for the CoCo. I had to actually use E not Q as my timer, because if I went on Q, the chip was all done before the CoCo even looked at the bus. So that was the thing back in the day. Did you have to do that as well, or did you come up with a better solution?
No, I just used E.
It's better now. Okay. I guess the old national chip was really picky. You know?
Well, I don't know. I'm using a regular 49U crystal bodies. I got rid of the SMD ones because that's where I can literally plug in different crystals and try different speeds. 14.3, you can get 406, 800 baud. A 24 crystal will give you 1.m baud, meg baud. And using the 14.3, you can gear shift the thing down to get more reasonable speeds.
We ended up with 18432, which would do pretty much all the RS-232 and MIDI.
Yep.
But we never had a MIDI converter for our product, so.
Yeah, under nitrous, I can send stuff out at 1.5 megabaud. It doesn't mean the CPU can keep up with it. It just means
you can send it.
Each byte goes out at that rate, and that's about it. You know?
Fire it
I
into
haven't
the
tried
ether.
receiving anything with it, but I do have some interrupt connections up there, and I'm not sure how that's going to work. But up in the top left corner, there's a solder jumper pair and a diode, so you can hardwire the interrupt pins from the chip to the cart line. And you don't have to. You could just leave it out if you don't want to.
Yeah, we pulled card. It worked well.
And on the right side, you'll see two 6-pin headers and a bunch of LEDs. And those are TTL out, you know, transmit, receive, CTS, RTS.
Is David Ladd
Ground.
here?
Yeah, oh, there's LEDs all over. That one for power, and then because this is a USB cabling type port, each USB, like in the upper right, there's an LED showing that USB power actually is coming back in, and you can see that LED light up with the 1 second from the bottom. And that just shows you're actually plugged into USB and it's providing power. I'm not using it, it's just lighting up an LED.
So when
these,
you don't need a USB adapter?
Well, you have to have some kind of FTDI 232R-5V USB cable to plug into that. And I have a couple of them. So you plug it into that, and then the USB chip is actually built into the other end of the cable, and you plug that into your USB port. So I plug it into Linux and use something like Minicom, and I can transmit directories or files out of the CoCo into my laptop.
Nice.
So you're basically
Hey, Paul?
saying you plug a USB cable into this card, and it's doing the serial over the USB without your normal USB to RS-232 adapter?
Yes, because the cable accepts TTL level signals, not RS-232 level signals.
So how does
Drive
your
wire.
computer know how does your computer know what it is when you plug that USB cable into your computer?
Which
FTDI makes USB chips. FTDI makes USB chips.
You
and the
ha-
computer
yeah,
recognizes it.
No, Minicom tells you which one it is, and so you just say, I want that one. You know, it comes up as /dev/TTY USB 0 or 1 or whatever on the Linux end.
All right, now, but is that coming from your board, or is that a specific cable that gives it that identity to your modern
No,
PC?
that's the USB on the laptop finding it. It's which one I plug it into. On the Linux
that,
end, it's which cable or USB port I plug the cable into. Then it goes on and looks at it and goes, oh, there's somebody home. It's this number.
Yeah, Stevie, there's a USB chip in the cable that he's talking about. That's what's identifying on the Linux
Okay,
side.
that's what I was trying to ascertain. So
Yeah,
this is not just a generic pass-through USB cable. This is a smart cable.
Yeah, it looks like this. It's a little cable with a
and
device
that connects to the headers.
Plug.
That connects to the headers on your board.
Yeah, and it connects back to the header, which is on the board itself.
Okay. So you're running. Your board is not acting like a serial emulator itself, a serial to USB emulator.
If you want TTL level, RS-232 level signals, I can make up a couple little board pairs that would just plug into that and give you real serial ports.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
I think that's what X Snyder's doing on his Mega Mini 16550s too. He's got some little adapter thingy too. So, sorry, David, go ahead.
I was just going to say, that you're running separate separate clocks per chip there.
Separate clocks. So you can do separate baud rates or whatever. And the chips don't have to both be in the same 16-byte block. They can be in two different locations of low or high area.
Two different 8-byte segments on even 8-byte increments.
Yeah, I could be in, like, I could have one at 50 and one at 70, for instance.
So you're just going to put the board designs out there for people to take and make their own boards, or what's the plan?
Well, I want to make sure it works first.
Well, of course.
So would you be selling these fully assembled and populated if it's done? Do you offer it as a product?
Possibly. The hard part's getting the UART, so
okay.
The rest of it's just TTL.
Yeah, we still have to port the driver. That's one of the reasons I wanted you and Rick to kind of get together, since Rick's done it 20, 25 years ago, and he has drivers. Unfortunately, the source has been lost. So Bill and I are disassembling them. We're going to try to get them regoing again. I want to get it to work on your board. I wanted to get it to work on the Mega Minis. I don't know how much of a difference there is there. Maybe just the addresses, which would be descriptorless stuff.
Probably.
But we'd like to get the full buffering version of the drivers running again.
Absolutely.
For all of these 16550.
Yay.
And I want to say a thanks to Retro Innovations for giving me the layout of the fingers on the left side, a little better pattern.
Ah, nice.
That's not often we thank Jim for anything, so that was nice of you. So.
Yeah. I put all kinds of little text labels labeling all the address lines.
Yeah, I like that where it says "pick
blah,
me"
blah, blah,
next to your jumper selection there. Pick me, like, hey, pick me. Pick
yeah,
me.
that one says "pick me." Yeah,
I love it.
I like he's got the plus. The VCC pin is a little short, so if you accidentally plug or unplug it, power on, you won't necessarily pop everything in the world.
Yeah.
That's Jim Brain's contribution.
That's a nice touch. Yes.
I thought about using the Dual, the 6552, except I don't have any experience with that, and it takes up a lot less board space. But then you can't.
Can you dual clock them, or is it common clock between two?
What's that question?
They had the same crystal.
I was just going to say, can you? Yeah, with the dual chip, can you? Is it a single oscillator for both? Or
I don't know.
Or can you? Yeah, okay, because you might not be able to individually clock them if you do that.
I haven't dug through the data sheet on that one, on the 52, long enough to figure out how to even hook it up.
So is that card edge tin or is it gold?
It's just going to be tin for a start.
That could be the deluxe model.
Stable,
You could order an upgraded deluxe model with gold.
Oh yeah, you can always redo it and say gold. Or make it red or green or purple or whatever color you want. You know?
I'm just going to use gold spray paint. That's the same thing, right?
Yeah, that'll work. Or you could just solder on square pins,
Yeah.
Like I used to do years ago.
Showing my hardware chops.
Encrusted.
So Paul Barton, since you have made real Coco hardware products back in the day, like the no-can board and stuff like that, the fact that you're able to design this now, like you're doing using these tools, is this like an amazing achievement that we have with software now to develop circuits and stuff?
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I had to learn the whole package first.
Yeah,
that was a learning curve. Spent a bunch of time on YouTube watching other guys do what they were doing. It's the cheap version of Eagle, the freebie. That's why the boards aren't very big. You get 100 by 100, and that's it.
Oh, it's kind of like the CoCo. It forced you to work within some limitations, just like the CoCo, right? So,
right.
That's cool.
Yeah, and one thing I do like about these reprogrammable hardware bits that you and Rick are coming back in the community, and now it's so much easier or cheaper or whatever to get these prototype boards made and stuff. It's not breadboard things. And
oh my God.
Yeah, five boards for $2.
Yeah.
What color are the boards?
Oh, they come out green.
Oh, okay.
If you change anything, they charge you more.
CoCo green.
Back in the day, I was
paying. Get white or black.
Yeah, no, they default to whatever it's JLC PCB.
Go ahead, Rick.
I was going to say, back in the day, I was paying $530 a board, minimum 50, no prototypes.
Yep.
No silk screen. I still got some of them boards, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think the cost of doing hardware design has definitely come way down from what it was back in the 80s and 90s when you guys were doing the original stuff.
And the difficulty. I mean, it's a lot easier to do stuff now. Like back in the day when we were, I used to hand etch circuit boards using ferric chloride and draw them on with a pen and stuff like that. The tools we've got now for designing circuit boards are so much better.
Yeah, I've got some old boards I made at Tektronix that were hand laid up for the Intel 8048.
Oh wow!
Embedded processor. Yeah.
That's before the 31.
Stevie, did you want to mention Dinty there before I go on to the next story?
Yeah. So Dinty's Hideaways gave us a shout out in a $10 live chat donation. Thanks for doing it. He said RS-232, RS-233, whatever it takes. Hello, everybody. So
yeah.
Thanks there, Dinty.
I thought he was giving a donation to shut us up and tell us to get off the air. So.
that was his form of asparagus.
No money and shut up.
Okay, guys.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, good stuff.
Nice.
Next up, Robert Sieg. He's been doing these experiments using the composite color on the 160 mode and then doing the aliasing and stuff to try to get the virtual 256 color mode. So he's been doing a ton of experiments over the last few weeks. I didn't even bother trying to link them all up. I'd be doing nothing but new segments on him. So I just picked one at random here.
Yeah.
And he's kind of going through and tweaking his algorithms and stuff here.
He looks really good. He's doing some fantastic work.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm really curious to see once he gets the algorithm done where it can convert all these pictures from BMPs and stuff to CoCo, if somebody makes like a graphical adventure game for composite that actually does use 256 colors.
Oh, wow.
Basically. That'd be pretty cool to see.
That would be nice.
Next up, Steve Batson put up some photos. He finally got his CoCo Den set up the way he wanted it. So he's got the Dragon on the right. He's got the CoCo 3 in the middle. He's got the MC10 on the far left. I like his little arcade joystick there on the left too. But yeah, that's a really nice setup. His desk is a hell of a lot cleaner than mine.
Commodore monitor there over there. And
yeah, I mean, at least he's got a good use for it.
Yeah.
So you fired up Zach's on there to show what it looks like on his big monitor up on the wall. And...
Oh yeah,
with the right colors.
CoCo SDC.
Now that desk looks more like mine. Now he's got stuff all over the place covering computers.
Same here.
And...
That's a proper desk.
Hey, there
exactly.
you go.
That first photo I think was fake. It's Photoshop. This is the real thing here. So
yeah,
it looks like my desk.
Same here. That's cleaner than mine.
I try to keep most of my desk off camera for a reason. Okay, next up, Chris Berg. There's been an update. He's started working on hooking up a USB keyboard to the CoCo using a Pi Zero, I think it was.
Like a Mac keyboard there, is it?
Yes, I think that one. Well, maybe not.
It's a generic one. It looks like it supports
yeah, it doesn't
PC
look like the Apple
Mac.
logo on the one there, but yeah.
Is that the Zero W?
Sorry?
What?
Is that the Zero W, the one with the Wi-Fi built into it?
Well, I was going to get to that because he said one thing he's been experimenting with is that it does work with wireless keyboards, and it also has the potential to do USB mice.
Yeah,
all on the one
W.
board, so you could upgrade your keyboard and your mouse at the same time and use wireless keyboard or wireless mice or whatever. So he's done this little video kind of explaining what he's been doing here, and it's only a minute, so I think I'll play it.
This is kind of like what Mr. Dave did a while ago when he added that, LED keyboard to his CoCo 3 and stuff.
Yeah, and Chris is usually pretty quiet, so tell me if this is loud enough.
Okay.
Well, here it is, the
Good.
USB
to color computer converter using a Raspberry Pi. I have this little yellow, little white keyboard here.
It's got nice clicky sounds.
And it is just a USB keyboard that lights up. And I am typing in a little basic program here. This is on a color computer 2. And if I round that, there's still a few bugs in it, like the break key here. Actually, it worked this time. But, anyway, there it is. You have it working.
That's good.
And I'll test it out in a Color Computer 3 next.
If it works most of the time, ship it.
Yeah, that's Microsoft's motto, isn't it? So anyway, on the comment series, he's shown like here's the Pi Zero over top the CoCoFlex keyboard. But then he starts to saying he's got some scan problems with OS9 level 1 because it does the keyboard scan a little bit differently, so it wasn't working. And he was working on he's got a secondary hardware design he's doing that should solve that problem as well. But he's also going to try to see if he can fix the software on this one to do it too. But he is doing a redesign, it sounds like, as well. He tried it on a Logitech wireless dongle and keyboard, and that worked. So
Nice.
the wireless keyboard part worked.
Oh, good.
And then the tech stack also does USB mice and joysticks. So he conceivably could write a driver that handles all three of them and running from the Raspberry Pi. So you could use all modern input devices, keyboards, joysticks, and mice using USB on the Coco once this is all done, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So definitely, I'm going to keep it on this project. He's done a couple updates in the last couple of weeks here. So.
Yeah, that is neat.
As Mr. LeBlanc said, where do I send the check?
Shut up and take my money.
Isn't that what Dinty said?
Yeah, right.
I've actually said, take my money and shut up. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, next one up is an MC10 story from Steve Blakely, and he has a question for doing development. So he's asking, what is considered the minimum MC10 system? Now, obviously, 4K would be the absolute minimum, but you can't do that much with 4K. So he's asking, if you're writing software, is it worthwhile going past, like you can go from 4K to the 16K RAM expansion module from Tandy, which brings you up to 20K. But you can also do like the MCX 120, which gives you upgraded basic and a ton more room. You've also got the new MCX 32 SD, which actually lets you load and save stuff off the SD card. Now that just came out, so obviously that's not a very common item at this point. But he's wondering, what should a software developer for the MC10 consider to be a minimum to write software for? Now, for the people here on the panel that have MC10s, how many of you have the various upgrades? How many have the 16K RAM pack? How many have the MCX 128? How many have
all the above.
I've got the 128.
I've got the MCX 128, and you can get up to like 48K in basic usable. It's insane.
Yeah, 'cause it has large basic. Large basic.
And how many of you have that upgrade to fix the video RAM so you can actually get PMO 3 and 4 out of it too?
I had mine done when I got my composite mod done. I sent mine to Ed Snyder, asked for the composite mod and for the onboard upgrade that is compatible with the MCX. So mine's ready for the new one. Mine's ready for the new 32K board too.
Yeah, which has the basic fix to actually handle those modes too. So.
Yeah.
I don't have one yet.
Yeah, honestly, I think if somebody's going to make a program, this is just me, but I would say just make the program you want to make, and whatever it ends up needing, and you know, people are going to use whatever they have. So I would not enter into a project based on what the lowest common denominator of things were. I would make the project the way I want to make it. And then basically, this is what it requires. And if you don't have the real hardware, then do it in an emulator. You know.
Okay. So you're the complete opposite of Nick Marentes, because he does like picking that common denominator.
Yeah. So I mean, if you start imposing limitations on your vision, you've already compromised before you started. You know. So
Steve, have you actually used your MC10?
A little bit, and it's on my. When COVID first started, I thought I was going to have a lot of time on my hands to work on projects, but I've been so busy, I've had no time. But yeah, I scratched the surface of using the MC server. I want to get more into that, loading software over the wire and playing around and stuff. So, not as much as I would like to, but I have very, very minimally. I've used it.
So maybe people that have not already responded to this should actually go into the MC10 group on Facebook and actually respond with that. And that's a good point, Stevie. I like the fact that you make it for what you think your software is going to need, not for what you think
I mean, I'm trying to.
You're not going to make a living writing MC10 software.
No. And I firmly believe in if you build it, they will come. For as many games as Nick Marentes has made, and I know he's thinking of the consumer and he doesn't want to make his products too expensive, but if Nick Marentes supported a sound chip, people would buy the sound chip because they want to play his game. I don't know that he thinks that way, but I am convinced that that is a truism, and I think a quality piece of software will sell hardware, hands down.
Yeah, it was a chicken and egg thing, right?
Yeah.
Like if there's no software to use the hardware, nobody's going to buy the hardware.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've supported every product and every piece of software that has come out. I've tried to support it financially or promotionally or all of the above. And if there's something, I'm not going to buy something that I have no need for. But if it's something I can use, I'm definitely going to pay for it to support the community and the people providing stuff to that community.
Amen, brother. And to be honest, I mean, that's why we threw a couple things in on ease of use that actually do use 2 meg, like the CoCoTALK theme song.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a use for it there. The RAM drive supports up to 1.44 meg or whatever it is too.
But I think it's safe to assume you should easily be able to write a 16 to 20K game for the MC10, and that most people who are literally using the real hardware, they should at least have that 16K upgrade. So a 20K game should be probably a minimum baseline.
Yeah. I kind of agree with that too. But yeah, I think it actually speaks better to just write the game that you need. Like if you want to do a game on the MC10 that requires high-res graphics, whether it's with the video upgrade or just using P-Mode 210, then an MCX or an MCD or 32 would be a requirement. But I think there's enough of the MCX in particular that's out there. And the basic is actually pretty well extended basic now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So.
And with the new one, with the MC32, it literally is extended color basic because you got P mode all the way up to P mode 3 and 4 in there now, right? So.
Yep. Yeah, as long as you have that video mod. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 page at least. So.
8 Bits in the Basement says that's why they invented the phrase "killer apps."
That's it, and I really believe. And I know Chet Simpson didn't charge, but I think he made it voluntary. But I think people would have paid for that product. And it's nice. It's nice to be altruistic, and it's nice to be considerate of what the consumer cost is going to be, but. I say, listen, if you're going to make a game and there's 24 sound cards that are out there, pick the one that you like, pick the one that you want to program for, make the game for that sound card and F them. If they don't have it, F them, So there you go.
Yeah.
Put me in charge of marketing.
And of course, we all know the real reason that Nick has these lower system requirements there is because he wants more Ferraris. He can care less about whether the game played well or not. He just wants the money. So
Mastery Masons, here he gets his car.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Dinty said, what did he say there? I'd never say that about
Oh, to shut up? Yeah, right. Yeah, to stop talking. Right.
Take my money to shut up. Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of us would, though, Dindy. That was the point. Next up, this is a rather odd video to put on here. It's actually a Sinclair QL project. But if you see what he's holding in his hand.
Fantastic machine there. Oh, that's a Coco mouse.
Yeah, he's actually trying to build an interface to use a color computer mouse on the Sinclair QL.
Oh, neat.
Now, the Sinclair QL, if I remember from watching the video, I watched this a while ago, I think it's actually basically a switch-based system. So he has to convert an analog signal to, straight right, left, up, down. So it's a pretty intricate video of getting all that working. But it's kind of a reverse project from whatever I've heard of before. So go ahead.
Check out that hashtag.
Yeah, QL-November. Yeah, they're actually having a Sinclair November like Teptandy one. There's been a few videos. I
mean, of all the mice to choose to adapt to something, he chose that freaking mouse. I mean, that is the world's worst mouse ever. Bless its heart.
Enough for self-defense, though.
Yeah, bless its heart. Bless its heart. But it is a.
But those got one here, and I haven't even. He's actually got it tore apart here. So
don't drop it on your foot.
I bought
Yeah,
one of
they're
those.
heavy
mice.
little buggers.
Yeah.
Mm.
That
I've got
mouse
one.
would actually do a better job holding a door open than an MC10 was because it weighs more.
Probably would too. You're right.
Well, it has balls of steel.
It certainly does.
My teacher, computer teacher in high school, actually used to call it the mouse's testicle.
So I guess our
I've got one here.
optical mice are now castrated, apparently. So
I've got a Tandy mouse here, but I haven't even plugged it
yeah,
in yet. So.
yeah. The Tandy Deluxe mouse with the 2 buttons was definitely a step forward. It was much more like a Microsoft, Logitech style mouse. That first generation mouse. Yeah.
If you don't plug your 1-button mouse in, it works better
that way. Yeah.
I have to say though, I did use the 1-button mouse. I got rid of it after I bought the 2-button mouse later on for my Coco 3. But it actually, for the time period that came out, 84, 85, it actually wasn't bad.
Okay.
Though heavy.
Yeah, like I would imagine using it for just trying to do something like the Interbake incident where you're interfacing with a GUI would probably be okay, but I've tried using it for like playing Centipede clones and stuff, and you just can't react the way you need to because it's so physically.
Too much travel's needed.
Yeah, and so
and you need it on a surface that a metal ball will roll easily.
Yeah, you gotta like you had to do a lot of picking up. Roll 4 times, pick it up, move it back, roll it more 4 times. It wasn't like the mice today where you can glide from side to side within the real estate of your mouse pad.
Well, it's interesting. This actually works better with the high-res adapter, which reduces the swept area on your desktop by quite a bit.
Yeah, you wrote about that in your article.
Yeah, it's much better if you use it above its station. Yes, I'm trying to say.
Hey, David Krager says that mouse doubles as a mace. And then he also admits, he said, I use the 1-button mouse tons for school assignments in Max 10 and Coco Max 3.
Okay.
So anyway, it's a pretty interesting. He gets into the intricacies of how the mouse works, takes it apart, show you all the different parts.
That is neat.
Then how he interfaced it to the 9-pin Atari style port.
I actually like how that keyboard looks. It's kind of a hybrid of the original Coco Chiclet and the Melty keyboard. It's an interesting look for a keyboard. I could see myself enjoying that.
And
that's like a laptop keyboard.
Yeah. The keycaps are not just the keycap. It's like you get a square or rectangular key, but then you get this rounded edge thing that raised up from it.
It's stylistic.
Yeah.
I mean, modern keyboards are taking cues from that.
Yeah. Now the keyboard on the left, on the other hand, absolutely sucks.
well, here's why you're wrong, Curtis.
Amen. Dwayne Downing and I used to call that the chisel keyboard because you took out a hammer and a chisel to try to get a key to register. Type thing. Then eventually you just use the hammer and you're done with it.
That's cool.
Hey,
Melted keyboard wins.
So next up, we've got Retrobit, is doing his second unboxing video, and this video is actually about 15 minutes, and he unboxed a whole bunch of things that he's picked up over the last little while. So he kind of compiled it into one. But one of them was a Coco 3. Now he doesn't actually test it out or anything at this point, but I just wanted to let it play so you can hear his audio, because he actually got it for a pretty decent price, and he had to order it from a different country that I know fairly well. So.
Bump just a bit. God save the Queen.
After finishing the video for Septandy, I became interested in getting my hands on the final and most powerful model in the TRS-80 color computer lineup.
Oh, the MC10.
The problem is that because the Coco 3 is the best of the breed and also the rarest, it commands a steep price on eBay. After a long time lurking, I was able to find one for sale in
packed it with the
Canada
cartridge
at less
in
than
it.
half the going rate.
Yes.
So I jumped on it and took this one home for only $132.
Nice.
So upon unboxing the machine, it appears to be in good physical condition. The only thing that jumps out at me is that some of the keys don't return to their upright position after being pressed. They're stuck in a down position, and even after removing the keycaps, there's no debris or anything jamming them up. So I'm going to have to remove the mechanism and see what's on the other side.
Or order Ed Snyder.
So there are a number of
Coco
things
Mac.
that set the Coco 3 apart from the two. First of all is 128K of RAM, expandable up to 512, or even more with aftermarket parts. Another thing is that the CPU can run at twice the speed when using Coco 3 specific software, such as OS 9 Level 2.
Look at that.
Now, the machine on the back here has finally got itself composite
Oh,
video
be prepared
output
for a
instead of
disappointment,
just
my
the
friend.
RF. It also has RGB out, which is here on the bottom with this little pin header. Very strange location to put it, but that's pretty cool. And I'm going to build.
Doesn't matter. That's the
so we
winner.
can try that out in a future video.
Yeah.
And the
Until it
seal's
gives me
still
X.
intact.
So the other major enhancement to this machine is an improved video display chip that offers higher resolutions, more colors, 80-column text mode, and still maintains backwards compatibility with CoCo1
Give me that
software.
chip.
Sort of.
So here's a fun story.
So anyway, yeah, he did a collection, like a whole bunch of stuff. There's computers, there's other hardware, there's all kinds of things in it. So if you have a general interest,
We've
in
shown
retro
him
stuff,
before because I recognize that
Yes, we
kind of
did.
LED backlight. That's a cool setup he's got there with the backlighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah,
CoCo
that's
1
good.
and 2, or CoCo 2, I think, is what he showed on the previous September video we showed
Yeah,
back in
I like
September,
that
so.
backdrop. It's really cool looking.
Yeah.
I started off trying to have an organized shelf like that, and then went to shit fast. So
Yeah, 'cause I did that. My shelves are just looking like my desk except taller. That's-
I'm really jealous of people who can keep things tidy.
Well,
have
just
no
if
idea
it's
what
any
that means.
consolation,
It's a
Stevie,
set.
then if it's any consolation, Stevie, I think it was Einstein said that
A clean
if
desk is
cluttered,
yeah.
if a cluttered desk is a sign of a cluttered mind, then what's an empty desk a sign of?
This guy looks familiar.
Hey, I know this guy. I seen that guy on YouTube. He's famous.
Is he still on the call?
He knows Stevie Stroh.
I think he was on Apollo 13.
Yeah.
Apollo 13. Crikey.
So, Alan, if you're still here, did you want to kind of just explain what your latest video is about?
I'm here. Yeah, this is a repair video of a CoCo 2 that had a black screen output.
Hey, his voice is good.
Yeah. Oh, my voice is good? Wow. Well, I'm probably
Oh,
closer.
it's the
It's fixed.
melted keyboard.
Yeah, the melty keys.
Does it have
Yeah,
all
is
the chips socketed?
Most of them, yes, even including the 8 RAM chips. Yeah.
Right. Well, RAM's usually socketed, but the
Yeah.
CPU and everything.
So I'm swinging around. That's the little RF modulator, but I've converted it to a composite video. And I'm explaining that for some reason, a good mod was only putting out black and white. And then things got worse. I heard a zap, and now I had black screen, so I didn't get any output. And so here I'm holding the fuse. So the fuse blew. That was one failure. I replaced that fuse, and then, VCC was back, and I continued on. Still had the black screen, and the little proto board there. Okay, so there's a few.
And is this
yeah.
under composite?
So this is actually, I switched over to the S video. The
Okay.
little white proto board, that's S video. So you're seeing the luminance only make it over to the display. Yeah, so you got luminance. Okay, and I'm about to point out here that while I was, I think it comes later, the machine's been on for a while, and I've been probing, and then all of a sudden I start seeing streaks of green in the monitor. I'm like, yay, there's color coming back. And anyway, I finally get down to the end, and I find out that the main crystal is 14.3 something.
Yeah, we can see some of the greens kind of sputtering
Yeah,
on
there's
the
the
bottom.
green.
Yeah,
So
it's kind of
it's
sputtering.
forming up.
Color burst signal. Yeah.
Yeah. So I show on the scope. I say, hey, look, I've got color burst. I've got everything. It's all looking fantastic. Why do I not get color? Well, now I'm pointing a little wooden stick at the tuning capacitor beside the main crystal.
Okay.
The tuning capacitor was falling apart.
Okay.
So if I press down on the screw, I might do it in just a second here. It's going to be fabulous. Watch this. Oh, it's going to be such a relief when you see.
Okay.
Here goes. Drum roll. Will I ever press on it? I go. Hold on to your hats.
Okay, holding.
Wait for it.
Come on, what am I yapping about?
Now, when you do this picture-in-picture here, are you doing this live or do you edit that in later?
So I have 2 cameras rolling live, and then I just overlay one in video edit.
Okay, so you're not
Here
recording.
you go
you're
with
not
your
reco-
commentary of the time.
Okay, here we go.
I'm just pressing down. Look at that.
There it is. It's washed out because of my
the
A
camera.
green
washes
screen.
out,
It's
but it's
perfect. It looks like absolutely clear
Oh, yeah.
video. Gosh, not on my camera though. Doesn't look good at all in this camera image. In real life, I promise you, that looks like a perfect green background. For some reason, it's washed out on my camera.
Well, the cursor's flashing color.
Let me adjust the room
Yeah, but
lighting.
when it switches back to black and white, we
okay,
can
yeah, I
see
think
how
that
clear
helped.
that text is. That text is pristine.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing
Maybe
about
it looks
S-video,
better
right?
on the
It's
camera.
just-
Anyway,
Yeah.
that is
Super
I'll let you guys
pristine.
can comment over it.
Yeah, super pristine.
Yeah, so so I pretty much ended up here. Well, no, I go on and I replace this cap with a new variable cap that I bought on Amazon. So now it's all good, and then I close by saying, hey, I need to figure out, do I want to make a PCB out of this S-video mod?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or do I just want to make a soldered in proto board that would be better than this.
So where would it go?
board.
Would it replace the RF can?
It would, yeah, exactly. It
Okay.
would just, you could either house it in the RF can because it's a good mechanical holder for a board.
Now, how did you get that thing out? Did you desolder it from below, or how did it pull out so
I
easily?
did.
Okay.
Yeah, we skipped over that here, but I flip it over and I
Okay.
solder vacuum and then I flip it back, and it was still stuck because the pins are really wide, so I was pulling and heating. And yeah.
A little bit of TLC and the elbow grease.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of elbow grease there. But yeah, so there was 2 or 3 failures there, and I guess it was 2 failures of a fuse and a variable capacitor. But that's the S-video connector there on the proto board that I'm fiddling with.
So this S-video circuit that you're using, is that your own design, or is it one that you've modified or found somewhere else? Or?
Yeah, it's a hybrid. I found that
is
VH
super
Abbott.
clean.
Oh, there it is. You can see it now. I have the
Yeah,
room lights turned down.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I found VH Abbott had a circuit, and I used part of what he showed, and then I had I also made a AC coupled. I made an AC coupled emitter. I made an AC coupled gain amplifier, and so I have a video on it, and I put schematics up, and it's all there, so you could copy it if you'd like to play with it.
That is neat.
Now,
Now,
I
will
have to say
this
the picture quality here rivals like the Coco VJ almost for quality. It's
will
better
this
than
still
standard
support the
composite.
color artifacting, or is this getting so RGB you can't get the?
Perfect question. No, so you really want to have composite and S-video.
Yeah, that because I had an S video mod that Ed Snyder made for me a few years ago that converted the Coco 3 RGB out to S video, so I could capture from it. And because it was the RGB was so good, you got nothing but black and white on those screens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So Ed has the really nice composite board,
Right.
and you switch it into black and white with your channel switch. But to my knowledge, I don't know of him having an S video board.
Right. So this S video is basically an RGB mod for the Coco.
Yeah, RGB is 3 separate color signals, and S video is 2 separate color signals.
Okay.
So it's a little bit inferior to RGB, but it's a lot better than composite.
Okay. It's RGB-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically S-video has a chroma signal and a luminance signal, a color signal and a black and white signal, whereas RGB has 3 separate colors together that when combined give you both luminance and chroma. But by separating the luminance and the chrominance, that's a step above composite. And the reason you get artifacting is because of the way composite combines the signals together. So if you separate them out, you're not going to get the same
Yeah, you're
artifacting.
basically improving on the imperfection is what gave us those bonus colors. So once you perfect the imperfection, you lose the byproduct.
Yeah. So go ahead and subscribe to my channel. I'll get a plug in there. And then you can find that video where I say, here's a mod where I have composite and S video. And if you pop into a game that relies on the artifacts, just switch your LCD monitor mode over to composite.
There you go.
And you can have both cables connected simultaneously.
Mhm.
You know, just pop your monitor into the other mode when you want to see the artifacts.
Yeah,
What's that
like
scope
your
on you?
3D printed space bar there is cool.
That scope
Yeah.
on your bench, is that a Rigel or is it a?
It's a borrowed. No, that's a Tektronix. It's a really
That's a
nice
tech scope.
Tektronix.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice,
it's
very
tech.
nice.
It's one I could never afford. I'm just borrowing it until Christmas.
Yep. No, I'm a big fan of tech scopes. I've got 2 of them here myself.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're something I could only have at work.
That's cool.
Anyway, so that's AC's latest video that just got released. I think either last night or this morning. I can't remember. I think it was last night. So
cool stuff. Cool setup.
definitely subscribe to his channel, and thanks for being one of our guests today.
Yeah, thanks again. It's been fun.
And that's it for the news. We're caught up on the news.
All right.
I posted links to his composite mod, so it's on the stream.
Cool.
Okay. Well, we're rolling on 4 hours now, so we're not going to take any more breaks. We're going to just roll right into project updates and acquisitions. Let's keep that gravy train going. I just need to fix one of the things here. Okay, so it's time for everyone's favorite part of the show, and that is project updates and acquisitions. And so going around the room, who had a show and tell or a project update or anything else? Jason Reichert, did you have something you wanted to talk about today?
Jason muted?
Jason just muted.
I think he's on the road, isn't he?
Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'm on the road. So I will save my acquisition for next week, but I will give a brief project update. The Joey Hi-Res has started to ship. It's the most complicated thing I've attempted to build, so it is taking a little longer, but they are slowly starting to ship out for the folks who have pre-ordered them.
Okay.
Actually, since Jason said that, I'll say I did get mine, and it's it's awesome. It's excellent.
Cool.
Excellent.
And I appreciate everyone placing their pre-orders. Just please be patient with me. I just it's a lot of work involved, and I strive to get things out a little quicker than this, but it is what it is, and I'm working hard to get them out to everyone as quickly as humanly possible.
Well, there you go. Thanks for that update. And we've got an unsolicited testimonial from Nick Marotta, because I'm assuming he paid full retail price for his, right? There's no
yes, I did.
No underhanded dealing going on there, no insider
No,
trading. So.
no payola, no payola here. You know, Stevie, I joined this show to make money, and so far it's gotten nothing.
You're spending money. You're spending money.
Nothing.
We're losing money.
Luckily, your friendship is worth every penny,
Yeah.
though.
We're all here losing money, but we make up for it in volume. So.
Exactly. How do we do it? Volume.
It's volume
Those
of BS,
fractions of a cent will add up eventually.
Because I'm not sure how long Paul Thayer is going to be here, but hey, Paul, you got 2 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm going to put you on the spot, but you can just choose to answer later. But so my project update is I finally finished the Glenside newsletter. It is on its way out for final approval. But the process of doing this, I've always been negligent on meeting the deadline with this project, and that's just me, and that's my bad. I did try to outsource it to somebody else, and Terry Steggy was going to do it, but he got busy as well, and so Terry started the newsletter. I re-massaged it because I started looking at things and it didn't quite feng shui the way I wanted it to. It zagged when it should have zigged in some of these things, and Microsoft Word is a big pain in the ass anyway. So I kind of redid the whole newsletter today, and it's done. But my idea, and Terry and I were bouncing this off, is I really think that this newsletter, I want it to be a team. All right, because it's not a lot of work, but it's a lot of work for one person. And if we could kind of divide and conquer, so I want to put together what I'm calling the Coco 123 Dream Team. And so I want to extend that invitation to you, Paul, because I know you've got a lot of skills when it comes to actual publication and making things look pretty. And you can decide later, but just know I'd like you to be part of that Dream Team to help us work on the newsletter. You don't have to give me your answer now unless it's yes, and of course you get paid absolutely nothing for doing it. So
I'm good with that.
Okay, and so I've invited Tim Lindner, who actually does publishing for a living, and it's like, hey, why not lean on people who actually know how to do this rather than rely on untalented people? I would love to get some more artwork. So Ron Delvaux, if you'd like to contribute artwork to the publication and things like that, you know, and so whereas instead of having one person have to wear all the hats, I'd like to give everybody a hat, you know, but have it be a team, and hopefully we can drive this thing to the finish line on time, on a regular basis, and hopefully raise the bar on what it looks like. So that's my goal. And so I've already asked a few people. I got Ken Reichert to join the Dream Team. Tim Lindner agreed to join the Dream Team. Paul Thayer has now agreed, and we have a possible Ron Delvaux confirmation. But yeah, I think if we have a few more people at it, we can help keep everybody accountable too. Where if it's just me and nobody's going to sit here and say, Steve, why haven't you done this? There's nobody to keep me accountable for it. I'll continue to delay delivery too. So hopefully we can collaborate, make it look better, and keep each other accountable for getting it out on time. So that's my update right there. And
is that quarterly?
Quarterly, yes. Okay. And assuming it's all approved, it should be delivered and sent out to the world this weekend. So that's my update.
Stevie, can I throw something out on this too?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
How do you know not to ask?
Contributions needed.
Contributions needed. Absolutely. Yes. And so, and you have contributed, and Rick Euland's got a great article. And yeah. And so we've been asking for it, and we're starting to get it. And hopefully that will continue to snowball, because we had a great benchmark article in the last issue, and that inspired James Jones to write a follow-up to that. So we've actually got a contribution this month that was inspired by the last one. So hopefully those contributions will continue to spiral, and the newsletter will continue to grow in content as well.
It's your club.
Yeah.
Contribute.
So it's our
Stevie?
club. Yes.
Stevie, you're really awesome at involving other people in things. You've always been really good at that, and I think that's really great.
Oh,
yeah, we call it sloughing off your duties, but yeah.
Well, but you know, with Terry and I, we're bouncing some things behind the scenes about it, where we really would like to make this more collaborative. You know, they call the role editor, and in my mind, an editor, somebody hands me the thing and saying, hey, just edit this and make sure it looks good. But when the editor has been the creator and the curator and the editor and everything, so it's a lot. It's a lot, but it's not a lot, but it's a lot for one person. So if we could collaborate, I think that would be great. So I just want to, I hate to say to make something, I hate to use the term make it great again when it's always been great. So I want to keep it great and make it greater. Right. So we want to make this greater. And thanks for that. Thanks for that idea, that sentiment there, Nick Marotta. But that's kind of like what this show was. Like this show has gotten,
that's how I'm thinking of.
This show has gotten greater, not because of any one person, but because of the collaborative chemistry. And it's just been the perfect storm of things continuing to get better. Like we talked about today, how much we enjoy the Game On Challenge. Well, that was somebody suggested that. That was Mr. Dave suggested that. So somebody who watched the show came up with an idea. We brought it into the show. It's become a big part of the show because we love it's all about the community. And so I want to involve more of the community in the project. Thanks. I'll shut up now. Who else had something to say? Ron Delvaux, were you raising your hand?
Yeah, it would seem to me that you take the Glenside label off the thing, you put CoCoTALK on it, and send it out as a CoCoTALK thing.
No, you know, and that's funny, but no, I'm trying to keep it as neutral as possible. I seriously think about things like that because I do have a show. I try to not infuse anything that would be considered, you know, I'm not trying to leverage this to help, you know, advance my own personal gain. So I try to keep my own personal stuff out of this as much as possible. I'm very conscious about that. So, but that's funny though. Ron, did you have a show and tell you wanted to do? And is somebody else, by show of hands, who else had something they wanted to talk about this week?
Can I share screen?
Can you share screen? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sloopy has something I wants to show.
Sloopy. Okay, so Sloopy, you're next after Ron Delvaux.
Oh yes, because we missed Sloopy last week or a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ron.
Okay, it's coming. All right. I'm showing you what cool question was. The game that is best preview before you play it. Maybe you can contribute here, and I got some people to comment. Curtis noticed my colors were flipped. And
so what's the question again? Scroll up a little bit.
The question is, what game has the best preview before you play?
Oh, you mean like the attract mode?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
know what you call it.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
So, let's have a list of people, because actually,
question.
Rather than play games, I like doing that.
Yeah, I love that, and to me, that's a sign of a well-produced thing. Is that the attract screen, right, where it's actually demoing itself when you're not playing.
Right.
Timberman Christmas edition.
Yeah,
Timberman Christmas.
Steve Bjork was always good at putting good attract modes in his games.
Yeah.
In the Coco Pie, he has an attract mode where it just plays the beginnings of all kinds of games.
Yeah,
and
that's
some
true.
are just dumb.
Yeah.
And then some go well.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah. I've always
this is
tried
in
to
the
make it a point whenever I made a game to have a attract screen, even if it just cycled through static screens, but just to have something rather than to be frozen on a game over screen.
Radio Shack employees may disagree with me, but I would say Megabug should be in that list of good attract modes.
Yeah, clowns and
you'd be in
balloons.
Radio Shack and you'd hear "We gotcha."
Yeah,
I like Tim Franklin's comment there about OS 9's attract mode.
Yeah.
So this is on the main TRS-80 group, is it, Ron, or is it on one of your other groups, or?
Huh?
Is this on the main TRS-80 page? No, this is on Ron's Garage. This is on one of Ron's 6,809 Facebook
balloons, I think, had one too.
All of Ron's sites should be in attract mode. It just cycles through all the pages he's made.
Didn't Clowns and Balloons play the circus song during its attract mode?
OS 9, you get 10 minutes of scrolling text that makes no sense up front of entering.
This will be
a time, which also makes no sense. I love that. That's a good comment. I'm going to make it longer now on EU6 just because of that.
Do you Telewriter 64?
All right, now this is an interesting thing I had is I when I got my big collection, it included this, which the guy upgraded his little multi-pack with a light. So, if your Coco's on, you don't know it. In this case, I do, because it has this LED.
Okay.
Cool. And then I came up with this week.
Oh, look at that. The Coco in front of the Flintstone TV. Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah.
That's good.
I had people comment. And I also made one for the dragon people. And then this is Sound and Speech Pack. Have you ever heard this?
Oh, this is the learn about your body type thing. The blood cell stuff, yeah.
As long as the words are there, you can understand it. If the words are there, it'd be a little difficult.
Yeah.
I think you didn't share your sound, though, so we're not hearing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's also a good example of the kind of dithering where you have the kind of light red color.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys heard that, but I just had a massive clap of thunder right over my house.
Yeah, I heard some. I thought that might have been Bill Noble for a minute, but yeah.
No, we've got a massive thunderstorms just rolled in, so interesting test.
Anybody noticed that their Model 1 Coco has a flap that sometimes is attached to the top and sometimes attached to the bottom?
You're talking about the cartridge door?
Yeah. See
here?
So
it can swing either way.
Well,
like some of the members of the panel here. So
this particular door is attached to the chassis.
Okay. It's the evening where Stevie is. It's after dark already.
And if you notice, it has this molded thing right here.
Yeah.
But if you go to the other, the next one, if I can do that, my computer.
I've never seen one attached to the bottom. I've got 3 Coco ones here, and all 3 of them, I'm pretty sure they're attached
right
to the
here.
top.
Look at this. This is attached to the top. It doesn't have the piece that goes is underneath the motherboard.
Yeah, that's what all 3 of mine are like. One's an E board and 2 are F boards, and they're all attached to the top case.
So it seems like the newer machines, I think, possibly.
Well, on mine,
I don't know.
I've got an E and an F board, and the E board is attached to the top cover. The F board has the bracket, just like you show in the other picture.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it was the ones that had the let me get in here to get my words.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
No, it's too bad I can't make this bigger, but you can see the difference. One's got a bracket that goes across, and it's attached to it.
Click on that bracket. Had to cost a penny.
I wonder if it's the logos that were in the middle that have the other bracket.
Could be. This particular machine has a low serial number. I think it was
the one with it on the bottom.
Yeah. There's a close up.
Oh yeah, so you can see the door is kind of hinged into the case itself.
Yeah.
That's what mine are like. All three of mine are like that.
That seems like that should be a standard there, but apparently they deviated from that standard at some point, huh? 452. Look at that.
And that's the one with on the top.
Okay.
Counts as low.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I did
Canadian version
some.
looks like too.
This is the H load using composite on the is it Robert Galt's program?
Okay, that looks
And,
cool.
yeah, and you can scroll around. It's I don't know, it's cool to play with. And then I did the same thing for the.
Yeah, that's neat. I like the
Yeah.
I like the kind of grainy look to it, and it kind of looks like film grain.
And here's the
there's the dragon. There you
version.
go. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
And so I pay attention to them for once, and I also put it on the Coco 3 through a high screen.
Oh, we need an MC10 up there too, dude.
Yeah,
We
well.
got to be fair and balanced.
Let's
Hey,
see.
Ron likes the MC10.
He does.
I found a original label from a diskette that was probably in a
Coco
store.
3 holiday demo. Oh, look at that. That's neat.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
It's the one where they're making Cocos and they're coming out of a on a treadmill,
Mirabelle?
like, and it goes into boxes and then the truck's sitting there.
Yeah.
Assembly line.
And
Yeah,
then the
yeah.
2001 thing at the end, is that
Yeah.
one?
And that's a flippy disk, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yep. And it has the original notch or looks like black tape.
Yeah, there's
over
your
the thing.
WeFax right there.
Yeah, yeah. This
yeah.
is
That's
this
really
is-
clean.
Yeah, this came out pretty good. I
Yeah,
made
this-
a 16-minute WAV file, however you say it, and I sent it to Michael Pitsley. That's his name, and he was able to reproduce the but isn't the same one as here, but a different one, and he at least got to print it out. What I learned is all this WeFax stuff is broadcast for the coastlines on both sides of the country, not in the Midwest. So if he's in the Midwest or somebody is, you have to rely on the
WebSDR.
Like a relay or
solar. If the solar activity is high, you'll get more bounce and be able to.
And
pick
that's
up
kind of
stuff
like
far away.
shortwave radio too.
Exactly, that's what it is.
It is shortwave radio. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very similar then.
Or you could, if you can't
it's
get access to it.
When I look
if you
at
can't
this, go ahead, David. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. I was just going to say, if you can't get access to the signals at all via a real radio, there's a thing called WebSDR, which you can basically use the internet to access remote receivers and then receive their audio.
And
you can control the receiver with tuning remotely. So
this is the new group I made. And
because we need more
look at this
groups on
radio
Facebook.
that David O'Connor has.
Ah, wow.
Check it out.
it's that's actually got a 2-band shortwave radio, so I'm going to experiment with it and see if I can get WeFax signals off it.
It's only 230 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah. I bought that new in the 80s, so I've had that since. I've had that for years.
Did you do the centipede in front of it on a piece of cardboard too? Spin on your head and stuff? Yeah,
yeah almost.
That was me. I started going to chiropractor at 19 because of it.
Oh, there's my other radio. That's the main radio that I'd use there. That one. That's got SSB and world band and air band. It's got every
That's a
other band you
good-looking
can imagine.
radio, I must say.
Yeah, it works well. It's my favorite. It's my favorite radio for that kind of thing.
Now what are
Is
these
that the
two
radio?
here?
Those two
David,
there,
is that the radio you bought with your money from your J-Car Electronics winnings?
It certainly is. Yes.
Yeah.
The other two that you mentioned there, Ron, the two valve radios on the bottom. The bottom one there belonged to my granddad. These are 1949 radiola AWA valve radios.
And do they have
the bottom
sideband?
Sounds like my favorite cough suppressant. Radiola.
Yeah, no, they don't have sideband. They were a bit before that, but they've got a really good sensitive shortwave tuner in them. So the bottom one I've completely restored. That belonged to my granddad, and he passed it on to Dad, and he passed it to me. The top one I bought fairly recently. That one I'm going to be restoring as well, and I just bought them basically because they're going to got a reference, and I can cross-reference between them to get them both working to the best of their ability. So
and this one?
That one I picked up very recently for $100. I bought a whole box full of old stuff, and it had 4 ghetto blasters in it, and a whole bunch of VCRs, and an upscaling thing, and a big Yamaha subwoofer, and everything for $100.
This is called a silver brand. Is that what it's called?
That's actually a really good quality stereo. That one. It's got external inputs and outputs, and
the old
records metal. It'll even record metal tapes. That one, which is
little,
pretty rare for a ghetto
like
blaster.
the odometer tape time counter things.
Yeah, tape
Here it
counter.
is close up, huh? Wow.
Yeah, that one. I've got that.
Crikey.
That's running there off a.
Yeah, really.
Right. Yeah, it's like looking at that radiola saying, "Now that's not a radio. This is a radio. This is a radio."
It's got high-speed dubbing, so you can copy Nick's programs to.
You could screw up a Coco 3 and a multi-pack on the back of this thing.
Oh yeah.
Right.
The woofers in that one are actually 10-inch woofers, and it actually sounds pretty good.
Wow. Crazy. Okay, so yeah, that's some of the stuff we've been doing. I have a Sangean that is the same as the DX440.
They're good.
And
They're
it
quite
just,
good sensitive radios.
Yeah, it's just for some reason it stopped working. Timer came on, but you push the button, nothing happens. I took it apart. It started working.
Nothing happens.
I put it back together, and it stopped again. Oh well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leave it open.
Yeah, looking at those WeFACs, I'm thinking, eat your heart out, Google Earth. This is state of the art right here.
Yeah, this is awesome stuff.
Yeah.
This is what Michael did. I was able to send him the what was it? Dropbox of the recording. WeFAC.
Yeah.
And he was able to get something.
Neat.
Is, cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
So that way it's kind of like simulating hearing it over the air. He's still playing the wave file through his cassette port.
There's another, this is the one WeFAX program that came from the Rainbow. But there's another one that I uploaded here. If you guys want to try it out, I don't know who's interested in this, but in the file section here, I uploaded Robert Galt's CC3 fax.
Oh, for the Color Computer 3?
Yeah, this is a more detailed one. He made it so that you can hear the sound going through the jack when it's plugged in your radio. He made it so that you can save much larger pictures and do 16 minutes instead of like 10. And you have to actually have this program on one floppy and then save it on another one. And it has to be a double-sided drive.
Wow.
Because of the size of it. And I haven't tried it yet. I do have double-sided drives. I just haven't done it yet. So maybe next week I'll have a report on how that went.
Cool.
Neat.
So, gosh, I guess that's pretty much it for today. Thank you guys.
Awesome.
For putting up with my kind of stuff, which is
that's neat.
graphics. And
There's no wrong way to Coco, right? So
that's right.
That's my kind of stuff.
Same here. It's really cool. I mean, being right into ham radio and everything as well. It's a big crossover between the two. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Anybody else have an update they wanted to share?
Yeah, I got an update. The cat's out of the
okay.
bag.
Hold that thought. We were Sloopy. We were supposed to do Sloopy.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Sloopy, are you there? Sloopy, do you copy? Sloopy, you've been hanging on. Are you ready?
Sloopy muted?
Sloopy. All right, well, we'll wait for Sloopy to come back. Go ahead, Chad. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I've got an update. The cat's out of the bag. David and I and a couple of other Aussie contingent have been working behind the scenes on an Australian CoCo page.
Okay.
We had been considering doing this for a while, but because of all this political drama we had, we thought, well, let's do a separate page for the Aussies, but obviously you guys are welcome as well. We're still deciding on format. We want to try and get a Aussie version of CoCoFest going, maybe even put Tandy Assembly in there as well, and try and coincide with the other one, because it's obviously potentially going to be a non-physical event. It might be a virtual event. But we've got 2 pages. We've set up a Tandy buy-sell swap page for all things Tandy. We wanted to not limit it to the Coco, because Ian Maverich does a lot of good work with stuff outside of Coco. He does, Model 1 through 4. He's got all of his upgrades that he's designed for those and so forth. So everyone's welcome to that. The main reason was we've sort of had it a bit underground because we just didn't want to get the page spammed and just have a lot of randoms join. We wanted to make sure.
Are you talking about Facebook or a website?
Facebook. No, Facebook pages. So
Okay.
like yourself.
All
But so we're getting the format right. We're making sure that everything's schmick before we come out. We wanted to announce it, but the cat's out of the bag. We shared it today onto the main Coco page. One of them, because Ian Joyce found a whole heap of stuff where people are basically asking ridiculous prices for stuff. Again,
Hey, if you need that page title, I'll help you out with that.
Yeah, we've worked. David was looking at doing some stuff as well. But Ron, by all means, if you want to have a look at it, I'll let you guys know and we'll forward it through. We've sort of been just trying to do it underground at the moment to just sort of get a feel for what people in Oz we're going to say about it. And we had a bit of feature creeping. People wanted to change it to this and people wanted to change it to that. And I thought, well, we'll just see how we go with the flow.
When you talk about people, how many people do you think you have to?
We've only got about 10 members so far on the buy-sell swap. But we obviously want to look at expanding that. But also too, with regards to the feature creeping, we didn't want to just have it as a free-for-all, basically. And one of the main reasons I created the buy-sell swap page is there's a lot of people, a lot of Cocos in Australia, PAL Cocos, that are probably sitting in someone's garage basement, and get them out in the wild so other people can enjoy them.
Yeah, it's you guys have a harder time finding stuff and not always finding it locally, from what I'm understanding. So
exactly. So Ian did a salvage run to an area not far from Bryza, actually, Brian Palmer. He did a salvage run out in the middle of nowhere and ended up saving something like 14 Cocos or maybe more. He got
oh wow,
6 Coco 3s, which I bought one off him. And he's obviously been putting a lot up online. He's been doing the upgrade, so he's been doing the 6309, adding the SDC to them as well. And they've been selling pretty quickly. I decided to just buy a stock standard because I wanted to do the upgrades myself and put that online because I obviously was missing my Cocos.
Yeah.
And
do you guys have Hamfests there?
Yeah.
We do, yeah, but obviously not as big as what you'd have over in the US.
Well, generally they seem to be somewhat available. It used to be anyway.
Yeah, we.
All right.
We
so
do have them.
You're going to post a link to that here? You want to post it in the chat?
Yeah, no, I was planning on doing that actually this week, but
Okay.
Ian's already, Brian Joyce, has already shared a link, but I'll do an announcement on the main page.
All right. We definitely need more groups on Facebook. We got to keep that platform alive. It's just somebody's got to do something to keep that thing going. Cool. Aussie centric. It's definitely good to keep it local, especially when you're looking to find equipment in your own country. And even in Canada, between the Canada and the US, the shipping can be insane, and then the delays and having to be impounded and weighted and all this kind of stuff. So you can keep it local and find some homes for stuff, or find things that can get into homes. That's a good thing.
One of the things I was looking at doing, and I'm trying to remember his name, I think it's David Lafayette. He bought a Tandy 1000 EX monitor stand, which are rare as hen's teeth over here, and they're rare as hen's teeth anywhere at the moment. And I was actually looking at reproducing those myself, getting the laminate, getting the things the feet made up from that's the biggest problem. Getting a local guy to do up the template and everything is going to cost you, and even David looked at it as well. It's going to cost a fortune just to get those made up. So I was looking at doing a repop of those and maybe just trying to get not obviously not original, but something to match what we've been trying to find.
Is this the one that's rectangular and has 4 legs, or is this the one a plate with metal?
It's got 2 legs and it's got just one platform on it, and it was sold predominantly for the tandy. Those came out.
I think you're in the matrix a bit there,
we lost you for a second there. Can you repeat that last part again?
It's the Tandy 1000 HX/EX monitor stand. It came. It was predominantly marketed towards the Tandy 1000, but they were backward compatible with the Coco 3.
So they were
exactly.
They were rectangular, and they had a metal frame inside, and they had 4 feet.
I think so. I think it might be 2 feet, but I'm not sure.
No,
I've got the.
You're talking about the rubber feet underneath the thing. They kind of look like two metal letter C's with a piece of wood on top.
No, that's
correct.
No, that's what you're talking about, Chad.
Yeah, I'm talking about
because I'm looking at one right now. It's got the metal brackets kind of look like the letter C. There's one on the left and one on the right, and then there's this piece of like particle board across the top.
That's the one I'm looking at. Yeah. So the 2 C's, as in Chad Cunnington, CC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Color computer.
And so
I was looking at Coco. Yeah, I was looking at like reproducing those. But I think I mentioned it on CoCoTALK one of the other times I was on, to see if there was a sort of a market for that. But obviously, don't want to make a fortune out of it. I don't need a Ferrari.
Right. It's just filling a need, and it's hard. It's hard to fill the need when you're in isolation of resources and distribution and stuff. So yeah.
But David actually sent me the David Lafayette. It sent me the specs, like the instruction manual with all the measurements, and he actually converted it into like all the measure. He measured everything out and sent it through. So I'm going to look at doing that down the track. It obviously won't be a straight off thing. It's going to be a work in progress.
Okay, just real quick, I want to check in on Sloopy. Sloopy, are you there? We don't want to miss you twice, 2 weeks in a row. Sloopy, going once, going twice. All right, Sloopy, come back if you get a copy on us. Chet Simpson has joined us in the 11th hour. Hey, Chet, anything you got to update us with this week?
Not really. I mean, I've started working on my next project, but other than that, I mean, the details are kind of being kept kind of tight. But
on the QT.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I've officially actually started on it. I've got the whole design done. I've got the music ready. I've got to do some conversions on that, but yeah, it's already coming along pretty well, so I'm happy.
Fantastic.
And you tell us if is it Coco 3 and is it stock Coco 3?
Oh yeah, stock Coco 3.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Anybody else for
thanks, Chad.
Updates, acquisitions?
Not Chad.
Chad. We have a Chad on the panel too. But yeah. Anyone else? Updates, acquisitions, projects, thoughts?
I'm with Chad. I've got a project, but it's not quite ready to disclose yet.
Okay. All right.
Sloopy not about yet? No, Sloopy's still muted.
All right. Well, Sloopy, we'll hopefully catch up with you soon. All right. So we're going to put a fork in this episode. We managed to go almost 4.5 hours, and that's probably 4.5 hours too much. So other than our special guest today, this show has been a complete waste of time. No, it's always great.
Love you too, man.
Always great to get together.
Hey, can I?
Yes, Ron Delvo.
If I could share, I can show you the table,
the stand that you're thinking of?
Yeah, the stand that I'm thinking of.
All right, Ron, please do, because we are all waiting here on bated breath to know.
We're going to try to hit that 5-hour mark. Go for it, Ron.
Come on, Ron. Take your time. Take your time. Why don't you fax it into us? Oh, so this is the plastic one.
There it is.
That one is kind of like an upside-down U-shaped shelf there, right?
Yeah, it's triangular. It has 4 legs.
Oh, triangular.
Not triangular. It's rectangular.
Rectangular. Okay.
And it has the same shape on the top.
Oh, yeah. The lines match the lines on the Tandy. Oh, that's kind of neat.
And
yeah.
And it has rubbers on the bottom.
Okay, like the rubber feet like you'd find on the bottom of a Coco or something.
Yeah, that's it.
To help it from sliding around on your desk. Okay.
All this because the Tandy 1000, you couldn't put your FD502 under the monitor as a stand.
That's correct.
Right? All right. Well, there we go. So the world is now a better place that we've seen that. All right. So how about we're going to play the closing credits. Any final thoughts? David O'Connor, final thoughts from you, sir.
Oh, keep on cocoing. There's no wrong way to cocoa, as you say all the time.
All right. And you could be wrong about that, but we'll go ahead and agree with that for the time being. Mark D. Overholzer, our resident Apple guy, happily married now to Tina Overholzer. Did she take on your last name, or did you take on hers?
No.
All right.
Either.
So she is
Kept them each.
Oh, really? That is very progressive. All right. So when I married my wife and she took on my last name, I refer to our marriage document as my title paper. So I'm like, I got the title to you now, woman.
Oh, she's a lucky woman. God, is she blessed.
She is.
Perfect.
You can say that because she doesn't watch this. I just understand that now.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Any parting thoughts from you, Mark D. Overholzer?
Oh, nope. Good show. Always glad to be here.
Always glad to have you. Al Curtis Boyle, final thoughts.
I just posted a link in the Discord chat here that Boat found and posted on the Tandy Coco on their Discord server because he was looking for the CoCoTALK on YouTube, and look what he found.
What? Where are we looking?
It's in the chat here on Zoom. If somebody wants to click and link it just to show it briefly.
Let me bring it over here. YouTube, Watch TV, get the bundle Disney Plus. So it's trying to run a commercial, right? It's something in My CoCoTALK. It's something in Japanese.
Yeah, and it's called CoCoTALK.
CoCoTALK. Ah. All right. Well, we do a lot.
It features dancing girls, so it's a lot more interesting to watch that.
TikTok and
Oh, I hope we get some cross audience from that.
Oh,
actually, there goes our viewership. They're going to go chasing.
Yeah, we might get some very angry audience from that.
Man, I tell you what, I'm hanging with the wrong crowd. I need to be hanging out with those CoCoTALK girls right there. So
CoCoTALK.
CoCoTALK.
I love you a long time.
Come on. There we go. Al Curtis Boyle, other than CoCoTALK, any parting words, final thoughts?
Hard to work on Easy Use Beta 6. We're going to try to cram as much as we can in there. I mean, there's stuff planned that's going to probably take us years to implement, but there's about 5 or 6 of us working on it actively. Those in the beta program should start seeing it the first week of December.
All right. And AC, Alan, our special guest today, thank you for being here. Thank you for staying. We didn't scare you away. That's always a good sign.
I think he just nodded off.
Yeah, it was nice meeting him finally.
CoCoTALK is when you go for more than 4 hours on an episode.
And then we need to be calling it Coco Stop, which is what we're trying to do right now.
That's right. CoCoTALK squared.
There you go.
We could have CoCoTALK every day and have it for 1 hour.
Nah, there we go. Ron Delvaux.
It would still go 5 hours.
Anything else you want to share before we end this?
Well, I just wanted to say, didn't I look up that stand pretty darn quick?
You did. You certainly did. Rick Euland, Mr. Electronics designer. Any final thoughts from you, sir?
Nope. Got to keep swimming.
All right. Mark Bosley, our backup streamer engineer. Any final thoughts from you?
No. I do see, though, that they sell those monitor stands still, the ones with the C shape.
Oh, yeah? New stock?
Yeah, I don't know if the dimensions match up, but like Best Buy sells one.
Interesting.
We just need to see if there's one that's got the right dimensions for it.
Yeah. I think I have looked into some of the current quote unquote monitor stands, but because all the monitors now are basically flat panels that weigh, in single digit pounds versus what the CRTs used to weigh, I don't know that modern monitor stands will hold up CRTs for very long.
I have one here.
Yeah.
That's called Allsop, ALLSOP. And it's got curved metal.
Oh, yeah.
Rubber bottoms.
Yep.
You can shift it back and forth.
Yeah. Cool. Chad. No, I'm saying Chad, but Chad's here. Chad Cunning. Chad, somebody screwed me up with the whole Chad
I
thing.
did.
Yes,
That was
me. So, Chad C., any final thoughts from you? By the way, you've got a much better Australian accent than Nick Marentes does, but any final thoughts from you?
Crikey.
Final thoughts from me. You guys actually probably missed it, but I dropped out. I actually fell asleep for about 15 minutes to 30 minutes. Was when
normal.
Curtis was actually doing his news. I didn't even realise. That's what I'm saying is that section's boring. I actually look forward to that section.
Snoozy newsy, they call it.
Newsy.
I'm just
Snoozy
disappointed we
newsy.
didn't knock you out for the whole half hour.
Well, here's the good thing. You can play it back.
There you go.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking, Ron. I was looking at. I was thinking, oh God, I hope they didn't see me like just passed out in the chair.
Oh, not playing heavy machinery while listening to CoCoTALK.
I've been
if you
running
pay
on about
attention,
Coco sleep.
All
of it.
We'll talk sleep.
Okay.
I've been on 1 to 3 hours sleep per night. I just can't sleep. I'm a chronic insomniac. David knows exactly what I'm talking about. My mum is the same. She's 70 years old, and she survives on about the same amount of sleep. We're just constantly beaming. We don't do any drugs. We're constantly free of all that crap, but just beaming.
All right.
CoCoTALK is
Keep on beaming. Keep on beaming.
The good thing, that's why I love the Coco so much, because for those times when I was beaming, I could get up and just sit up all night and play Pyramid 2000 and try and solve that, or all my other games. It was great. But at the moment, I don't have that luxury.
Okay.
So were you trying to say Chet there?
Chet Simpson. Chet.
Sorry about
Chet
that.
Simpson. Any final thoughts from you, other than I'm a dick?
No, that was pretty much it.
Just comes on the show to say that you're a dick. And
In fact, that's the only reason why.
That's his job.
Somebody's got to do it.
Call you a
The
dick.
children must be asleep now.
Chet, you're a very talented man, by the way. Since you're here, I'll tell you that. You're just a very talented guy.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Unlike this other guy who's a complete dick.
No talented hack, we call him.
Yes. Cool. All right, Nicholas Marotta, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, a couple quick ones. Don't forget to vote for your favorite Joust clone. When we play Lancer, start on level 0. And I have to say, Curtis, I've been playing Lancer a bit during the show, and I'm actually warming up to it. The physics are actually quite good. I like the way you bounce off, you careen off the birds like a stone skipping across the water, as opposed to buzzard bait where you always go
Somebody
back the way you
faked
came
Nick.
from, so.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm not going to declare Lancer my favorite, but I will say Lancer is an excellent game in its own right.
There you go. That's
It plays well. I will admit, for right up front, Buzzard Bait has better graphics and sound.
I'm done with voting for a while anyway.
Oh, there's no repercussions with this vote.
There's a lot
Alan
of
Murphy
kissing up over here.
Alan Murphy, any final thoughts?
More Coco. I really
right.
love seeing all the activity in the community. Keep it up.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this to you before, Mr. Murphy, and I'll say it loud and proud right now on the air. You've been a great asset to the community and to this show these past few weeks that I haven't been on. You've just provided so much knowledge, and you're just a great value-added asset to the community. So thank you for you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paul Thayer, the Slayer. Great to have you on, man. Any final thoughts from you, sir?
No, I mean, I kind of look forward to this newsletter and having some people contribute some more content to it.
Yeah.
That'll be cool. So
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to that.
All right, I'll invite you to the Google Drive, and we'll talk offline on that.
Awesome.
And last but not least, Jason, the Coco Man Reichard, you have the final word, sir.
Here. He might not be here. He was driving.
He was driving. Okay, much like Sloopy.
Stop right there.
There we go.
Good. That's a great final word. The
Stop
sound of
right
silence.
there.
All right.
Okay,
well,
so get your Joey, go to Joey High Res. They're shipping out when he's able to ship them out, and they're excellent products. So I'll say that on his behalf.
all right, and I'm not even going to run an outro. We're just going to press the button. So say goodbye, everybody.
Bye,
everybody.
All right, we're pressing the button in 1 Mississippi.
Bye.
5,
Bye.
4,
Bye.
3, 2.